The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Dutch players had a banner day at the Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Jorden van Foreest got his first win, defeating wildcard Bogdan-Daniel Deac to join a five-way tie for the lead. Alireza Firouzja valiantly defended a tough position but couldn't hold, gifting Anish Giri a win and a share of first place. It's crowded at the top. Who can break away? Day 4 of incredible chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 of the Super Classic held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We started the day in the old center. As you can see, the chess fever is high. You can see the poster with Garry Kasparov behind me advertising the best event, the best chess event that's happening here in Bucharest, Romania, the continuation of the Grand Chess Tour. I cannot wait to see what these players are going to bring to the table for board 4. Let's go to the studio and find out.
Who could ever tire of the shots of gorgeous springtime in the Romanian capital as we continue our coverage of the first classical event of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the Super Chess Classic, Bucharest. With 5 of the 10 players sharing the lead, tensions are rising in Bucharest. Welcome to our show of the round 4 of the Super Chess Classic in Bucharest from the early morning St. Louis.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, wonderful to be in studio with you and Peter. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'd like to share an official statement. Due to a medical issue, Alireza Firouzja will not be able to play today's game against Fabiano Caruana. We are hopeful that he will be able to continue in the event. A further update will be provided after today's round. Nasi, please tell us the standings.
Let's have a look, Yasser. After 3 days, we have 5 players tied for first. 2 Dutchmen, Anish, Giri, and Jorden van Foreest. Then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Praggnanandhaa, and Vincent Keymer. At 50% are 2 players, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley.
Strange to see half the field tied for first. Tell us about the format for the Super
It's a 10-player round-robin event. It's a classical time control, and players are not allowed to offer any draws. With regular scoring system, only 1 point for a win.
And our schedule, Nasi.
Today, players are back for round 4. There's a total of 9 games. Only 2 days left until the rest day. We're all looking forward to it. After that, players will be back for 4 more rounds, and if there is no clear winner, we will see playoffs.
Thank you. And Peter, a slow start, but suddenly there's 5 players tied for first.
Yeah, and with half the field in the lead, let's take a look at how they got there one by one. You will see some graphics, beginning with this graphic of our current standings. As you can see, the top half is all on 2 out of 3, sharing first. Quite an unusual standings for a tournament this strong. And we begin with Vincent Keymer, who made a draw against Wesley in round 1, then beat the local wildcard Bogdan-Daniel Deac in round 2, and made a draw against Prague yesterday. Speaking of Prague, Prague is up next on our screen. Draw against Alireza in round 1, then a very important victory with the black pieces against the World Championship challenger Javokhir Sindarov in round 2, and a draw against Vincent yesterday. Next up is MVL. MVL began with a draw against Anish, then a bit of a fratricide win against Alireza Firouzja, his fellow Frenchman, in round 2, and then a draw against Javokhir in round 3. And then the 2 Dutchmen, beginning with the novice, the noob of the Grand Chess Tour, Jorden van Foreest, who began with 2 draws against the 2 American players, and then beat Bogdan-Daniel Deac with the black pieces yesterday in a very exciting game. And rounding out our leaderboard is Anish Giri, who drew against Maxime, then drew against Fabi, and then won that very, very dramatic late game against Alireza Firouzja yesterday, joining the cast of leaders before the round 4. And we welcome our co-hosts in the Romanian studio, Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 here in Bucharest, Romania. It's been an absolutely electrifying event so far. So many decisive results. And more than that, every single player is leaving everything over the chessboard up until the end. There's no resources that are being wasted by these players. Today we have some mouth-watering matchups. Tell us, what's your favorite, Anastasiya?
Of course, my favorite match today is between Javokhir Sindarov and Anish Giri. There is history here. Just a few weeks ago, they were playing in the candidates tournament, and we know that Javokhir won the event. But who was chasing Sindarov till the end? It was Anish Giri, who had the only player who had chances to win the tournament as well. So we can see that the score is level for the moment. They have played 4 draws. But definitely at this tournament, they are going to play the first game ever in GCT event. And Javokhir Sindarov looks like still trying to find his ground, his shape, because he started the tournament not so successfully. He has -1 after losing against Prague, while Anish Giri seems like full of energy. He managed to win against Alireza Firouzja yesterday, coming into this game with +1 and leading the tournament together with other 4 participants. And we know that Anish had the chance also to refresh after the candidates, since he didn't play in the Polish first leg of Grand Chess Tour, while Javokhir had to immediately jump into the Grand Chess Tour opening tournament in Warsaw. So I'm looking forward to this
Absolutely.
game.
This is a huge matchup, and I would say this is a battle of maybe the most confident 2 players that we have right now in the chess circuit, because Anish Giri has been having a stellar year, and obviously Javokhir Sindarov just had an incredible performance at the candidates. One game that I'm looking forward to is this one between Wesley and the local hero Bogdan-Daniel Deac, for the simple fact because Bogdan is struggling in this event. He lost yesterday. He's actually on -2 right now, so he's definitely having a rough event. And it's not because there's no quality in his moves. There's a lot of quality with his moves, but unfortunately his time management is still not up to speed. And he always gets in time trouble situation, and that's when the difference is being made over the chessboard, because you're going to have a good position, but if you don't have time in complex battles to understand what's happening on the board, you're going to make mistakes. And that's exactly what Bogdan's situation is looking like right now. And today he's facing Wesley. So Wesley, 3 draws so far, a very quiet event, but definitely he will be looking to score a victory in this one. A lot of incredible matchups. We will be here in Bucharest to give you all the updates throughout the day.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. And Nasi, do the honors. Tell us our pairings for all the players in this round 4.
Let's have a look. For round 4, we have Wesley facing Bogdan-Daniel Deac, Jorden van Foreest playing against Praggnanandhaa. A lot of leaders today are playing
I was
each
about
other.
to say, the next one too.
Absolutely. Vincent Keymer against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And the 5th leader, Anish Giri, as Cristian talked about it, is facing Javokhir Sindarov. And as you can see, as earlier mentioned, because of medical reasons, we're not going to see Fabi play Alireza today.
And the players are fighting very hard indeed, and they have a lot of prize money to fight over.
Yes, total prize fund is $475,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Just big prizes for everybody. And Yasser, tell us more about that bonus money.
Well, it's a new incentive on the Grand Chess Tour. $125,000 will be divided by the total number of wins at the end of the tournament to determine the bonus amount per win for each player. Right now, for example, there are 5 wins, so each win is worth $25,000 to the victor as we get ready for this start of round 4.
Wonderful incentive to play for a win every game.
Every game.
Thank you to all the sponsors.
Absolutely superb. There you see it, the interior of the Romanian Central Bank with these beautiful marble columns and archways. Just a very, very, very prestigious stage and setting.
Historic landmark, this building.
Yes, absolutely.
Today we're going to have ceremonial first moves.
Right, we have some very interesting guests, including a fencer. Ooh.
Yes, we'll see as they get ready. I think we'll have 3 special guests making the first moves.
Wonderful. See,
You
one
might
of our
recognize one.
Yeah?
She's also a grandmaster.
Oh, now I'm intrigued.
See, Jorden van Foreest just sat down. It's nice, right, when you play the event for the first time and you're leading?
Oh, that's very good. I mean, this is a very, very good thing, Peter.
Both him and Vincent.
Exactly. We have a rookies, Vincent and Jorden tied for first.
I think the arbiters, making some announcements. And we see some of our team members there, Kevin Duggan, Leonard Ores, Anastasiya Karlovich.
Yeah, Kevin, the cameraman, does some wonderful video montage work for us. So big shout out to all 3.
And I was looking at for the audience, yeah. Players have already shown up.
We've seen some video of the young people asking the players for their autographs, and for me, that's always very, very endearing as a player. I just feel very good about myself and with a gaggle of kids.
And there we have Grandmaster Bibi Sarasubava making a ceremonial first move for Javokhir Sindarov. And he's blushing.
I didn't get a chance to guess who it was.
And there we go, she plays a d4.
She couldn't. What a cute couple.
Wonderful, cute couple indeed.
Should have played A2, A4 just to be annoying.
Next we have Anna Maria Branza. She's an Olympic fencer, 3-time medalist.
Wow. Very, very impressive. Thank you, Anna, for coming and sharing your star power.
Who knows how to play chess well too.
Let's do it. Knight C3, come on.
Oh, she's a classical player, E4.
No, Knight C3.
And I believe we have one more. She is Constantina Dita, Romanian long-distance runner, gold medalist.
Wow.
We have some Olympic players today on stage.
Nice. Constantina.
And she'll be making a move for Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
Very, very popular. Romania's #1 player.
Responding to Wesley's E4.
Leave it on the board. Is that a Caruana?
D6.
D6, okay. We'll go for a perk.
Yes,
Very,
sir.
very
With
nice.
which game would you like to start today? All 4 boards, incredible matchups.
I know with 5 tournament leaders, half the field, like it seems like everybody's playing for first. But Vincent and MVL, as well as Jordi and Prague, are my 2 picks because I always like to
Go
show
with the
my
leaders.
respect.
But you know, Anish is also a leader, and he's playing World Championship
I
Challenger.
know, but
so-
there's two of our
all right.
leaders.
We will check all their games, but
Yeah.
let's start.
I don't know if Vincent and MVL have a big history between them. They certainly top players, but I'm just trying to think of when they might have clashed. Maybe some Bundesliga. But here's what we know:
Head-to-head.
single game.
Single game, and MVL came out victorious in that game.
Wow.
Peter, do you have any idea when that could have happened?
Was it a Bundesliga?
Not off the top of my head, but I can look it up. I'm honestly slightly surprised it's Sophie. I understand Vincent is very young and MVL is outside of GCT. Maybe they haven't had very many occasions to meet because Vincent is still not a regular in absolute top-level tournaments, and MVL also only really plays the GCT consistently year after year.
Right.
And we have a Sicilian. I'm
Open.
going to see a Najdorf.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Knight F6, Knight C3. Oops, I've got the wrong board on my, sorry.
And the question is, what variation of Najdorf is Vincent going to choose? F3, okay. One of the most popular moves.
Yeah, trying to transpose into a English attack with bishop e3, and this was immediately responded to by e5 and bishop e6. Does this have a name? Does this particular opening line have a name?
This is just the English attack, no?
I don't know.
Although that maybe applies more to F3, E6 variations.
What do they call this? Yeah, just the English, Open Sicilian English. Yeah, okay.
I think their one game was actually, I have a feeling this is a tournament I played in, so maybe I should have known this. MVL beat Vincent in the 2019 GMs Chess Classic, where, well, he must have been 15 at the time.
I was going to say, he must have been a child.
2019, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Beat them while they're young, as Victor Korchnoi liked to say. So bishop e3 looks like this is going to be a heavy theoretical clash. Let's turn to our other tournament leaders.
Let's go to Javokhir and Anish's game, because on other boards they've only made 2 moves. Here at least we have 9 moves.
Javokhir and Anish.
And both of those players have very interesting opening repertoire.
So Rogozin with h6. Yes, Peter.
They had this in Cyprus. This entire line, I think they're still repeating what they played in Cyprus. There was that very technical game where Javokhir got a small plus out of the opening, and we expected Anish to save it very comfortably. But in the end, he had to find a kind of a study-like exchange sacrifice.
Oh, I remember that. Was that in the first half of the event, right?
No, that was very good. Yeah, that was
the
end of the first half, round 7, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the second draw Javokhir made in the first 7 games.
So far, they're following the exact same moves?
I would assume not, because that endgame, you try it once, but I don't think you do it. I don't think.
And then you're cured.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
Yeah, knight e4, queen e7.
But they both know this line extremely well. Anish also plays it regularly with the white pieces, so it's very much home ground for both of them.
Am I right in thinking that Kramnik was a pioneer, Levon Aronian as well? Who were the players that kind of laid the groundwork for this whole variation, Peter?
I'm not sure you can name specific players, to be honest, but it's I think Rogozin is something that top players, pretty much every single top player does these days, and this is one of the lines that people try against it. So I think very, very many top players have tried their hand at making this work.
You can see Anish trying to remember all the
Yeah, exactly. He seems to be struggling. How do these two match up? Of course, we've just spoken about their...
We know they played 2 games at the Candidates just last month, and it seems like they played twice before that, and it was all draws.
All draws. Neither side has managed to get a measure of
Maybe
the other.
it's time now for the first victory for either of them?
We will see.
We hope so.
Break down the position for us, Peter. Obviously, black has the 2 bishops. White is about to recapture the pawn. White enjoys more active pieces, a bit of better development. But there's no targets.
Yeah, strategically, black is obviously extremely safe, and the bishop pair, and as you mentioned, there are no weaknesses. There's nothing seemingly to play against. But let's say their game in Cyprus and the way they play this quite often, white often actually recaptures with the pawn, which seems maybe slightly unusual, because you create a quote-unquote weakness for yourself this way. But you do have decent control over both the c5 squares and the e5 squares. And also maybe in some cases you can try for the d4, d5 break, and you can also try to play for an attack on the king side, because there's currently really nobody on the king side. And their game after rook d8, there was rook c2. Rook c2 is a very interesting idea, which Anish himself used in 2023 to beat Gukesh in a very beautiful miniature, I think, in the Tata Steel tournament, where Gukesh sort of didn't really understand what was being asked of him, and White at some point launched a very striking attack on the king side. But generally, black, if black knows what they're doing, you have to choose where to put your pieces, because white, generally, in particular, if you go e3 takes d4, there's probably a declared attack on the king side coming. Sometimes the knight actually gets developed towards f8, because as the Bent Larsen quote goes, yeah, with the knight on the fate, there is no mate, right?
Right.
Or something along those lines.
I don't get mated.
Yeah. And for black, it's a matter of neutralizing the initial pressure, because you are slightly behind in development, and you have to play quite precisely for a while. But I think, generally speaking, black is in no particular trouble here if they know what they're doing.
Rather straightforward idea of bishop to d7, bishop c6. I'd find attractive. You mentioned.
Yeah, this is
D7,
actually the
F8.
Gukesh game, and we can actually go back and so after rook c2, bishop d7, I think it went. Let me make sure I don't mix anything up here.
b4.
So bishop d7, rook e2.
Rook e2.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Rook e2, bishop c6. I'll continue on my board, I think. Rook e2, bishop c6, and then white goes for queen c2. And I think Gukesh went bishop b6, and now after rook f1, you are in genuine trouble, because even after king h8, and there was also a game in front of my eyes where I think Grandmaster Evgeny Alexeyev took on d4 in this position, and this also loses to knight e g5, h takes g5, rook takes e6. Things begin happening very, very quickly once they do begin happening in this line. And I think Gukesh played king h8, but even in that position, knight g5, hg5, rook takes e6 works shockingly.
Beautiful.
Wow.
F3, rook e6. White is currently a rook and a piece down, and completely winning.
So king h8, knight eg5, threatening checkmate on h7. He takes the knight, rook takes e6, kabang, kabash, kaboom.
Yeah,
And this is all winning.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
obviously black is not forced to do any of this. There are other replies to rook c2 available. Yes.
There's no defense.
Yeah. Other brands are available, as we're obliged to say. But yeah, this is one of the ways to play. And instead, Javokhir goes before bishop b6, rook c3, which I actually noticed existing on my screen as I was preparing to give that historical lecture on the Leko Gukesh game. This is clearly a kind of a new-ish suggestion of the engine, because it was being suggested by the engine on my screen. I'm not entirely sure straight away what the point is, because it seems like it's maybe a slightly worse version of the same. But I guess we, by playing before, we are creating the c5 square for our knight, and we maybe want to go knight c5, knight e5 in some order, and claim that we have some pressure in the center.
If you don't mind me playing the devil's advocate for a moment, if rook c3 is all that great and good and powerful and just, why don't we start b4, rook c3, and
But we have.
Well, he played rook c2.
No, he hasn't. I was giving a historical lecture.
Excuse me. So, I thought that you were so convincing.
I believed you.
I believed you, yes. No, but he has played rook c.
Yeah. I was showing the rook c2 lines because they are quite beautiful in those variations of knight eg5.
Right.
They are, striking and nice to show early on in the broadcast. But no, if you play rook c2, you're not playing before.
Okay, just a second. Hold on. So I understand what's going on. We do have on the board b4, rook c3, bishop d7.
This is the current position, yes.
Okay, right. Okay.
135 for Javokhir. He's just made a move.
He's gained 5 minutes on his clock, and as he...
this is not even a novelty yet. There are still 6 games on my screen, even after rook c3, bishop d7. Has been played by Aram Hakobian in 2023, and by a Chinese player, Ma Kun, in 2024. So far, 50% scores for white in this line, but apart from those 2 games, no games by particularly strong players.
And between Giri and Sindarov, there is already a point difference, as you can see in the standings. Anish is currently co-leading the event, while Sindarov is at -1, looking for his first win.
I'm looking at this position after bishop d7, and I'm just thinking to myself, One of the things I'd be a little bit worried about is the kind of a lack of development. And the move b4, b5, I find myself drawn to this move, if only just to stop the knight from developing.
Bishop e8 is something they do quite often anyway, because overprotecting f7 is kind of useful. So I guess my first reaction would be bishop e8 and then knight d7, knight f6.
Exactly. I feel like I don't have the timing needed.
In particular here, I'm very happy with the bishop on e8.
Yes.
Now that this diagonal is being opened, I am very happy with my bishop on e8.
Exactly. Suddenly, I didn't quite get a chance to bring everything to bear against the king. All right. Well, this one has definitely got great potential.
Let's check how the other leaders are doing, Jorden and Praggnanandhaa.
Exactly. Let's get.
I think we're somewhat of a new position already.
As I'd like to say, got skin in this game. As I had I had picked Prague. We had picked Prague together as our tournament victor. Bishop b5 check.
And he is currently defending champion of this event.
Exactly, which is why I chose him to begin with. Having won a very nice playoff against the two Frenchmen last year, Alireza and MVL. Knight c6. Okay, no bishop to d7. And the immediate captures. And Peter, for me, this is fresh.
This is extremely rare, yeah.
Yeah.
People generally don't even give that check that quickly. You normally include bishop b2 first and wait for black to do something. But after bishop b5, knight c6, if we go back to this position, bishop a6 is a move, of course, you can make, but it's almost unheard of. And queen c2 as a follow-up, I think, is an indication that Jorden just does not want to compete with Prague in terms of like long theoretical variations. He wants a fresh position. The engine just begins by giving black a small advantage already, which is maybe
not surprising.
I mean, an advantage so small that it probably is just a matter of going deeper. I don't think black is better necessarily. But black, I think, is objectively completely comfortable after both, let's say, bishop a6 is very playable and bishop c8, g4 is also a very logical move. White probably is hinting at aiming to play bishop a3. Exactly. And having played bishop g4, we now can quite comfortably go knight f6, d7 without locking out our own bishop. The bishop will later. I'm not even sure we're threatening to take on f3, frankly. I think we want bishop on h5 and g6, kind of putting pressure on the white center. And yeah, I mean, if I'm picking a side here, I am picking black in the position on my screen here. I quite like this for black. Bishop pair is nice. I don't quite sure what the white pieces are supposed to be doing here. If you give me bishop d6 and long and short castles, I will start liking it quite significantly. The engine goes bishop b2, trying to at least preserve some pressure against the black king side. But after bishop h5, I think you find yourself kind of running out of moves, because the moment you go knight c3, I will immediately play bishop d6 because g7 is no longer hanging.
Right.
Bishop h5 is a useful move. I can also maybe throw in a7, a5, a5, a4 if I need more waiting moves here. And it's much harder for white to make moves, because if you castle, I will take on f3. With the king on e1, maybe it's not that attractive, but with the king on g1, I am definitely going for this with black. So bishop g4 seems very logical, and bishop a6 is also very direct. Bishop a6 with the idea of maybe, I mean, we obviously want to play bishop d6, some queen d7, queen g4 ideas now that the king is stuck. If you play d2, g3, black can play queen a5, bishop d2, queen b5, and
that's a good question.
Yeah, put immediate pressure on the white center. Both of those seem very playable. If you make a kind of a naive move like bishop d6, now after bishop a3, maybe you can start seeing some point to what white is doing.
Right.
Even though black should probably be giving up that pawn on c5 for compensation, and black is probably doing quite fine anyway. But I like developing the c8 bishop first.
A single game from this position.
Yes, there's only one game that I believe happened in Blitz online by Nihal Sarin with white pieces, and black did play bishop d6 in that game.
Wow, very, very fresh position. By the way, Peter, in that variation that you were sharing with bishop to g4 as a starting move, you didn't answer it with knight e5, and I would have found knight e5 personally
I think there's this is a good point, and as usual, whenever you are with the engine and you don't see a move, you kind of your mind blanks a bit. But the problem is, I can play bishop d6, and if you take on g4, both queen h4 and specifically queen f6 are quite annoying threats. And the engine goes queen f5, but then after knight h6, black castles, goes rook e8, or maybe even f7, f5, and says black is at the very least very comfortable. But yeah, of course, you need to at least mention knight e5, because that is, to humanize is absolutely the reply you want to.
Yeah, very much desperately.
Thank you for
bringing
me up
not
on
at
this.
all.
No,
I actually thought knight e5 was a threat, in the sense, threatening knight takes g4. But
me not mentioning it was
that's
not
okay. Well, this you couldn't ask for a better start to this round 4 when two of the leaders are really in a fresh position. And how do these two players square off against one another, Messi?
Well, they do have a lot of games. I was not expecting that. It's because they're same age. Very evenly matched. No, they're not same age. Jorden is older. 2 wins for each and 5 draws.
Yeah, they're not from the under-8 World Championship generation.
It's like a 6-year or 5-year time.
Yeah, but they must have played a bunch of Vikes and maybe some Grand Swiss as well, and yeah, that's a number.
Maybe some World Junior.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
The 2 wins, 2 losses, 5 draws, so very evenly matched, these two.
And there's one game we haven't looked at.
Please.
It's Wesley's game against Bogdan. Still pretty early in the opening.
Now, the thing that is happening in the tournament is because Bogdan, while he's playing well, has a bad score. In a weird kind of way, that bad score by Bogdan is putting pressure on the players to say, okay, since you're losing to all my colleagues, I've got to beat you as well. And then suddenly, Wesley finds himself in this kind of awkward position. He might not necessarily want to play all out for a win. But
you have to.
Yeah, and then you have to. And let's see.
Bogdan has been playing very well. It's just once even in time trouble, he's doing really well up until move 38 has been.
That's when the time trouble
mistake happens and
occurs.
He gets outplayed.
So Wesley has, through his opening moves, and somehow he's won the tempo bishop c1 to d2. He got that in for free.
Is it a useful tempo?
Yeah, exactly. He's won the tempo, and if it supported b2, b4, yeah, I get it. I mean, maybe you find yourself attracted to example g3, bishop g2. And is there a way, Peter, that Wesley gets to say, ha 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 ha, I'm so clever, I won the free move bishop to d2? Is he castling
Not
long?
really, no. G3, against the structure, if we look at this position, against the c6, d5 structure, I think it's quite unattractive, frankly, to try and fianchetto the bishop, because it's going to be banging its head against a very, very solid central wall from black. I think the bishop kind of belongs on d3 in pretty much all of these structures, which is why Wesley began with bishop f4, trying to play e3, bishop d3. It got chased away. It went back to d2, knight hf6. And now he has the option of playing bishop g5, which is the machine's top suggestion. You can play 2e3 and leave it kind of stranded behind the fence, but it would be quite unattractive to me. And this sort of a larger question here is that, of course, we got here because Wesley took c takes d5 in this position, instead of the normal knight c3, which I think is a nod towards sort of any number of openings after knight c3. There is the Semitarish with c5, there is the Rogozin, there is the Vienna, all of which aim to be very, very concrete ways to equalize. And c takes d5, I think, if we talk about it, it's a way to prevent those. But of course, then you have to start making slightly weird decisions, because queen c2 maybe is not your biggest aim in these types of positions. But otherwise, the bishop will get developed to f5. Black very much wants to play bishop f5 here. And because of that, you end up making these slightly strange choices. And I don't think it's particularly shocking that you still have to aim for standard development. It's just that we have a bit of a... I mean, it's still going to be if you play bishop g5, it's very likely to be a kind of a standard-ish Carlsbad eventually.
Right.
Just reached via a bit of a strange move order.
All right, Peter. Thank you for that. I'm just looking at this bishop to d2 as this extra tempo. Black is super solid, and do I want to play castles long in e4, you know, and just try to blast open the position, or as we've seen Vincent do, save the battle until move 38, right? All right, where would you like to take this?
So let's go back to Vincent and MVL. They started as knight off.
Yep.
Now they've reached a new position.
A new position, boy, somehow it looks familiar. H7, H5, the antidote that MVL had used earlier in the tournament just to stop the entire idea of G4, G5, and as we say, the English attack. H7, H5, knight D7, and knight D5. And earlier in the tournament, who has played this? It just feels like or maybe it was actually even from Warsaw.
Yeah, I don't remember.
This was, I mean, it looked slightly different, but that was MVL beating Alireza eventually.
Eventually. But, all right. Yeah, H5, H4. Peter, H5, H4.
H4 is a novelty. We actually have a game by Abhimanyu Mishra from 2021 when he must have been barely reaching the
12 probably.
the first rank, yeah.
But maybe already a grandmaster.
Yeah, 25-17 on my screen there against Lei Tingye. I'm not quite sure where, which he eventually won, but he simply castled in this position instead of H4 and played a kind of a quieter plan for the time being. But MVL goes with H4 first. Sometimes in these types of positions, you do sort of castle artificially by playing G7, G6, and then King F8, King G7, keeping the rook on H8, which could be useful in some cases, preserving some options of playing, maybe using the H file down the road. But more obvious immediate ideas include knight H5, knight F4. Very often, I think, in this structure, Black is quite happy to giving up that pawn on F4 just to get rid of the dark squared bishop and give yourself a bishop on F6, which dominates the board.
Similar to some King's Indian.
Yeah. It is a bit clever, isn't it? You to play G6, King F8, King G7. You leave your rook on H8 in order to play knight G3. And you go, I'm a genius.
And then
checkmate down the H file.
And then white does not take.
Yeah,
and you feel a bit silly.
What was all this for?
It was all, and in the meanwhile, presumably Maxime is ready to play B2, B7, B6, trying to keep the queen side closed, and white is looking to press on the queen side. It's not easy with the knight on B3 though. The
knight goes to C1, has to rate. We have to start A3, B4.
Well, it's funny, you know, like I'm sitting here saying to myself, I always talk to my pieces and I ask them, what are you doing? And the knight saying, to my mind, put me to work, Yaz, put me on the B5 square. If you,
one can dream.
Yeah, so you said knight C1, I said knight A1.
Oh.
So I like, give me it takes me forever, by the way.
Yeah, knight A1 is quite standard, actually.
Knight A1 to C2 to A3. Four moves, Peter. But once I get there, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it does so little on B3.
Exactly.
That it's sort of worth investing some time into getting it to some decent squares.
Exactly. And if you're going to play slowly with the black side by castling by hand, I've got to put my tempi to work. Fascinating fight in this one as well. So things are all around looking very, very well. And for those joining us late, Fabi and Alireza, that game has been delayed. Pie charts, stats. Who's going to win the tournament?
I remember pre-tournament favorite was Javokhir Sindarov.
I remember. It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Fabiano was in second, Anish in third, Alireza, Wesley, and then seeing Prague and MVL in almost last place.
Very,
we're not
very
used to seeing
surprised.
that.
All the games were drawn in day one, so nothing really
much
changed, except somebody lost the white pieces.
Right.
Right.
After day two, as you can see, Vincent, Keymer, Prague, and MVL were the only players with a plus score, so they became the favorites.
Right.
Fabi still in fourth and Anish in fifth.
But now that Anish won yesterday,
Now Anish is favored to win the event at 24.3%. Vincent in second with 17.8%, and Jorden van Foreest at 16%. Wait, there's a five-way tie, right?
Exactly.
So
There is a.
Why is MVL so much lower than Anish, let's say? Almost 10% difference.
Wow.
Well,
That is
because
quite,
Anish
quite
started,
shocking, yeah.
Anish
Yeah.
started with two blacks. That could
Yeah,
be
maybe
playing
that
a role.
is, yeah, but still, 10%?
Yeah.
10% is a big gap.
Yeah. Just seeing that percentages. Sindarov, who dominated so well the candidates, to see him at a 2% chance of winning the tournament, it was like, wait a minute, Sindarov's leading.
Well, he's at -1, but if
Very
he starts
nice.
winning,
Yeah.
he's a streaky player. He can win
As
5
we've
in a row,
seen.
so we'll see.
So Castles, the gauntlet has been laid down by Vincent. Also, I wanted to ask you, Peter, in these positions, don't ask me why, but I've often also seen White playing the moves F3, F4.
There are definitely positions where F4 is playable, and also I wanted to say that I think it was maybe Peter Leko who was an early adopter of that idea. I remember some very nice games by him, which were kind of interesting and somewhat shocking to me, where you're sort of supposed to play on the queen side here, right, with White. You have a majority on the queen side.
Right.
If you ever achieve A3 before C5, you are genuinely winning very, very often.
Right.
And I think it was Peter Leko who at some point showed the plan of going King H1, Rook G1, and G4.
Wow.
Against the seemingly against the majority on the king side. Not here. Here probably it will never work. But
Right.
I
When the
just want to
pawn was
point
on
out that if
H5.
Black eventually castles,
Yeah.
you could actually make
Shift.
an argument for switching. Yeah, going like, and for that Knight C1 maybe is a better move than Knight E1, because for those plans I want Bishop D3, I want Knight C1, Knight E2. And with the Knight on E2, maybe I can actually start dreaming of opening up the G file somehow.
I'm just going to be
Yeah, let's show
compliant
this.
and make
Not
some.
expecting that to see White playing on the king side.
And then out of the blue, the shocking idea of suddenly
you
playing G4.
You just play G2, G4, and you ask Black, we know you're prepared to play on the queen side. Are you prepared to play on the king side if I open that front? And there were definitely some very nice wins, which kind of opened my eyes definitely to the possibility of switching. Switching
Counterintuitive there, you know, a sudden shift from one flank over the next. But we do have this early H5, H4. And for me, Maxime has been quite a pioneer in his treatment of the different Sicilians. And I keep an eye, especially
Najdorf.
his Najdorfs are
I think he's about to castle.
wow. So he's played H4 and castles. Now this one is a shock. It's shocking for me because I immediately think of Bishop to G5, and can I provoke H4, H3?
And then you would play G3 and win that pawn later?
Maybe G4 even.
G4, yeah. I
Rook
like
G1.
I think, honestly, all three are playable. I could even maybe make some kind of a weird argument for G takes H, opening the G
Even
file.
that.
G file is open.
Yeah, and going King
Right.
H1, Rook G1, and
Right,
saying,
right.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you want to play H3, we just talked about opening up the king side. G takes H3, King H1, and is Bishop G5? Is pawn hunting? I mean, it's always a good season for pawn hunting, but would you go pawn hunting?
Oh, I would here, yeah.
Yeah.
It stands out on H4, yeah.
You wouldn't go the Knight C1 route that you previously
I can
prepped
still
for
do it
yourself.
later.
That is true. That is true.
But pawn first, right?
Yeah.
Priorities.
Priorities. And what is your priority? Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Well, let's see how Javokhir and Anish's game has continued.
I've done some clicking and I have some fun lines to show you.
Okay,
I'm still very undecided on what's going on, but I do have one really fun line to show you. After Bishop D7, if we go to my screen, Javokhir played Rook E1. This is still, hang on a second, this is the wrong game. Rook E1, Bishop 6 seems very logical, and Knight G3. These are all first lines of the engine. And D4, D5 is being very telegraphed as the idea White is trying to push here. And you can absolutely make an argument for some quiet move like Queen E7, F8, just trying to take the sting out of the idea of D4, D5, which might be the best. But I was curious if I can just go knight d7 here. And after knight d7, black is in deep, deep trouble, but for a very specific reason. d4, d5 still works. Knight f6, and I thought black is fine. Now the pin along the d file seems very strong, but we have rook c3, d3.
Right.
And now an important but a very easy to calculate part is if you take on d5 here, you do just lose a full piece, because after all the captures, this temporary queen sacrifice lands white in a situation with just a straight up extra piece. But there is a very strong seemingly counterplay here for black, starting with the move knight g4.
Ruh-roh.
Attacking the pawn on f2, and if you play rook e2, black can take on f2, and the point is, in the end, there is no more pin on the e file, and we can simply take on d5, and we're completely fine here with black. But regrettably for black here, white borderline wins here with knight g3, h1, which is a move, I think, which is very easy to miss from afar, but completely stabilizing everything on the king side, and then you kick everybody back. h3, knight f6, knight g3, and white is just dominant.
Yeah.
Right? Because allowing d4, d5 in general in these types of positions is incredibly risky.
Right.
It seems like maybe it is playable to start with knight a6, because now after d5 there is a very specific way to equalize bishop d5, and now we unpin the queen, creating a threat against the bishop on d5. And after knight e4 we quietly go back to e7. And now there is no X-ray along the e file. The knight on e4 has no good squares apart from g3. So you have this repetition, or you can go rook d3, but you're not better here with white at all. Like, this is just completely fine for black. But it might be the wisest just to play queen f8, to sidestep all of those ideas. Although, obviously, this will not be the end of Javokhir's preparation. He clearly will continue blitzing for quite some time yet. And this is potentially quite dangerous for black, because even the variations I've shown already, I think, indicate
There's a
how
lot of
costly a
danger.
mistake might be here.
Yeah, a single misstep and you're out. Peter, I especially enjoyed the knight h1.
Knight h1 was what I wanted
kind
to
of
show.
yeah, kind of an echo of the MVL game where I was aspiring with knight a1.
Yes.
You know, I mean,
Well,
knights to the corners. That's what it's all about.
When you were just maneuvering the knight to go to a better square, I understand, but knight h1 is not for that reason.
No, you're
it's
just
to defend the
protecting.
pawn on f2, so that's very unusual.
Yeah, and that line that you were showing where I was like gobsmacked there, this one where it was,
Rook d3.
hold on, where you showed, was it knight 8? No.
Knight g4 here, yeah.
Yeah, knight g4, knight h1, but there was a line where
Well, that was
it was
against
a
rook e2.
repetition.
I don't know, that wasn't here.
Yeah, what
That
was the repetition line?
Start with knight a6. All the way
Yes.
back, and we go knight a6.
Yes, knight a6, and then we went,
And if you play d5 anyway, I can
Yes.
take on d5 and go queen f6.
right, take on d5, go queen f6, and the line I wanted to ask you about was after queen e7, rook d3, you took...
Yeah, I think rook takes is a bit stronger to remove some stuff off the board.
Yeah, just to be a little bit safer, on
Yeah.
the safer side. I agree. Takes.
There is knight c3, but
Yes.
it's not that much anyway. I think it goes queen d7 or queen d6, and then rook d8.
Nothing, no chances of taking advantage of this guy. No. An amazing sequence, this knight a6. But it goes to show that the high level of preparation that's required, because it's very easy to make a so-called natural move and be lost after d4, d5, or
I mean, it happens all the time now.
yeah. And by the way, I would have felt that also knight g3 to f5 was a potential issue as well. So I like the queen f8 as being safest.
I don't think it's just threat yet, because knight f5 currently,
Right.
we have queen f6, and
We
we're not
do.
that bothered. But it's definitely hanging in the air. You have to
Yeah.
watch out for it in every single position.
I also want to point out Anish has 100% accuracy so far.
And he's only slightly worse.
Only
right?
slightly worse. We keep seeing this pattern. And also these players currently in the standings are on the different sides of the...
He's gone queen
Yeah.
d6 instead of queen f8,
He
which
played
was also a move I saw on my screen, but
queen
wasn't
d6.
the first choice. Yeah.
Queen d6. Okay, that
Kind of a
seems
more
asking
forceful
for
option.
trouble, doesn't it?
No, seems to be okay.
Really?
Seems to be okay. The engine suggests playing knight h5 here, trying to swing the rook over to g3 maybe in some positions, but now that the queen has vacated the dangerous e-file, we can go knight d7 here. We probably should as well. I think allowing knight h5 and knight e5 could be quite costly, but we can go knight d7 here.
Anish thought for 24 minutes before he made this queen d6 move, and this is first time Javokhir is... He's not even thinking, he's trying to remember the lines.
It's
Maybe
like,
he already looked at queen d6 and has it in his file.
He has an extra 5 minutes on his clock from the beginning of the game, thanks to the 30-second bonus he gets. So he has just been at a super pace. Bang, 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 bang,
That's
bang.
one of his very impressive skills.
If you don't mind me asking, Peter, are we in novel territory? Has this all been seen,
I
including
think so.
Queen d6?
No. I think actually, yeah, even Queen d6 has been played already.
They're following
in a couple of
following
games.
theory.
Yeah, there's this game between Makun and Busenji I mentioned, and also another Abhimanyu, but not Mishra, a different Abhimanyu playing against or Bronstein in 2025. All of this is extremely fresh. No games older than 2024 on my screen here. 26, 2 draws and 1 win for black, actually.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's saying something. And how did those games continue?
Knight h5 and rook d3.
Knight h5 and rook d3 have
They
been
often,
played.
I think, might flow into each other. I think they lead to similar
Knight
positions.
h5 is like such an artificial move to me.
Yeah, but Peter, you were showing some incredibly impressive lines where I go rook e3 and rook takes e6.
Can we make that work still?
Can we
Yeah.
make
Well, I think
that work?
here, I guess bishop d5 is very solid, but maybe we can even make some kind of bishop takes f3 and
Go
take
for the
on
pawn.
d4 or knight c6 work. Yeah, we need to calculate. It looks threatening, but I think there's a knight 6 rook e6 might work for white though, right?
The chess barometer, for what it's worth, says
Says draw somehow,
zero zeros. Wow. Okay. Great stuff. I mean, once again, the preparation, just amazed. When I was playing professionally, if we got 15 moves in, I mean, at some point we just said, we stopped and said, okay, like this, it's impossible. Nobody will ever get this far.
This will never happen on the
Now
board.
it's like they regularly get to 20 ply and more. Queen d6. I would have been worried.
Which move would you go for here? Yes, or knight h5 or rook d3?
As they say, it requires analysis, but to my eyes, knight h5 is the most dangerous.
It is
I would be
dangerous.
mostly worried that there's nobody guarding the king.
And black is so behind in
Rook
development on
d3
the queen side.
Rook d3 seems logical, but bishop takes f3, knight c6 comes in very fast.
Rook
You're
d-
actually in trouble.
Rook d3, bishop takes f3, knight c6, and knight h5. I'm not worried that about you grabbing the pawn. I've got a rook d3 at the end of the knight takes d4 and rook d3, and if you take here,
We take with the rook.
and do I have?
I can't take with the queen, so I got to take with the bishop.
Yeah, I think you take with the bishop, and the engine goes queen c2 and says you have to start making very difficult only moves, maybe, not to get mated. It's
Right.
very scary.
Yeah,
Rook
this is.
f7 is even an
Yeah, rook
idea.
f7 is an immediate threat.
Wow.
And the
That's-
engine actually allows it, goes knight d7, rook f7, rook knight f8, and says
No.
this might be best. It's that scared.
I
Then you
mean,
just pick it up on b7 too. You just sweep in the 7th rank.
And
yeah,
shockingly,
but at
doesn't
least
say
you're
this
not
is,
getting mated.
Yet.
doesn't say this is
Still.
winning for white. I don't understand anything about this, to be honest. I have no idea
Wow.
why this isn't just straight up winning for white, but it's just plus 0.6.
I mean, I'm with you, Nasi. I'm attacking, and I got a pawn in the pocket. I'm feeling good, but
Knight h5. If Javokhir finds that move, I do think we're gonna get a very exciting game.
I think we got it already.
I
That just
think-
adds
Extra pizzazz.
yes, exactly.
I think finds is maybe even the wrong word to use, because I think queen d6 is a move you analyze even if it hasn't been played, and it has been played by strong players. It has to be on file. Right. So he's just trying to remember.
Right.
Nice. By the way, we're just in this conversation about preparation. I wasn't laughing. No, I really wasn't laughing. I was definitely smiling as Sindarov was explaining his strategy in his game against Prague. He had prepared this pawn sacrifice, very, very dangerous. He knew it was probably a one-time shot type of thing. And he went through all of these sacrifices. And he comes against the one player in the tournament that had a whole file going back 3 years. And nobody ever played it against Prague. And his
That's just bad luck, right?
Yeah, that was the bad luck. You know, you're kind of like, you're going all in, kind of with a bluff, or against somebody at least who's really holding aces.
It would have worked 9 out of 10 times.
By the
There
way,
you go.
very threatening move in this position, which I failed to mention originally, but I think
Yes.
it might be coming, is queen d1 c2.
Queen
Before
d1
knight
c2.
h5?
Yeah, just right here, yeah.
Okay.
And Yasser will be very pleased because he wanted knight f5 somewhere. If you play knight d7 here,
yeah.
you've lost to rook e6, fe, knight f5.
Sweet. That was what I was aspiring for.
Wait, why
I don't
is
know
knight f5
exactly.
winning?
Because I think some knight goes to h4 in the end, probably
queen-
the knight
queen
from
f4?
f5. Queen f8, yeah, queen, let's check this. Yeah, knight f5, queen f4. No, queen f4, queen knight e7 check, I guess.
Knight bishop e6, just king h8.
Yeah.
Oh, but
no, queen
knight
f4 loses to knight
e7 check is embarrassing.
King
King
f7,
f7?
you still can avoid the forks, but now I have queen g6, queen e6, and in the end I will have
I
some
still don't
kind of
see a
mate,
checkmate.
Yeah. Queen g6, let's find it. Yeah, let's not.
Queen g6 and
I
queen
take your knight.
e6.
Queen takes e6.
Just a second. This is fun. Let me just
And
relish
I think
this
simply rook
moment.
e3, right?
Okay, I've got mating ideas on f7 and g8 squares. So
Yeah,
rook
let's just
e3.
take
You're
away
also
the
down a
e7
rook and a
square.
piece, by the way.
It's not my rook and it's not my piece, but it is my checkmate.
I see how that works.
Yeah.
Okay, I see now.
And
Knight
if queen
Yeah.
f8, whoa.
What?
So instead of queen f4, let's try
Yeah, instead of queen
f8.
f4, queen f8, what I thought was winning is actually sort of winning, but there is a much more spectacular way to win on the spot.
Queen f8, yes.
Yeah.
Is it
Bishop
knight?
e6, knight 5, h4 is strong, but much stronger is to begin with knight g5 here.
Okay.
That's
That is
That-
so
that-
gorgeous, including the rook in the attack as well.
That demands
Check. Oh, wow.
That
a
is
wanding.
so beautiful.
I want a wanding of my opponent at this moment.
No,
wow.
I would just.
Actually, this doesn't even
Congrat-
get you disqualified because
Yes.
you can, I think, convincingly
Calculate.
claim it's on file.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, come to my workshop and I'll show you my analysis. Knight f5 and knight g5. Okay, the combination of those two moves, Peter. If there's such a thing as a brilliancy prize, you know, you got to give. Rook takes e6, knight f5,
And then knight g5.
knight g5.
Yeah, you dream of doing this once in your career, right?
Exactly.
In a practical game.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Not an analysis, but in an actual tournament game.
I
you
mean,
dream
that-
of doing this once.
You know, right down the street, there's the World Chess Hall of Fame, and there's going to be a poster. We're going to call it chess
this
art.
is a diagram that gets associated with your name. kind of,
Absolutely.
for the rest of
Yeah, that's a
your
calling
natural
card.
life. Yeah.
Check this out. I'd be upset if this was a puzzle rush
Yeah.
and I didn't get it. You know, I went rook e3, and then they go, no, yes, sir,
And then
rook
you look at the
e6.
solution.
And I look
No,
at
this
and I
goes
say,
into-
nobody finds that.
Yeah.
You're right.
I
That's
think,
lovely.
Honestly, queen c2 is currently leading my
But
my
so
personal
since knight d7 is losing, what should black play after queen c7?
bishop takes f3 and queen takes d4 holds, but seems very scary. You can play bishop d5. I think a human move here is bishop d5. Just
That is very
putting
human.
something in the way of those
Right.
sacrificial attacks.
Right.
Regrettably, after knight e4, you probably have to give it up for the knight anyway, but you do have time to develop the knight on b8. You take on e4, you go knight c6. And you're probably okay, regardless of what white recaptures with.
Yeah, I don't like.
Wow.
This is not as fun as knight
Yeah,
f5.
knight f5 and knight g5. I mean, thank you for sharing that, Peter. That was great stuff. Queen c2. Okay, so I'm kind of feeling like I'm back to my knight h5 business.
Yeah.
You know, and once again, Peter, the business behind knight h5 went. How did it go?
Knight h5 we haven't really analyzed in any kind of great depth. Knight d7 is best. Knight a6 is still playable, but having not played knight a6 on the previous one, I don't think we're playing it here.
So knight d7, do I
Yeah.
have any of those?
You have to play rook d3. You now will be worse if you don't play rook d3.
Exactly.
And after rook d3, black, the reason I'm saying queen c2 is more likely is that after knight h5, very natural, very standard moves work out for black. Rook ac8 is fine here.
Oh,
Bishop
even
takes
rook
f3 is-
ac8,
Yeah,
sorry.
you can even allow d5 here.
Well, that I thought was not allowable, but
Yeah, d5, bishop takes d5, and somehow we're not getting mated
Queen
or getting...
a1. Look at that in between move. Yes, sir. Queen a1.
Queen a1, yeah, but we have queen f8, luckily for
It
us.
looks nice.
it's
Yeah,
a visual.
It does look very beautiful, yeah.
But I thought I was taking advantage of the queen anyway. Am I not?
Yeah, of course,
Peter?
you're taking the
If you
tempo.
take everything on d5, black just goes queen c6 and says,
got nothing?
because d8 is protected, your
by the bishop,
pressure
of
along the
course.
d file is not as strong as you probably originally assumed. Black just wants to go knight f6 or knight f8 here. And there's nothing you can
It looks like
really
knight
do
e5
to-
should be winning the game, but that bishop defending the
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
think-
want to channel my inner Michael Tal, queen a1, knight g5. I mean,
Yeah, but there are sufficient answers to all
okay,
of that.
hold on. Just because we're here.
There's even queen c3 here.
three is
regrettably, yes.
annoying.
Queen c3, but wait a minute. Hold
And
on.
it's still not pinned. The bishop is doing such a good job on b6.
Because there's no back rank checkmate? Like I would have thought that I was pinning and winning.
There's knight f8 there.
I know.
There's knight f8 there. With the pawn on
And there is a
h3,
back rank
Yeah,
checkmate.
just not on the side you want.
with the white pawn on h3, maybe this would have been something, but
Oh,
Apparently, Anish's accuracy dropped from 100% to now 99.7.
because of queen d6. Because of queen d6. That
He's
is
still slightly worse.
remarkable. What a.
Yeah.
So okay. So a crazy position. Heavy prep. Knight h5, queen c2, rook d3. Crazy moves are possible, and finally Sindarov has stopped. He's taken literally a 12-minute pause as he's remembering what he's supposed to be doing here. Wow, what an incredible game. What has happened in the other games?
Well, queens come off in Jordan's game against Prague.
yeah, this is where I wanted
That
to
happened
go.
fast.
Because Prague reacting to Jordan's knuckleball of bishop takes e6 and queen c2, Prague has played it a bit too straight, I think. He just played, as I meant, like I called bishop e6 naive.
Right.
And Prague's response, and in particular after bishop a3, getting stuck to this idea of not losing the c5 pawn, led him to play queen e7, where I think bishop a6 was a decent gambit. And also, if you wanted to protect it, you probably should have played queen a5, because of not allowing d2, d4 so easily, I think, is a better idea here. But he played queen e7. Now after d4, he's already in some trouble. He played queen e4, which is understandable, at least trying to alleviate some of it. But after takes, and simply castles here, white will play rook c1 next. Let's say bishop d7, rook c1. And your choices are very, very annoying. You can actually give up the pawn on c5 but preserve the bishop pair, or you can go c takes d4, bishop takes d6, knight takes d6, knight takes d4, and hope not to lose this endgame. But it's a very,
Can
very
you defend the
unpleasant
c6 pawn?
I mean, you can probably give it up for now because white is so undeveloped. I guess you
Oh,
can
right,
go king
right.
e7. I'm not sure white is even taking. I would go
Knight
knight
d2,
c3,
right?
knight a4,
Or knight
honestly.
c3, yeah.
Just get the knight over to c5. This is so enjoyable for white.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a fantastic outcome for Jorden from a line which honestly did not seem like it should be giving him, this much of a plus by move 11.
Also, almost 30-minute time advantage on the clock, so
Yeah.
definitely worked out his prep.
Oh, big time in that position where you showed us with the knight, black knight on d6. You could almost say that from the opening with b3 and queen c2, what are you trying to achieve with white? I'm trying to achieve this. Oh, that's a dream. You'll never get it. Because it is a dream. I mean,
is.
this dark squares, d4, c5 control.
Go
that would
back
be
a
great.
move?
Yes.
Because it's kind of shocking to me. Instead of bishop d7, I realized we can go c takes d4 immediately.
Yes. And
Bishop d6, knight d6.
yes.
White is maybe a little bit better after e takes d4, but that structure I think we've come to realize is
Yeah,
manageable.
but that was
for
not
black.
what we wanted.
Manageable, yeah. Knight takes d4.
We wanted knight
and
d4.
we get c6, c5 here, and I thought, okay, this should be okay. Knight e2
Okay.
plus 0.6.
Plus 0.6, nothing. Essentially
No,
nothing.
0.6.
Yeah, plus 0.6. So not
A lot.
1/10 of a pawn, or more, 6/10 of a pawn.
0.6 is 6/10 of a pawn.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked at how bad the machine says this is.
What?
Because it
What?
looks okay.
Yeah.
Bishop a6, rook e1, there are no tactics. We even get a further developing move.
And
But it claims that the hanging pawns are so vulnerable here
wow.
that once they begin getting attacked, you're really not going to like it.
Wow.
This is frankly kind of shocking.
Agreed.
Optically, I would think black is just fine.
Yeah, that's why
Long
it was
castles, rook h8,
clarifying what you were saying. I thought, oh, it's nothing. It's nothing.
No, if it was 0.06, I wouldn't be attracting your attention to it, because that's what it looks like. But it's actually kind of bad.
Wow. This is where I think it's so very, very hard, and I think these chess grandmasters of today are extraordinary, is their judgment. I can give you a hanging pawn position, and they'll instantly say, oh, this is fine for black. And if I gave them this position,
Honestly,
most of them might just say this is
I'm still skeptical about this. I'm
is
refusing
fine for
to believe
black.
this.
And you're telling me this is really good for white?
Yeah.
That's a head scratcher. Wow. Okay.
Not
How
just-
did we know? How do we know?
Not just slightly better either. I think it's
It's like significantly
Yeah.
better. Is that throw me off? Now the other lines where you don't get to play c6, where you do end up playing bishop d7 and passively waiting for white to put an outpost on the a lock on the c5 square. This I don't like. Nobody likes this.
Exactly. This is very intuitively understandable as bad.
Right.
But they're basically the same evaluation, which is shocking to me. Which is absolutely shocking to me. I don't really understand how that is.
Nasi, where would you like to guide us? We haven't seen Wesley in a while, shall we?
Yes, so we can check.
Let's jump in.
Not a
on
lot
Wesley.
of moves have been made in that game.
This
Kings
was
are still in the center, no castles.
This is the kind of back and forth where Wesley's bishop was on d2, and he was asked, are you going to play e2, e3, and lock your bishop in so that you could put your bishop on d3, or are you going to play bishop to g5? Wesley chose, drum roll, bishop to g5, bishop e7, h3. Okay, very confusing. h3 in that position. All right, knight b6.
And now finally e3.
And finally e3.
And black does go knight h5, which is what black very often does in these types of structures, getting those bishops off the board.
Exactly.
And we're actually back to somewhat known theory. Well, there's one high-profile game which reached this position, which is a game between Ulyanov and Tomaszewski from 2017, in which none of the bishop dancing happened. Of course, it was just a straight-up game where white went bishop g5 at some point, but still reached this exact position. And the big question after bishop e7, queen e7 is whether the intention of playing h3 was to play g4 here.
Well, we've got to ask.
And castle long?
Yes.
And then you castle long, of course, yeah.
That looks good.
I've actually had games where my opponent played bishop d3, was kind of upset when I dropped the knight in on f4. But now, if you start with the move g4, and knight
You can drop your
f4,
knight on f4, but
then I castle and you're not hitting anything. And after knight f6, how would, which side would you prefer in this
white
case?
for sure.
You like to go for it?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, the kings actually, both kings I think are likely to end up on b1 and b8 in
Exactly.
these types of structures.
Yeah, you wouldn't castle here and walk right into that short castle. I mean,
I mean,
maybe you can, but only if you enjoy.
Yeah. these are kind of common enough positions where the knight tries to go to d6 and white tries to put a knight on c5 and go b4, b5. I favor white as well in these positions.
I think they're quote-unquote objectively fine pretty much always, but they're, I think, much easier to play with white and much nicer to play with white. So I'm very much in agreement with you too.
Yeah, fun. Who's having the fun? I like to ask that question. I'm still stuck on the Sindarov versus Anish game, and Sindarov.
Now on a 20-minute thing.
Exactly, exactly. As I mean, he blitzed his way to this position. Queen c2, I must say, I find attractive. Knight h5, I find attractive. And is it so wrong to be playing knight e4, Peter? Bishop takes e4, I'm assuming?
Yeah,
Rook
before
takes
knight c6 is, I think, quite comfortable in all of these types of positions.
Is it comfortable? That was my question. Like, I
get to play knight e7 and...
Put the knight on d5.
Yeah, and with a knight on... Although, f7 is very ginger, yeah. Maybe knight e7 was wrong, yeah?
Because I'm about to play queen h5, and I'm going to hurt your feelings.
Knight f7
Yes.
immediately. He's made a move. Let's see what he played. I think it's knight h5. I don't see it on my screen yet, but trying to figure out from the camera angle. Do you see that knight close to the h1?
It does, look.
Right?
Yeah?
Yeah, actually...
there we go, knight h5.
Okay.
Well, I'm excited to see that move on the board, because now we'll see fireworks no matter what.
Exactly. I felt, as we've been discussing the position, that this was certainly Black's biggest challenge. And Peter, you see this position for the first time as Black, and you immediately have this sensitivity.
Knight d7 on the board.
Of rook g3 is coming, and you feel like you've got to be very exact now.
Yeah, but knight d7, the reason I was kind of leaning queen c2 was that I think replies to knight h5 are just much easier intuitively.
Rook d3 quickly played by
Yeah,
Javokhir.
rook d3, yeah, I think Javokhir was just trying to remember because, yeah, he plays rook d3 extremely quickly and it's the only move to make in this position.
Right.
But yeah, but the problem, as I said, for him is that pretty much every single kind of a reasonable decision here appears to be okay. Rook ac8 we showed. Bishop takes f3 followed by g6 apparently is okay, although that looks...
Bishop takes f3 queen.
That looks very dangerous in...
g6 is okay?
Queen g4, this looks very, very
I would
scary.
never want to... I mean...
Very sus.
Thank you. I was like, wow.
Yeah, this looks like we might get mated in the next 3 moves, but apparently it's completely fine somehow.
Amazing.
King h8 only move, but you are fine after king h8 somehow. Rook e6, f takes e6 simply.
Wow.
And queen g6 is not mate, knight f4 is not mate. This is a shocker.
Wow.
This looks like both of those things should be made, frankly.
Yeah, just... I've seen too many really great attacking games not to believe that this is made.
Queen g6 loses, simply queen e7, and the checks run out, and Black is a rook up. Knight f4 is a draw. Knight f4, Black has to play bishop takes d4.
Okay.
Once again, kind of quietly making moves in the center while you're being mated. Rook takes d4, knight e5.
Wow.
Good luck finding any of that if you don't know.
Wow.
And now queen h3
Wait,
makes...
knight g6?
Knight 6, I guess king h7.
Oh, h7.
My guess is it's king h7.
And queen h3?
It's still a draw after knight takes e5, though, but queen h3, queen takes d4 ends up being some kind of perpetual.
This game...
You take on h6, you take on e6, I go knight f7, and you have checks, but you don't have mate.
This looks like a mate.
Once again, it looks like mate, frankly, yeah. I don't know why this isn't mate.
Wow.
Queen
I guess it's
g7.
queen g7.
Wait, bishop f7, king h.
Apparently, we lost with queen takes g6. This is a draw, and queen takes g6 isn't.
Queen g6 is losing, and bishop f7 is a draw.
I guess, yeah.
Chess makes no sense sometimes.
Okay, this
You have
is...
some moves,
But
rook
they're,
c8
yeah,
and
but they're
d5.
blitzing. Yeah, rook a8, d5, so they're following down that position where we were discussing the fact that d8 is overprotected by the bishop on b6.
But if you don't mind, guys, I'm feeling a little bit frightened about what has just taken place. I mean, essentially, Sindarov has played incredibly well in his preparation up to move 20 is it now? And there's not original thought. It's just homework. It's prep. I mean,
why is that?
Well, that's frightening to me that you don't have to play any moves. You just come and you just show your homework.
It's sort of very much modern lit chess.
I was going to say, isn't that what, 80% of chess now? At top level, of course.
And here you get to see the accuracies of the two players.
Accuracies and the standings as well, how important this match is.
Wow.
Giri is currently co-leading and Sindarov is at -1, looking to come back to 50% first, and then he can start looking for more.
Yeah, but you have to say before we go on our first break of the day that this is sort of the magic that was working in Cyprus but is not working here. He is still incredibly well prepared, but he's running into people who know.
Who are equally as Prague was.
As Prague in round 2 and as clearly Anish today, because Anish is playing quickly enough, I think, to indicate that he very much knows what the answer is.
He knows what's going on as well. Wow. As we go to break, do we have something special prepared for our viewers?
We asked the players what they think the biggest misconception is for fans when watching top-level events. So let's take a listen and we'll be back shortly.
Biggest misconception.
That sometimes we have a lot of draws that may look like we're not fighting, but I think if you actually look at the game closely, there will always be some nuances here and there that we are trying to fight in every game, and I think every player wants to beat the opponent. So I think we fight in every game. The biggest misconception for fans is that it's easy, like players don't do anything beforehand. But actually, the level of preparation that you do beforehand is, I think, 3 times more work than just playing and showing up. Also, it's harder because, guys like Fabiano, before they come to the tournament, especially for candidates, they actually prepare like months and many weeks in advance. So there's a lot of preparation training behind the scenes.
I don't know what would be the misconceptions now. I mean, there used to be, but now, people have access to a lot of behind the scenes. They have access, to the whole footage of every top tournament and, sorts of the players, also sorts from every player through interviews, through streaming. So I think if there were misconceptions, they are on their ways to being solved now.
I think it's about their preparation behind the tournaments, because it's a lot of preparation.
There are many misconceptions. I think one big issue that I have with people not understanding about chess is that they misinterpret the idea of memory and memorization of openings. Like, there is that aspect of chess, but it is only relevant between people of the same level. So memory does not bridge a very big gap. And that is what many people don't realize. They think that anybody can just remember and that will give him an edge or something like that. It's really not the case. It's like you first have to become a great player, which is not at all memorization. It's like pattern recognition and lots of active chess work and thought and games and like layers of chess games and patterns on top of massive talent and many years. Then once that is done, then to slightly increase your chance against your peer who's done the same, then you start memorizing a bit of openings. But or you could have done it earlier, but it would never really make an impact. So, and a lot of people, because there is that memorization aspect, they somehow think that that disturbs the integrity of the game, or that it affects it, or that it harms the game. And I think it is somewhat difficult to explain it. And this is the issue also. But I think this is a very big misconception. I think it is somewhat damaging to the image of the game.
No, in my opinion, we are fighting I mean, especially in this tournament, like a lot of players will fight for win, but in general, it's very hard to win someone from top players because they have a good opening preparations. It's very hard for, like, they will not do some mistakes like other players, and like some small things is always makes a lot of sense in top chess tournaments, in my opinion. Like let's say someone don't like some of typical positions, like only some kind of these things like can be helped in top tournaments, like in my opinion, but I don't have a lot of experience in top tournaments.
I actually don't know what conceptions people have about top level tournaments. Yeah, I really don't know actually.
I guess that like so many games are equal. Like I think people don't understand how much energy and preparation it takes to play a boring game, if that makes sense.
You think they're saying it's too many draws, but even the draws are interesting. So, and the players are almost playing perfect. So, draws could happen a lot, but they are also interesting.
I don't know about fans, but about top level, especially if we're speaking classical chess, at some point people were thinking it's quite drawish, but I don't believe it's the case at all. People are fighting harder than ever before. We have a great young generation of players who are willing to fight every game, and classical chess proves again and again that there's still room for play, and it's not dead by any means. But maybe that's more of the general consensus than fans, so I'm not 100% sure.
Wesley So was born in the Philippines in 1993 and learned chess at a young age, quickly emerging as one of the country's brightest talents. Raised in a modest environment, So devoted himself to the game with remarkable focus and determination. By 16, he had become one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. As his career progressed, Wesley So gained international recognition for his calm style, positional mastery, and incredible consistency under pressure. In search of greater opportunities, he later transferred federations and began representing the United States, joining one of the strongest national chess teams in history. So's breakthrough on the world stage came from a series of elite tournament victories. In 2016, he won the prestigious Grand Chess Tour, outperforming many of the world's top players. Around the same period, he achieved the extraordinary unbeaten streak in classical chess, going more than 60 games without a loss against elite competition. Known for his disciplined and resilient play, Wesley So also became one of the strongest rapid and chess 960 players in the world. In 2019, he won the first official Fischer Random World Championship, defeating world champion Magnus Carlsen in the final. Beyond his achievements, Wesley So's journey reflects perseverance, humility, and dedication. From a young chess prodigy in the Philippines to one of the world's elite grandmasters, he has inspired countless players with his quiet confidence and relentless pursuit of excellence. Anish Giri was born in Russia in 1994 to a multicultural family with Dutch and Nepalese roots. Growing up across several countries, Giri developed an early passion for chess and quickly revealed exceptional talent. By the age of 14, he had already earned the title of Grandmaster, becoming one of the youngest players in history to do so. Representing the Netherlands, Giri soon became known as one of the most creative and deeply prepared players of his generation. His style combined precise calculation with elite opening knowledge, making him one of the toughest opponents in world chess. As he climbed the rankings, he established himself as a regular competitor in the game's most prestigious tournaments. Giri gained worldwide attention not only for his results, but also for his sharp wit and engaging personality. Through interviews and social media, he brought humor and accessibility to elite chess, helping connect the game with a broader, modern audience. Over the years, he achieved victories against many of the world's strongest players, including Magnus Carlsen, and consistently remained among the top-ranked grandmasters in the world. In 2023, Giri captured one of the biggest titles of his career by winning the prestigious Tata Steel Chess Tournament outright. Beyond tournament success, Anish Giri has become one of chess's most recognizable ambassadors, respected for his intelligence, resilience, and ability to balance elite competition with charisma and humor. His career reflects both the evolving global nature of chess and the new generation of players shaping the game's future.
And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 4. Let's have a quick look at today's pairings.
Indeed.
To remind everyone what we have in store. Wesley So is facing Bogdan-Daniel Deac. Leaders are facing each other. Jorden van Foreest against Praggnanandhaa, Vincent Keymer against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Javokhir Sindarov against Anish Giri.
As you see, Fabiano and Alireza's game has been postponed due to medical reasons. As we jump into the game of our leaders, and we haven't seen the MVL game in some time. Let's just kind of get caught up on that one. Oops, that was not the one I wanted, but okay. That was our Najdorf Sicilian. We were jockeying between knight A1 and knight C1 and maybe bishop to G5.
He's chosen knight C1.
There was that big moment right here, Peter, where Vincent did not play the move bishop to G5. Instead, he played rook E1, and they followed convention. Is that fair?
I think it is, even though, interestingly, on my screen, and I guess for those of our viewers who are also following it on some sort of a website, rook f1, rook f1 is indicated as an inaccuracy from white, and knight h5 as a straight-up mistake from MVL as in response, for reasons which are not at all obvious, if we can take a look. Machine says rook f1 should have been met by a4, and then after knight c1, the idea of bishop d8, followed by either queen a5 or perhaps queen c8 and then bishop b6 makes sense positionally for black. Queen b8 followed by b7, b5 is also a plan that the machine indicates here. Switching suddenly, after playing h5, h4, suddenly switching to the other side of the board. But MVL clearly had his sights set on playing on the king side and in the center, so he went knight h5, knight c1, f7, f5, and we reach this position where there is this kind of a threatening gathering of forces on the king side, but there are no immediate plans that black really can name. You can go f4, knight g3, which will get soundly ignored. Like if I play knight g3 here and black goes f4, bishop f2, knight g3, white just goes, let's say, b2, b3 here and says, okay, what have you achieved?
Right.
And game continues. The knight stands on g3. You don't want to take on e2. You don't want to move it away. White also never wants to take it. So there's this kind of a strange equilibrium being reached. Very interesting position, very difficult to assess, and also I think quite difficult to play. So very much looking forward to watching how they operate here.
And from Vincent's point of view, we've spoken about that already. It's the knight on c1, which is the problem child, right? You know, the errant piece.
I would like maybe bishop d3, knight e2.
Bishop to
But I think
d3.
bishop d3 really does provoke something like e4, f takes e4, f4, or some version of that kind of play, even though the engine disagrees with it and says there is not enough compensation here.
And
it says bishop d4, and all of your dark squares attacks are not quick enough. And not at all obvious to me that they aren't, frankly. Like I can go like f3, gf3, knight e5. With white, I think I would be quite scared. I would be worried I might get overrun on the dark squares. But the engine just calmly goes bishop d3, e2, and says, "We are not bothered."
Impressive.
Not only that, we're better.
Much better. Here, much better, actually.
Not only
somehow.
not better, we're bothered, we're much better.
After bishop d3, it says h4, h3 is interesting, because now that with the pawn on f5, we are waiting for g2, g3 to happen to start opening up the files.
Well, this game, the battle looks like it's heating up. It's getting more intense. And again, if I was in white shoes, I would really feel like this knight on c1 needs to earn its oats. It's not doing what needs to happen. There was a game also of our tournament leaders, Jorden versus Prague. When we left it, the players, Peter, followed our analysis up to this moment, and then Jorden played a strange move.
Well, not a strange move. It's once again, I think, an illustration that we were not overselling the surprise regarding how good the position after knight takes d4 is. It is just not obvious at all. And the fact that Jorden did not go for knight takes d4, c5, knight e2, I can very easily understand. Because if there's nobody whispering in your ear that you're doing really, really well here with white, I think you doubt it very, very seriously.
Right.
And he's gone for a much more stable structure, but he's actually not better at all after f6. In fact, if anyone is better, it's maybe black. Because black has this very, very clear-cut strategy of pushing stuff on the king side. You go h5, g5, h4, the knight comes to f5. c6 is very well covered. It's very difficult to attack it with more than one piece. And in the meantime, black gains a bunch of space on the king side, and that requires constant attention from white.
And that's also surprising to think that I've forced a weakness on c6. It's only weak if you can attack it, right?
Exactly, you have to prove it.
Right.
Let's jump to Wesley's game. We did see long castles as expected, but without g4. We're looking for that g4 move.
Yeah, strangely, this almost looks like a game that I played against Jeroen Piquet back in the day. We both castled, and Jeroen ended up playing king a1, and I was going king b8, and we were all making these threatening noises on the queen side. I'll put it like that. And it came down to a time trouble scramble that I did well in.
You mentioned earlier, Yasser, that these players now, when they play Bogdan, since he's on -2, they have to target him and try to go all in.
Yeah, it feels like the pressure is you've really suddenly got to win. And I still remember it. It was at a U.S. championship I was playing, and we had a very, very good field, and it featured one Kamran Shirazi. And Kamran was one of those crazy attacking, really gifted players. And if you fell into some trouble against Kamran, you'd forget it. You're just out. Kind of Najmudinov type of character. Anyway, Kamran was having the worst tournament of his life. He lost not one game, but 2, but 3, but 4, but 5, and everybody's beating him. And suddenly it was my turn, and it was nerve-wracking because everybody was winning, and I felt I had to win as well. It was the only game I ever was nervous at before the game.
And you also feel like he can't lose every game. He's going to stop the
Exactly.
And you don't want to be the one.
And you don't want to be victimized by that. And I did win, and Kamran went on to have a bad tournament. He actually only had one draw against Roman Djindjiashvili. But it was one of those things where if you're having a bad tournament and you're being targeted, suddenly it's overwhelmingly required that everybody beat you suddenly. So it's I can feel like the pressure is on Wesley.
It definitely is. And in this position, how can he make the most of it? How can he complicate the position?
Really, it's about the king's position. And if you want to start with king a1 and rook What were you saying about Peter Leko going king h1 and rook g? If you wanted to go king a1 and rook b1 and b4, I understand you. Other people like to go knight to a4 to c5. Still others would bring their knight.
I will also point out one more thing, that Wesley hasn't won a game yet. He's at 50%.
He's made all draws, that's
and
right.
We know he's a full tour player, and he needs those Grand Chess Tour points, so he has to start winning.
Exactly. Good point. Good time to mention that. So, from White's point of view, he's trying to get at Black's king. From Black's point of view, his bishop actually is not that great. So, trading bishops on f5 and bringing a knight to d6 is very much the antidote that Black wants to do. I think overall the position's balanced to slightly better for White. But again, it's like the tournament situation is going to.
I have a suggestion.
Yes, please.
For White.
Please.
Queen b3 and then a4, a5.
Okay, that's.
I have to start with queen b3 to not allow queen b4.
If you started with a4, I'd go queen b4, but queen b3. Okay, so if I let you achieve maximum success, right? A4. Let's say, should I wait for it?
Go to a bad square.
Okay. First, I get rid of your light square bishop, which is what I want to do. I'll wait for a5, and then I want to drop.
But after knight c4, maybe I have e4.
Okay, so.
So let's play a5.
Okay, a munch.
Oh, you take there first.
That's a check.
I take back.
And now yay.
I guess we throw in a5, a6 somewhere.
a6 first, yeah.
a6 first somewhere. Okay.
I do wish I still had the bishop on the board.
It'd be fun to play rook d8 to takes b7. In other words, I'd like to see you.
b7?
I'd like to see you bring my rook into the game, if you'd be so kind.
Your knight on c4 is very well placed. It's not letting me go knight e5.
You might aspire for e4.
Maybe the other knight can go to a4, c5? Is that too slow?
Knight a4, yeah. Makes sense. Okay.
But you're reminding me also have knights.
Yeah, again, an interesting dance is taking place. And strangely enough, the theater of battle becomes the queen's flank, which is kind of surprising with the half-open center. I thought you'd be playing for e3, e4, and stuff like this. Nice game going on here. We'll let it percolate. Peter, what's caught your attention of the 4 games that are being played?
Well, let's maybe update our viewers a little bit on the game between Sindarov and Giri, because it is following very much what we were showing as our analysis. After rook g3, rook ac8, I think we left it somewhere around here, and Sindarov played d4, d5, bishop takes d5. I feel like maybe if you wanted to try and keep the game going, queen a1, forcing queen f8, and then taking on d5 twice was maybe slightly more tricky, even though knight b8 is a fine move, f7, f6 is a fine move. Even knight d7, f6, something we will see in a moment. Even in this position, this is actually playable for black. But Sindarov goes for a much more direct bishop d5 and rook d5. We had this on screen, queen a1. Anish decides not to play queen c3, which was perfectly playable, but goes queen knight f6, which is also completely fine. Knight takes f6 will be played. And now black is fine, even with the queen's on after g takes f6, because of how strong the bishop on b6 is. But I think Anish probably intends to take with the queen, and then we get this position in which, if these pawns are on light squares and there are no rooks, and the knight is already on f5, maybe white has winning chances. But the way things are, I think the pawns on a3 and b4 are so vulnerable, and there will be so much counterplay against them pretty quickly, that white doesn't really have any real winning chances, despite the ruined structure on the king side.
He's about to take.
Would it be unfair for me to ask, does black have winning chances?
No. No, I
Because
think
A3
a4,
and
a5.
B4 is
If a4, a5 comes quickly enough. yeah.
Okay.
And the bishop will need to retreat, and white will stabilize. My first instinct was, can I actually play for a win with black? But no, apparently I can't. No.
Exactly, and we do have the queen captures f6 as you properly.
I think g takes f6. I think nobody really does that, even though you can absolutely believe even this being fine because of just how active the black pieces are.
Yeah.
you constantly have to watch out for some queen c2, rook d3 kind of counterplay. But yeah, everybody takes with the queen.
I remember in my duels with Michael Tal, he was the one player I was absolutely seeking to trade queens against. I would never play g takes f6 against Michael Tal in a position like that one, Peter. Take those queens off the board ASAP. And the rooks have also come off the board as well.
All these moves very quickly. Yeah, one pair of rooks are coming off.
Okay. But once again, I would just ask, Nasi, would you feel absolutely
Bishop's definitely better here.
Yeah. I mean, Peter said a4, a5 comes quickly enough, but I would be a little bit concerned that
King f1, he's already played King f1.
He's already played King f1?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd be a little bit concerned
Rook
that
e3, a4.
a4.
Yeah.
They're both playing at 99% accuracy, so I guess draw is a fair result.
Wow. Okay, I guess it's time.
Yeah, rook e4.
Rook e.
We stabilize. I think we stabilize reasonably easily, and there are some weaknesses on the king side I have to pay some attention to. I don't think white is worse. I think you pretty much always have enough here, but you're also not better, of course. I mean, I absolutely agree that the question is valid whether white is maybe in some trouble, but
I think what basically concerned me the most is if black ever gets his rook to the second rank, I'm almost always obliged to play rook e2, and I've got to draw in my pocket, you know, so to speak. I'm never taking any risks as black, and maybe the queen side was vulnerable. All right, if that game does peter out into a draw, we have 5 players tied for first. Oh, we have knight a4, by the way, by Wesley. I noticed that he did play. Your a4, a5 was surprising. This is more or less the conventional way that I know.
I was just trying to
Exactly.
complicate the position.
Yeah. You managed.
Do we want bishop f5 straight away? Is I think the one big question.
I think we do, actually.
I would very much like to get that done as soon as possible.
Agreed.
Even though king b8 is entirely playable, of course.
Is taking on a4 not good?
I think that
That's the
actually
one
helps
plan
white.
white has, right? Queen takes a4, king b8, rook c1, c3, a3.
Yeah, I think this is where white.
That's scary.
Not really, but
Well, white's
it's sort of
getting
the
a
dream.
nibble.
It's a very flightless dream, you know. But
I'll take the fantasy as what I can get. Either, you know, give me something. This is maybe I'm being helpful. Whereas, if the knight comes to c5 without any rook on b3 or a3, then I don't feel like, for example, as Peter was mentioning, you go king b8 or you go bishop f5, and you put your knight on c5. Hold on, I can't get this to work. Okay, it's knight a4. Let's say, just for argument's sake, bishop f5. Let's say you get your knight on c5.
Yeah, I was more worried about allowing knight on c5 than having to face the queen and the rook on the a file.
Exactly, but unless you're getting a rook lift very, very fast, I am.
E4 idea still exists. Just saying.
Yeah, I am getting an a. Okay.
But yeah, black knights are doing. No, I wouldn't play it here. Doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Normally speaking, you're playing for the minority attack, which is, well,
Can we put the king on g1 real quick?
Yeah.
Then I'm going b4, b5.
Bring it over. All right, and
Let's check in with Vincent and
Vincent?
MVL.
Yeah. Interesting. I see that the chess thermometer there on my border is suggesting that white is for choice, and yet, you know, all of white's pieces are essentially on the first, second, and third ranks. Why? Why
is white better? Yeah.
I think the engines just like these types of structures. They're not really huge believers in mating attacks on the king side, and they like the two bishops and the space, even though black also has space for sure.
Maybe I'm being influenced by Magnus, but I mean, it just feels to me that Magnus plays these positions awesomely well for black, and he scored quite well. making some beautiful e4, f4 business happens, maybe a knight g3, and white doesn't even win a pawn or a rook.
Knowing that engine prefers white, I'd still rather be black here.
I think it's kind of easier.
At least I know exactly how to play.
Right.
With white, I have to watch out for some things. At least it looks scary, whatever's happening on the king side.
Mm-hmm. As Peter was mentioning, strangely enough, f4, bishop, f2, knight g3 looks like a lot of sound and fury, but you're not hitting anything, and white just happily ignores what's going on. And Nasi, what's going on with all of these beautiful graphics that have popped up on my...
Well, first, how important this match is that both players, Keymer and MVL, are currently co-leading the event.
Yes, a win here by either player. Woo!
Ooh, yeah.
Those grand chess points,
at least for the moment.
Those victory bonus money, it's all good.
And if it's a draw, they can still share first place, depending on how other boards go. Most likely, they'll still be sharing first.
Exactly.
But how long can you keep up five-way tie?
It's so strange to say half the field's in first.
Someone's got to break it, right?
Yeah. B7, B6, again, from my perspective, I'd be aspiring to put the knight, bring the knight into the game.
Bishop d3, knight e2 is, I think, the way to go here.
Is the most natural, yes?
Yeah.
Peter, just to...
Bishop d3, the engine goes rook f8, rook af7, for lack of something more concrete to do. It still doesn't see anything in the center or on the king side it can do.
Did I properly guess that? Rook f8, f7?
Yeah, rook f7, knight e2, rook af8.
Right.
Bishop d3, c2 is a useful move. And then we reach this kind of a strange equilibrium once again, where I'm not sure if white is intending to go knight c3, knight b5, because it looks beautiful, but I don't know what that does, frankly. Mm-hmm. And very often, I think you might actually start thinking about playing king h1, and then maybe playing for some f3, f4, or maybe once again, even in this position, I would, under certain circumstances, be interested in rook g1, g4. Mm-hmm. It needs preparation, of course. You can't do it willy-nilly, but I can still picture some scenarios where it is white who might eventually begin playing on the king side.
You know, I like this move, bishop c2, just kind of getting out of the way of the frightening-looking e5, e4, f4 kind of sacrifices. From black's point of view, queen to d8, g5, rook g7,
so
g4.
Natural and easy and happy.
Yeah, happy moves.
How is this not better for black?
Exactly.
I don't believe the
Bishop c2, queen.
Yeah, let's see. If you play queen d8, I was trying to check, because the first line is f3, f4, but I wanted to check if we allow g5, does the machine become unhappy if you play something like a3?
Okay.
But in response to a3, g5 is not. I mean, you can play it, but white just ignores it. And rook g7, okay, I mean, you can't really call c5 ignoring it, but it suggests that the white play on the queen side is faster than whatever it is that black is doing on the king side. Let's say, I guess g4, even taking is fine, f3, f4 is fine, bishop h6 exists as well. So, no, but this is the one game where I have very, very high hopes for a very messy time trouble, because I think it's very, very difficult to play.
Exactly. And again, these are the types of positions where I've seen Magnus score incredibly well. It's like you make a great achievement on the queen side, and maybe you have a positional victory. If black lands a blow on the king side, it's checkmate and goodbye.
Your space on the queen side.
Like, or your extra pawn, or even extra
Could
2
MVL
pawns.
pull off a second win with the black pieces? Because that would make him a huge favorite to win the event.
Wow. Well,
he's getting a
ask.
type of position he likes.
Yeah, we'll ask Ben to update his stats right away in that case, and winning with black is big. Nasi, where would you like to go?
We should stay here unless Peter has some other insights on any other
No,
boards.
I think we should actually wait for MVL to decide on something. When Vincent does play bishop d3, as expected, I thought knight c1 very much telegraphed the bishop d3, knight e2 reshuffle. And yeah, it's up for him to MVL to decide on something here.
Yeah, this move, bishop to d, the bishop on e2 needed a better job. And in fact, there's a number of white pieces, pardon me, need to activate themselves. And I do like
squares.
Yeah, and I like the knight on e2.
Is it going to go all the way to b5, or are we going to keep it on e2?
Well, just as Peter's been suggesting, it might be one of those cases where you go king h1, g4, or you play for f4, and it's like you want to restrain
So we're keeping
your
the knight
opponent's
on
center.
e2, even though it's so tempting to put it on b5.
Exactly.
There's nothing happening on the queen side.
So we just put some moves on the board for a moment, knight e2, and I like this move very much, bishop c2 to d. And it's like one of those things, whenever you play a move like e4, okay, first of all, we have to discuss whether I can take it, but we can also discuss that...
Look at that knight, it's beautiful.
And,
that when
and
you
F3,
play
F3, F4
yeah.
to begin with maybe is even more
First F4, then knight
demonstrative.
Yeah, but the point is that when the move e4 comes and my bishop's on c2, it's not coming with the tempo. It means I can respond just as Peter suggested. Stop the attack, blockade, and then, redirect. Suddenly that knight that was sitting on c1 becomes a monster on the e6 or c6.
Now I can see why Engine says white is better if we get this position.
Exactly. So it's very tempting from Black's perspective to go rushing with a center rush, center push. But
let's have a look at MVL. He's been a regular on the Grand Chess Tour. It's his 11th time competing.
A regular, I would say, a constant. Yes, and his Grand Chess Tour success is great.
Absolutely. He's 35 years old. Current ERS rating is 27.58. And yes, he's won the World Blitz Championship, so many other events, and just consistently keeping his level on the top for over a decade, maybe 2 decades at this point.
One of under 10 persons have become 2,800 have pierced that number, that magic number.
I think it's higher than, I think
Even
it's around
higher?
20.
But he's one of them. He's one of the players, I believe, who has been 2,800 in his career. So truly one of the great figures, giant figures in modern chess, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And we all enjoy his style of chess.
And of course, the unforgettable quote by Victor Korchnoi. He was doing some commentary, and he says, "The Frenchman with 3 names."
That's where it comes from.
Yes.
Because I've heard Frenchman with 3 names. I didn't know it was Korchnoi.
Yeah, it was Victor Korchnoi. In frustration, he couldn't remember who.
Well-kept industry secret is that it's actually 5, but
yes.
we only know the 3.
Because of Victor, yeah. The passport has 5 names.
3 of them are publicly known.
3 are publicly known.
He has two secret names, which
the Frenchman with 5 names. Then nobody would know who you're talking about. That would be
true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the graphic production people, boy, they do not want us to discover the other names.
Within the second screen, just to feed the name. All right, let's check.
Please.
Wait, before we switch, because I think Maxime's about to make a move. I'm very curious what he decides to do here.
I think rook f7 and rook doubling rooks on the f file make a lot of sense.
His position, right? He won't be making any big decisions yet. You can't push g5. You can't even play queen d8 yet. So, yeah, it's improvement moves, right? Next couple of moves.
By the way, because you mentioned it.
e4 takes f4 is actually not as unplayable as I maybe made it out to be. You just need to you just need to follow it up slightly slower. If you play f4 e4 instead of rook f7, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'll take it back as soon as. Yes, e4. I mean
takes f4, bishop d4, and now you need to kind of get yourself not get carried away. Just play bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
Yeah, and this is not unplayable at all. But MVL goes queen d8 straight away. We were mentioning queen d8, but we were doing it only after the rooks get connected on the f-file. He goes queen d8 straight away, I guess with the intention of playing queen e8 g6 maybe? Although it seems slow.
I mean, still, You pointed out one thing, Peter, when I got the position with the doubled rooks and I went G5, G4, there was a bishop H6 sighting that was a little bit annoying. If I could play G5?
92?
Let's say 92.
I'm expecting 92.
Yeah,
and
of course.
against G5,
yes.
What I wanted to check, and indeed the machine does confirm it's at least playable, you can actually play G4 here.
G4, I would never have guessed that. So
Why
we
it does
take,
not
of
play
course.
G4
Takes and then King G2, Rook H1 is the intention.
Well,
And,
just a second. It's
one
one
of
of
the
those.
pushes, yeah?
One of those.
95?
I'm dreaming to drop a knight on the E5.
F
square.
takes, knight E5, Rook F1. Although, yeah, I think it's very difficult to play like this. I was just wondering if it's playable at all, and it does appear to be playable and not bad. But I think it's very difficult to convince yourself in practice that this works out. G takes F4, Queen C7, F5.
Again, it's just one of those positions where I've been indoctrinated. Thou shalt not get a bad light-squared bishop and allow the double pawn sacrifice against. Usually there's a bishop on G7. Maybe that makes it a big difference. All right, well, this game is definitely heating up, and it looks like the battle is going to be waged when the two players reach the time control. How exciting is that going to be?
I was going to say,
please.
Maybe let's check Jorden and Prague's position and see if we're going to see a long, drawn-out draw or a quick one.
Well, Peter had been mentioning precisely this position where the pawn on d4 was weak, and he was suggesting that black might want to chase the knight away by going g5, h5, g4, and pushing this knight. More or less, I would say Jorden, in anticipation of that expansion, dropped his knight back and maybe is looking to play knight to e3?
I think it's very difficult to find a way to simplify this into a short draw. Answering Nasi's question, I think it's much more likely to be a prolonged battle. But a maneuvering battle in which, I mean, the black pawns will be on g5 and h4 at some point, but that is not really that much of a threat. Maybe if everything comes off or along the e-file somehow, we can find a way to simplify. Let's say, I don't know, knight c2, g5 f3, h5 king f2, h4 king rook e1, and we start offering trades.
From his book, Grandmaster Preparation, Lev Polyarevsky described the e-file as the chopping block, that we would play rook to e1 and chop all the rooks off on the e-file.
But frankly, from the black's viewpoint, there is nothing there for the white rooks on the e-file to occupy. So maybe we just go like rook e1, rook h8, or g8, and pretend we're threatening g5, g4.
This is another very important match today. Van Foreest and Prague are currently sharing first. A win would make a big deal and change the standings completely.
Absolutely.
With a draw, that will probably keep a five-way tie, looks like.
Yeah. One of the things, as I was coming on the broadcast and I was looking at this and I was asking Nasi, I'm looking at the chess ratings of Jordi and Prague. Prague, because of his outstanding first half of 2025, I'm expecting his rating to be close to 2,800, and I saw that Jorden actually has a higher rating.
That was surprising to me too. I mean, Jorden had a great year and gained a lot, and the opposite for Prague, he's lost a lot of rating. So, yeah, right now that's the case.
Wasn't it you, Peter, who had said that Jorden Van Foreest had gained 60 rating points?
No, I think that was actually Nasi.
Nasi's 60 rating
I
points.
didn't know that until somebody mentioned it.
I heard it. I knew it wasn't me who was mentioning yourselves as the likely culprits.
None of us are claiming ownership of this.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a fact. He gained a lot of rating.
He certainly did, and that was why he is on the Grand Chess Tour as a full tour participant. And again, time control, time pressure doesn't seem to be an issue for either.
I think Peter's right. This is not going to be a quick draw. Black's going to try to make the most of the position on the king side, and white will also try to come up with some ideas. And eventually, once they try everything, then they'll agree. I mean, I'm not calling it a draw yet, but
I could see you're a professional commentator. White will try, black will defend, and the players will call it a draw. Well done.
That's how it goes.
That's how it works.
Well, let's check in with Romania. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Nazi. You guys were talking about Jorden van Foreest. Here, the feeling in the playing hall is that he's just getting used to playing against these top players because obviously, as you guys mentioned, he won 60 rating points in the last year or so. Yes. He went from 2680 to 2740. That's a huge, huge jump. And it does take a while to get used to finally competing against the big dogs right now, exactly what we're seeing with Jorden van Foreest, but it does seem like he's bringing a lot of confidence and he knows how to win this type of events. Even before, when he was about 27-20, just broken through the first time. After that, he lost a bunch of rating, but I remember he won Tata Steel once, ahead of Anish, Giri, ahead of very strong players. So this is a player that knows how to win. He knows how to compete against these very strong players.
I have a feeling also that he's so happy to be here to play this tournament and to get this opportunity to play in GCT event. When I was interviewing him before the tournament, he seemed so happy just to get this chance. And he said that now he's getting more serious and he doesn't stay awake late in the nights. He's trying to prepare. He brought his brother Lucas here with him to help during the event. So I think he takes it seriously and really wants to show his strengths. Remember, Cristian, also the first day he said the success will be to win at least one game in this tournament. And
he already did?
He did it so far. So now he can relax and just enjoy the rest of the event. Today he's playing against one of the best players and in the world, Praggnanandhaa, and it seems he's doing quite well.
Look, you can be as happy as you want, but if the results turn against you, your smile is going to disappear very quickly. So obviously he came to this tournament very well prepared because it shows in his game right now. He got a better position out of the opening. Sure, he didn't take with the knight on d4, which should have been played, and that would have given him the advantage. But it just goes to show that his preparation is very good as well, on top of his confidence. Another very confident player is Anish. I talked about it at the beginning of the show. And right now, I was having my eyes on Bogdan-Daniel.
By the way, he took your advice and he is not spending so much time.
Yes, I was about to say that it does seem like his time management is much better in this game. Bogdan-Daniel, Deac, and as you can see on the screen right now, that's Anish Giri, thinking he suffered with the black pieces in the candidates against Sindarov. He barely made a draw in that one. He was much worse at one point, but right now we see a much more confident Anish, and it does seem like he's probably not going to have too many difficulties making a draw in this one. Bogdan-Daniel Deac against Wesley. So he, at some point, he was about 10 minutes ahead of Wesley. Right now, he's falling behind. Hopefully, we didn't talk too soon. Yes. Because right now, he's been spending a lot of time on this move after knight to a4. This is only move 17. The position is not easy. We're going to see White trying to schedule an attack on the queen side, perhaps, maybe even a rook to c1. The other knight potentially will be coming towards the c5 square, and you're going to try to utilize the c5 square as White to try to launch that attack. And maybe once the knight lands on c5, you also have ideas of sacrifices, right?
Do you think it's easier to play this position with White?
I would say so. Yeah. Yes, yes, I would say so. White has a clear plan. Obviously, Black is going to try to counter that, perhaps via knight to f5, knight to d6, get that knight closer to the king and also closer to the central squares. Knight to e4 and knight to c4. Finally, we see a move from Bogdan. Again, not an easy position for him, but he did objectively equalize out of the opening. So he can be happy. Right now, it's all about the clock, all about the time management for him.
It's important, of course, and my eyes were on the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keymer. I think this game actually is like the most interesting if you look at the position, like most of the pieces are still on the board. So I'm expecting a big fight in this one.
And you could see MVL stroll around the playing hall. It does seem like he's in his element. This is obviously the Najdorf. It does seem like everybody's trying to target MVL in the Najdorf. Alireza got a better position. MVL won that game. It seems like Vincent got a slightly better position out of the opening, perhaps surprised his opponent. But Maxime has been playing the Najdorf his whole life. He knows this type of positions. He just feels them, right? He has a sixth sense about where to place his pieces. So this is the battle that's going on right now. I like Maxime's chances.
I just wonder how much time Peter Leko spent together with Vincent preparing for this game.
Oh, I can tell you from my own experience when I train this type of situations with Fabi. It's the whole night.
Oh, really?
It's the whole night
Don't
and the
sleep.
whole day before the game starts. So Peter
good point.
is obviously not having a lot of rest in this one.
Exactly, yes.
Guys, back to you. We'll be here with more insights.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. Indeed, the whole night. What's caught your eye, Nasi, in this round 4?
Let's jump to Javokhir and Anish's position.
I have it, in fact, on my board. And I'm, strangely enough, I kind of oscillated back and forth between, did I like Anish's position more? He's played a strange combination of moves from my eyes. King f8 and rook d7, almost a little bit defensively, and as well as a5. And Peter,
I didn't like a5.
Yeah.
And I think I've been kicking it around a little bit while listening to Cristian, and
yeah,
it's obviously still a draw objectively, but it's entering the territory where it might become a bit awkward for Black, actually.
Thank you. Exactly. I mean, I see that the chess engine is triple zeros, and I'm completely ignoring the chess engine because this is a position where, you know, if the knight ever lands on f5, you're crying.
Yeah, and this is why Anish just takes a very drastic decision and goes f6, f5. I'm guessing with the intention of meeting g takes f5 by king g7, king f6.
Right.
Switching the situation to where white has an extra pawn, but that extra pawn is going to be a target of significant counterplay. And this seems to be a good practical decision.
I think so too, because again, if you start dilly-dallying about and just allowing white to, like for example, yeah, like if you did something like this, which is more or less handing white everything.
Bishop a5, rook d4 in particular, I thought was very illustrative.
Bishop a5 where, sorry?
Yeah, I tried bishop a5, I thought maybe rook b5, b6, and then I will go after the a4 pawn.
Yeah.
Rook d4 here.
Yeah.
And you're kind of stuck. Yeah, you don't really want that endgame anymore because your pawn on h6 is very, very fixed.
And suddenly the chess barometer, even though material is even, you would dream as Black to have this position.
Oh, yeah, this is completely winning.
Like knight takes f5, of course, is completely winning.
But even the double pawns, yeah.
But this is actually, you know,
Well,
Black is fighting well here.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, this is what you absolutely
Cannot
must
allow,
avoid.
yeah.
You don't even want to get here.
But if rooks never come off, how can white win this?
Well, that's why I'm just saying that I really like this decision in practice of f5, and you know, you just get rid of your double pawn instead of having a passive king that's waiting for a knight to land on f5 and get back rank checkmated. You suddenly have an active king, your pawn down, but it's a double pawn, and I like this. And I think this is the way Anish needs to play.
You can still try a little bit. Well, I guess you take on a5. You go knight e5.
You got a knight c4.
Yeah, maybe knight c4 if rook d5. And if rook c7, I want to play rook b5 and then maybe dream of something.
Exactly. Something of this nature. Yeah. Well, okay.
Very reminiscent of yesterday's game. Anish ended up winning against Alireza, right? Very similar material on the board, very similar amount of material on the board as well.
You know, I was reflecting on that game from yesterday, and I think as we were watching it, it's like you're seeing a train wreck, and you can't believe it's actually happening because you're saying, oh, you know, this is wonderful play by Alireza, wonderful, wonderful. He's making a draw this way. Well, he's making it difficult for himself. Oh, he's making it very difficult. Now he's lost. I mean, it was definitely a big shock. And I noticed in the game between Vincent and Maxime that MVL chose your plan, Peter, of queen e8, g6. Will it bring him success?
Hard to say. It looks nice on g6, but I'm not quite sure what it's doing. What it definitely is doing is it completely ruling out any of my fanciful king h1, rook g1, g4 ideas.
And is it lurking towards knight? I mean, we would love to make these types of sacrifices work where you take, and I get to play knight e5, and thanks to the queen being on g6, f4, h3, knight f3 bothers you. But we're always meeting e4 with f4.
Pretty much always, yeah. And Vincent also very understandably begins by playing king h1, saying that, yeah, I don't need to think about h4, h3 in every single position. One curious thing here to wonder is knight g3 check playable?
Yes.
I guess the answer is, I mean, it's a legal move, but is it any good?
Yes, that's the
I guess the
deeper
answer
question.
is just no, because we take with the pawn and then we run towards f1, right? And
yes.
You can't even play f5, f4, and you can't play queen h5 because you lose your wonderful g3 pawn. So you actually have no follow-up.
So
kind of stuck.
Yeah, you would love to play the move f4, queen h6, like 2 moves in a row. But Peter is also saying a bigger question is
what
like,
else is frustrating?
Yeah.
So I was thinking, if you move the queen to h5 after knight g3, then we'll have f4, but we can't even manage that.
Yeah.
Because if you go to h7, you're still pinned.
Right.
If you go to h5, knight g3 is with a tempo.
Right.
So frustrating.
Exactly. You're not getting in your desired f4.
I think that's a conclusive answer, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Following the Betteridge rule of headlines, yeah. If the headlines ends in a question, the answer is always no.
Should we? Okay, so king h1, sidesteps knight g3. Preps, do I dare say it, f4?
There are some positions where we might want to play f4, yeah.
Rook would in that case come to f1.
I like queen f6 and g5.
Queen, the queen went from c7, so imagining we teleported the queen
Took
using
5
a
moves,
lot
but
of
we can get to f6.
churns
4 moves.
to f6. Why is the queen better in front of the bishop?
I'm not saying it's better, but I can find a better square for it too, so I can play g5.
Yay.
I mean, I think the way to answer it is, it's maybe not great in front of the bishop, but on c7 it was really far away from where we wanted it to be.
That's right.
And now it's closer to where we expect the action might eventually open up.
So if you were on Black's team, would you be aspiring to play queen f6, g5, knight f4? Like this knight on
g5,
h5 is...
It depends on what is doing, right? Because we have a lot of different ideas.
Okay, so I'm just going to put some moves on the board for a second, and it's here, right?
Right.
This is what you wanted. And maybe we want to play f4, knight g3 check?
Sure.
Maybe.
Especially if you put the rook on f1, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, queen f6.
And also, meantime, should white start doing something on the queen side, a3, b4, or no? Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think it's time to start at least reminding Black a little bit about
there is
the existence
a
of the other side
majority
of the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, we were talking about finding a job for that knight on e2.
Yes.
There's a weird idea of knight g1, h3.
Knight
which
G1.
might not be entirely ridiculous.
And knight h3.
g5, knight h3 anyway, yeah.
And I thought I was dropping
And I'm keeping it on h3. I'm very much inviting you to take if you would like. Because
that's clever.
that stops your attack completely dead.
Yeah.
And now I just go a2, a3 here.
Knight, and the idea is that, okay, I'll make a move for white. You're welcome.
I am begging you to take on h3 here, yeah.
My pawns.
And rook g1, yeah.
And rook g1.
Yeah,
and
this is suddenly very pleasant for white, yeah. Knight takes h3 obviously is very cooperative. Black will never do that. But also with those knights still on the board, I sort of stopped g4, I sort of stopped e4.
Yeah.
Oh, and we are now stuck, both of us.
Knight on h3 doing such a good job.
Yeah.
That's great.
It looks strange, but maybe it's not stupid.
It looks, no, seriously. I thought the knight on e2 was extremely passive. Again, the problem child in the position for white. Somehow on h3, it's actually incredibly useful, stopping the king side attack. And
it is very much a proactive idea, yeah.
Wow. I'm sure I've seen that type of pattern against King's Indians, but it's not often that you're embracing doubled h-pawns.
Well,
No.
in the King's Indians, it normally goes to f2. And
Yeah.
it might end up on f2 here as well, and then it's very
Sometimes on
recognizable.
h1, but
Yeah.
back to h3.
Yeah, h3 you don't see in the King's Indians very much, yeah.
Right.
Because
Nice.
generally you actually have a pawn there, so it's just not available at all. Like,
Maybe that's why we haven't
yeah,
seen
if we're
it
playing
there.
against the pawn avalanche on the king side, we probably have a f3 and h3.
One of the things that's very unusual about this game between Vincent and Maxime is this idea that white is playing literally on his first 3 ranks. But it's all about preparing. Preparing is a nice pawn structure that he's eventually going to have a queenside majority that's going to make him proud. But in the meanwhile, he's played like 10, 12, 14 defensive moves just to keep black at bay before he finally says, okay, now I'm going to reveal my trump. Very, very slow play by white, but it seems like it's a requirement of the position.
In games like this, sometimes you become impatient.
Oh, yes. I totally agree with that.
That's why I said I would prefer to play this with blacks, because I don't have to be patient with black. I can just start throwing my pieces.
Let's throw the pieces. So we do have a different move.
He played rook c8, something we absolutely didn't look at.
Because
it's interesting that he does it here, because I saw it quite a bit on my screen in response to a3. Because it slows down the plans of b3 before.
Right.
But I guess MVL is unsure where the queen goes, because, I mean, we assume it's f6, but actually, in some positions, I noticed queen h7 becomes a topic. I'm not sure if it's a great move, but I did notice that the engine would occasionally put it on h7, maybe with some nod towards knight g3 check ideas, or maybe with the just kind of moving it away from the path of the g7 pawn. And if you come to the conclusion that you try not to allow a3 and b4, because another thing that we could discuss here is if you actually allow a3 and b4, with the rook on a8, you could take on b4 and claim that you currently have possession of the only open file on the board.
Right.
And maybe you can you can throw it in towards, I don't know, a3 or a2 and try to kind of tie it in with your play
It
on
would
the
be
king
very
side.
annoying for white, yeah.
But if you decide that those plans are not great, then maybe MVL's decision can be explained by saying he feels he will eventually have to play rook ac8, and he's not entirely sure where the queen is going yet. So he is just doing the things he absolutely will do in every single case, and giving the move back to white.
Yeah. Let's just remind, thank you, Peter. Let's just remind our viewers of the pairings and our scores.
Yes, Wesley, so is facing Bogdan-Daniel Deac, then our leaders facing each other, Jorden van Foreest against Praggnanandhaa, Vincent Keymer against MVL, very exciting game we've got going on, and Sindarov against Anish Giri. And as you can see, Fabiano, Caruana, and Alireza Firouzja, they're not playing today. The game has been postponed due to medical reasons.
Exactly. And that also explains that with our 5 tournament leaders, why the matchups of our tournament leaders are so crucial. After the move rook c8, Peter, I'm finding myself more and more drawn to that idea. I mean, I like the knight on b5, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I'm a little bit more concerned about what might be happening around my king. So if I put my knight on h3, I say to myself, it's really, really stable. I'm protecting f4. I'm taking all the sting out of the e4, f4 type of advances. And again, slowly, I'll worry about the queen side maybe in 20 turns. Yeah. How is MVL going to respond to this?
I'm not sure what he will do. This is one of the positions where the engine, and it is my first time today to make the disclaimer that my engine here is not reaching very serious depth, so it has to be taken with a grain of salt. It does play queen h7, knight h3, g6. And then everybody is kind of in a holding pattern.
Queen h7, knight h3, g6.
G6. And we don't particularly want to play knight g5 because I think the bishop on e7 isn't really doing very much, and trading it for a knight, black isn't that unhappy about.
Okay.
You can play bishop g5, but it doesn't really generate a threat. And you're not pushing a3 and b4 just yet.
No.
On the other hand, black also has seemingly no active plan anymore.
Right.
So it's a kind of a really strange position in which I have no idea who is supposed to be aiming for what.
Exactly. Wow. Okay. Kind of a standoff, if you will.
Yeah.
How do these two players match up?
Let's have a look. They're kind of players of different generations, so they don't have many games. Single game, and MVL has a plus score. He won, and as we discussed, that was in 2019,
2019,
I believe.
yeah.
So Vincent was pretty young when that game happened.
I'm sure they've crossed swords plenty of times in Blitz.
Hundreds of games online, I'm sure.
And maybe even Fisher 960 games. But apparently classical chess is not there. I'm looking at this position, Peter, and it's almost like I feel like I might convince myself of making kind of some suicidal decisions. But I'm telling you, the move rook, don't ask me why, but the move's rook g1, slowly preparing a bishop to g5.
So I've converted you to my...
I know! You've influenced me badly.
He planted that idea in his head.
I can't get rid of it.
Think about.
I can't get rid of it. But I was thinking, you know, I play rook g1, I play bishop g5, and I turn the tables on the king side. I'm leaving the queen side. I'm abandoning the queen side.
Knight is on g1.
Knight on g1. And we're going to have to talk a little softer because I think Vincent,
hear it
all the way in Bucharest. Yeah, this is very, very nice. Again, Anatoly Karpov, he was such a very, very dominant world champion. One of the things that Talia did that others just couldn't emulate is it was very, very difficult to land a blow against him. I mean, he was really, I'm not saying a defensive player because he won a lot of brilliant games, but he had this ability to prevent you from attacking his pieces.
And this is very
I mean a long line. And I remember the very first match that they ever played. I mean, Kasparov, of course. Kasparov was this great attacking, dynamic player that we all dearly loved. This young swashbuckling Garry Kasparov was down 5-0 against Karpov. Like that goes to show what kind of great defensive player. Yeah, 5-0. I mean, Gary got an aborted match in that one, but wow, that goes to show what a dominant player he was. Knight g1 on the board, and these two tournament leaders are giving us a nice battle.
They are, and while MVL thinks, Yasser, let's go to
Please.
Wesley's game. I've been saying this move a4 over and over again, and
Did you
I'm
get
so
it?
happy to see it on the board. Actually, it landed.
Yeah, better
I
late
think
than
he
that.
did it
Whoa!
in a good moment too. It looks like it's working.
And Bogdan reacted. That's always funny when you play a move like a4. And I ask myself that question: shouldn't I be waiting for a5? Like, do I have a move?
Preemptively move.
Like, should I put my rook on e8, wait for you to play a5,
move.
and then play knight d7?
You know, sometimes players get spooked and they move right away.
Exactly.
I think you are slightly worried about that pawn reaching all the way to a6. I think the reason you play knight d7 straight away is that you want to preserve the option of meeting a5 with a6.
Okay.
It's a very good reason.
But are we ever meeting the move? I mean, I would always be fearful. Like, I would get, oh, I can't do it. Sorry, my king is on b1.
There's no rook on c1.
I was about to go hog wild. No. Apologies. No, you can't do it.
But you can prepare it in many moves.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I should probably play b4, put my king on a2, swing my rook to b1, right? I mean, obviously, I want to recapture with the, with my b pawn and use the half-open b file to my advantage if I can. So after b4, how should Bogdan continue?
Maybe Peter can answer us that, because I love White's position.
I think the engine doesn't take on c5. The engine just makes a waiting move of some description. King a8 is one such move. Rook h e8 is another. It seems not to be very afraid of before b5 as a threat, so yeah, we're just shuffling. Eventually you take on d3. Let's just clarify. Let's take on d3 here.
Okay. Then I will take with the rook.
Yeah, and I think we're aiming the knight at the d6 square as usual. That's always where it belongs pretty much.
Knight on d6 nicely protects the b7 pawn, kind of stops e3, e4, and maybe aspires towards the c4 square. It looks pretty good. Now that I've built up and, thunder and lightning.
You're all in.
Thunder and lightning,
96, yeah.
knight d6, knight e2, and just kind of like say, aren't I wonderful here? Or
Not according to the machine, but I think it would be quite threatening in a practical game because it feels like there's all these clouds amassing around our heads. But
I'm just throwing the pieces over there.
The engine says there are no threats. I am now better with black.
Wow.
But that's the engine because it kind of knows it will never blunder mate in 3.
We will.
and yeah, we will probably find a way if we.
Yeah. Speaking of accuracy.
Yeah, Wesley is at 98.4.
Not bad.
Not bad. Deac at 97.7, also not bad. No exclamation point or question marks on any of their moves so far.
I wonder where the inaccuracy for Wesley has come from, because as far as I can tell, each and every one of his moves has been on point thus far.
Very, very critical engines we have.
Hypercritical. All right, so that is Wesley. Jorden and Prague, well, things got...
Okay, Prague got g5, g4 in.
So far, when we left at knight c2, there was the chopping block. One pair of rooks came off.
Yeah, but the second one never goes to e8, yeah.
And Jorden has said, okay, now that you've moved your pawn from g5 to g4, I spot an outpost. Let me go there. And do we have more moves after this? We do. h4, excuse me, h4, takes.
Yeah, he has just played h3. Oh, no, he hasn't actually. Yeah. No. This is the machine suggestion here is to play h3, wait for rook e4. And with the rook back in touching distance, we can go knight g1, knight f3 finally, because this no longer blunders the pawn on d4. And this is equality in a number of ways.
I'm always how do you say, sensitive not only to pawns themselves, but the pawn structure. Black has obviously split his pawns, Peter, to open up avenues for his pieces. The G file, maybe on the good day, the light squared bishop could ever get to e4.
That would be
nice,
proud. Yeah. That would be nice.
But Prague is taking risks, strategic
I don't
risks.
think they're massive. I think that the pieces are so active and white is so tied down to the protection of the d4 pawn that you're not running too many risks.
Okay.
I mean, if you imagine, let's say, a pair of knights coming off and white landing the remaining knight on f3, and then black is, for the rest of the game, tied down to the protection of the pawn on h4. That could become unpleasant.
Exactly.
But actually
Getting
realizing
there?
that scenario is,
yeah,
I
it's
think,
going to be very hard. Yeah. Okay, so after and is h3 desired? Is that a move in Nasi that comes, how do you say, naturally to yourself? You're
Probably number one candidate move.
number one candidate.
In this
boost.
position, yes.
So for me, it would be a move I kind of reluctantly play, in the sense that I'm looking across the board, I'm seeing this light square bishop. I kind of feel like if I play a move like h3, the potential for that bishop.
When you see the move h3, and then you consider, okay, is it too weakening? Then maybe later, because opponent has white square bishop, am I going to lose it?
Right.
It doesn't seem like that bishop can do damage.
I might find myself personally drawn to the move g3, in the sense that I would like to play knight e3.
Yeah, then after knight d6,
I'm in trouble?
Not trouble necessarily. You're ever so slightly worse. I think knight e4 check, and then the rook drops back to g8.
And my knights are not...
Yeah, g3 is a little bit vulnerable, and if black ever finds themselves bringing that bishop into the game, like if I If I get bishop c8, a6 at any point,
that makes sense.
Then you probably actually become a bit unhappy.
Exactly, that does make sense. Bishop c8 to a6. So in this position, it's funny because I'm thinking I would like to keep my pawns on the dark squares, and I'm not reaching for my h3 pawn, my h2 pawn. I'm reaching for my g3 pawn, and you both like h3.
Jorden, I think, chose rook d1, chose not to touch anything at all, overprotecting d4, I guess to free up the knight on c2 to maybe play something like knight e1, f3.
Sorry, I went the wrong way. Knight e1 and knight f3.
Maybe that's the intention, yeah, because f3 does look like a more sensible square than,
no,
than c2.
C2 looks out of touch. C2 is out of touch. E1 to f3 feels balanced at the moment.
And
All right.
I mean, he keeps the options open, right? He can play h3 or g3 later on.
If you don't mind, I want to jump to Vincent versus
Yes,
Maxime.
I actually wanted to check this before we go on a break.
Yes.
Because we got the answer why Maxime played rook c8. He wanted to put knight on c5.
Looks okay, but I'm not so sure.
I agree with you. I like our plans with g5.
It's kind of encouraging White to do something that later he intends to do anyway. So I'm warming more and more towards Vincent, and at the moment, time is a little bit in his favor.
Yeah, the extra 10 minutes for Vincent, but
Right.
let's see, they're on move 24, so it shouldn't be an issue for Maxime.
Good point. Good point.
But yeah, the
But
engine
knight-
really likes White's position more and more now.
Okay. And as we do prepare ourselves to go to break, what are we going to regale our viewers with?
Well, our viewers can enjoy a segment by Ben Underwood.
Ooh, I wonder what our statistician is going to reveal.
Yeah, we'll see what he has prepared. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
All right.
Hello everybody and welcome back to your break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out, talking about these players, talking about a little bit of the psychology around what goes into these Grand Chess Tour points and other decisions that they make on tour. But before we get into it, we have to go with a puzzle. So this comes from the 2021 Grand Chess Tour in Superbet Romania between Anish Giri and MVL. Go ahead and take 3 seconds and look at this puzzle, see what the answer might be, and we're gonna come back right at the end of the break to solve this one. So, before we get into anything else, I wanna talk about this prize money that is on the Grand Chess Tour, on the line and on GCT Romania. So, for one win between all of the games, that winner is going to get $125,000. But as we get more wins across the board, we're going to see that prize fund drop a little bit, but be split between all of the players. So with 5 wins, we're going to see around $25,000 per win. 10 wins, we're going to see $12,500. And then I project that there's actually going to be 14 or 15 wins across this entire tournament, which will put the final prize fund around $8,300, $8,500 per win. So that's quite a lot, and I love this. This is going to allow players that may not have a chance at winning the full event to still get some extra money and play aggressively for their wins. We had some updates to the blunders in Romania. So total tournament blunders is at 20, and we had some significant ones. Firouzja in move 68 and move 21 lost quite a bit of his expected score. Of course, after that move 21 blunder, Giri gave a little bit of that expected score back, and then Firouzja lost it with this move 68. I encourage you to go look at that game. There's a positional end game that is a great study for tournament players. I will remind the viewers that so in 2025 we had 95 blunders, 2024 we had 48 blunders. So we might get up right in between those numbers, but we'll have to see how that progresses. Now, we can't talk about blunders without talking about the brilliancies. So brilliancies in 2024 and 2025, we saw 14 in 2025 and 13 in 2024. Now, we've already seen 9 through round 3 here in 2026. And the most in a single game in the past was in 2025, where we saw 3 chess.com rated brilliancies in a single game. However, that record already got beat by Jorden van Foreest when he played 5 just himself in his game versus Deac. This will be exciting to see just how many we can get by the end. This is the graph showing the GCT points leaders of every year that had 4 tournaments per player. So 2016, 2017, 36, 41. As you go across this entire graph, it looks like to be comfortably in first place, you need to be around 36, maybe 38 points. And I want to look at this graph to talk about the psychology that goes into how these players go about their decisions in every game and what they may be thinking about. So to do that, I want to set the stage. This is back in Poland, a tournament that just ended a little over a week ago. After Blitz round 10, we have Hans Niemann leading Wesley So by half a point. In the next 2 Blitz rounds, Wesley is going to play MVL and then Hans himself. So let's look at Wesley's decisions across these Blitz rounds and talk about those GCT points and how they may have factored in to his decisions. So Wesley's going to play MVL in round 11, and what does he decide to do? Well, they play a theoretical draw. The game's over in about 30 seconds, but I don't necessarily hate this decision. So Wesley's going to get his game over early, have about 20 minutes to prepare his game versus Hans. That game versus Hans is going to be the last time that Wesley has full control over what Hans does for the rest of the tournament. However, he does concede the fact that Hans may win his game, which is exactly what he did. So now Hans leads by a full point going into his game against Wesley in round 12. So we'll have to see what Wesley's decision is in that game. Will they play a Berlin draw? The game's over in about 15 seconds, and Wesley allows Hans to still lead by that full point. Now I want to talk about the points that are available for each placing. So for a Seoul first, you get exactly 13 points, and then for not Seoul, you're going to get 12. Second place, you're going to get 10 points, 8 for third, and 7 for fourth. So what I want to ask you all in the chat is, what do you think Wesley was thinking about when he made that Berlin draw decision? Do you think he was trying to cement himself in that 10-point second place spot, not to be caught by these players following behind as Fabiano and Fedoseev were? Or do you think he should have gone for the 13, maybe 12 points, extra points in the future rounds to cement himself a better shot on the Grand Chess Tour? Well, let's take a look at why that may matter. Here is the points of 4th place each year in the Grand Chess Tour. Now, this one really matters because that 4th place player is going to be the last one that gets a shot in the finals. Looking at this graph, with the exception of 2025, which was a bit of an outlier at 30 points, that was the hardest year to make the finals, it looks like you need to score within 26 to 28 points to comfortably be in that 4th place spot. And what's the difference between 4th place and 5th place? Well, it is less than a point, except for 2 years in the past. We had a few outliers in 2024 and 2021, but even half these years was a fraction of a point between 4th and 5th place. So going for an extra 3 points, an extra 2 points could be huge in the final placings. We saw that 26 and 28 points was around that 4th place finish area. Well, 13 is almost half of that in a single tournament compared to the full 4 that you're going to get to play the rest of the time. That brings us back to our puzzle. Go ahead and take 3 extra seconds trying to solve this one. And the correct move in this position for white is actually bishop takes on f7. Now, there's a lot of winning lines here, but the overall idea behind this move is when the king takes back and then white king takes on g5, you have too many passers. You have to worry about this pawn on the h file, you have to worry about the pawn on the a file, and it is too much for just the dark squared bishop and the king to handle themselves. One of those pawns is going to queen, and a few moves later, MVL resigned. Before we end the break, let's talk about the updated projections model on the tournament so far. After round 3, we saw Giri go up to 24.3% chance to win the entire tournament. A few players that lag behind him just a little bit are Vincent Keymer at 17.8% and Van Foreest at 16.1%. Pragg still very much in there at 14.7%. I would even put him a little bit higher, considering how well he's done at this tournament in the past. Sindarov, our pre-tournament favorite, is only at 2% right now. It'll be a question if he can win just a few more games to cement himself a little bit better of a spot in those later rounds and in the final part of the tournament. Now I have one more graph I want to show. With winning the tournament comes winning a lot of money. And here are the highest all-time earners on the Grand Chess Tour. We have MVL at 1.6 million across all his tournaments that he's played in the past. Caruana at around 1.5 million. Going forward, we'll have to see if Caruana can catch MVL in this year in 2026. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to be in the chat answering questions. So if you have any questions on these GCT players or about anything in chess, go ahead and throw them in the chat and I will be there to answer them. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to the studio where Yasser, Nazi, and Peter have continued coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Back. Thank you so much, Ben, for those graphics. This was very interesting.
Yeah, well, the 1.6 million, 1.5 million left an impression, did it not?
Let's take a look at the pairings with the current scores of the players.
Let's do it.
We have Wesley So with 1.5 playing Bogdan, who is at -2, half point. Then we have the leaders facing each other with 2 points. Jorden, Foreest against Pragg, Keymer against MVL, and Javokhir, who is at -1, playing Anish, who is also one of the co-leaders.
Exactly, and I've just had that game between Sindarov and Anish on my screen because that was the pawn sacrifice that Anish made to equalize the game, and I think he's done it very, very well, and I'm feeling like this game is heading to a draw as you see the stage. Yeah. What do you do in Bucharest on a Sunday afternoon? Well,
which the best players in the world play chess.
And you go to the place where they keeps the money, the Romanian Central Bank, just in an absolutely gorgeous setting as we see the view of the stage.
Very nice elevated stage there, and
yes. And a lot of people showed up today to watch the games.
Exactly.
Nice.
What I was saying about the game between Anish and Sindarov, the extra pawn, if you will, the extra double pawn on f5 is actually not that big an extra pawn.
No, and Anish gave that voluntarily.
Exactly.
Because it doesn't give white any advantage.
Exactly. And I'm just thinking that this bishop could eventually come back to the c5 square with the idea of just simply ripping off the knight, bringing the rook to c4 and achieving an easily drawn rook ending. So this one isn't a problem for Anish Giri, one of our tournament leaders. On the other hand, he doesn't really have any real winning chances himself either.
Well, but, yeah, just a 2-result game, but it's 99% a 1-result game.
Yeah. The big game is going on between one of our tournament leaders, Vincent, and MVL. As we like what Vincent has done, he's brought his knight to h3, and is Maxime drifting a bit here, Peter?
Very much so. Yeah, I don't like. It's not as bad as the engine suggests, I suspect, because it still remains a very kind of a strange position to play. But I don't like knight c5. I saw you already mentioning that it's unclear why it's there as I was preparing for the break and you were without me on air. Mm-hmm. It feels like it's a nice square for it, but actually the moment a2, a3 happens, and it will probably eventually happen, you probably have to just move it back to d7. You can't really allow b4 unchallenged. And it's not supporting any play in the center anyway. It's not like we are suddenly threatening e5, e4. So if anything, it's just a waste of tempi, maybe not even 1, but 2 tempi, because maybe white just continues making useful moves, and you end up playing knight c5, d7, just burning through a lot of very useful time. And I'm not sure what the last move, rook fe8, e8, is all about either. I think MVL is, as I mentioned, it's a kind of a very strange, unusual position to play, and MVL is, I think, shuffling and not particularly successfully.
Yeah, again, I try to look for effective pieces. I don't see e4 as really being that good, frankly, for black. I don't see f4 as should black have an opportunity. For example, queen h7, g6. I don't see f4 as a move that I'm really eager to play either. So it's sort of like the pawns have been restrained from advancing. Now that I've said that, how should I exploit them? With the rook now on e8, frankly, I'd love to play, and I'm telegraphing what I'd love to play, is the move bishop b1 with the idea like, hey, I would like you to play f4. I really want you to
provoke it, yes.
And if I play bishop b1, don't you almost
I think I have to, and then play g6.
That gives black time to play queen h7, g6.
Is that what black
Which keeps on
wants
coming
to
up
play?
on my screen, yeah.
I think what I
Okay.
have to play.
Yeah, because
maybe not have to, but it's definitely one of the options. And also, there's just a much more direct way to answer rook fe8. How do you? What would you do against a3 here, Yasser?
a3. Ooh. a3. a4, b4, knight b3
Queen
is
d3, I guess.
And that's nasty because now you're hitting the f5
Losing
pawn.
both b pawns also, maybe?
Oh boy. I mean, is this one of those where I'm really?
I think I
This
take on
looks
e4
terrible.
and then just drop it back to e2. And you want to take with the rook?
I'm blundering rook f5. I don't know. I feel like I'm being forced to do
Feels like this
something
will
I don't
collapse
want.
somehow, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe even knight f2 could be quite strong. I'm looking at all
Collapsing here, collapsing here. I
What
don't
is the
know.
knight doing on b3? Should be
I
on
don't
e5.
know. Copy that.
I think a3 is incredibly unpleasant because the engine tries playing rook e7.
a3
because
tries playing rook e7.
Because also with the rook on e8, after b4, a4, a4, knight d7 happens, you have to worry about bishop a4, exactly as Yasser is indicating there.
Yeah.
But we play b4 anyway. We play b4 anyway, a takes b4, a takes b4, knight d7. And now white has queen d3.
The pawn on
e4.
c4 is hanging, yeah.
You probably want to play e5, e4 here, and simply queen d3, b3. And this is a very...
No, sorry, that was a
Yeah.
mouse slip.
Yeah.
Queen to b3, defending the pawn on c4, and we've provoked
And the way the black pieces are,
e4
this is a very, very risky position, I think.
for black.
Yeah.
Because you would like maybe to go e takes f3, but that I think just loses the pawn on f5, which is not great, like rook takes f3, and how are you protecting the f5 pawn?
And if we play knight
bishop
e5,
opens up.
Knight e5 we will take on e4, I guess, and play c5. Maybe play c5 immediately, actually. Yeah, maybe c5 immediately is even stronger.
even c5 immediately.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm not really worried about ef3, gf3, frankly. I'm just not getting mated on the king side anymore. And I am making significant progress. I'm making significant progress on the queen side.
You are indeed. D4, D5, D6, discover check is that'll clear some cobwebs. Now, see, you got some fun facts you'd like to share?
Yes, our very dear friend Maurice Ashley sent me a very important information about the Grand Chess Tour, that no Grand Chess Tour event in history has ever had a 5-way tie for first with a plus score after 3 rounds. This is first time ever.
Yeah. Very nice caveat there, because I think we had a tournament where everybody was tied for first after 3 rounds.
That's a key point, yes. The previous record was 4 in Singfold Cup 2018, where Levon Aronian, Grishuk, Mamedyarov, and Carlsen had 2 points out of 3.
games. Yeah, so we were all tied after the first round.
No, that happens often, yes.
And there's
This is
half
what we
the
have in
field.
this event. Half the field sharing first place after 3 rounds. This is quite unusual.
Oh, for sure.
And we can go to tomorrow with the same score as well. So break another record.
Exactly. I'm just wondering, could we have a 6-way tie for first?
Unless Vincent converts this advantage, but right now it's very early to call that.
Right. Okay. To sum up, the game of Vincent, and I'm really, I want to preface what I'm about to say with the story of Walter Brown. Walter Brown chided me once for being too direct. My opponent was drifting, and then I found a forcing sequence, and my opponent adequately answered. He said, sometimes, Yasser, you just got to let the guy hang himself. You know, he's playing with the rope, and MVL, you know, is kind of drifting, and sometimes you can play consequent.
I always tell my students the same thing. Let your opponents make mistakes.
Exactly. Yeah. Allow them. But the move A2, A3 is very compelling. It's forcing, it's compelling.
It's a good idea, yeah.
And should we be doing it? So, like, I'm thinking A3, and I'm thinking I should maybe drop back, but I'm walking into these Queen D3 lines,
But yeah, I'm guessing Vincent subscribes to that school of thought because he answers the question with no. He goes Rook D1, continuing to just slowly build up and continuing to ask the question.
And I
what's
wanted
your
to
next move?
I wanted to ask you both. Would you have played A3 yourselves, or would you have played a more waiting move, like a Bishop B1 move that I had offered?
I'm too impatient. I would have played A3.
A3.
Yeah.
You just immediately go for it. Peter,
I
yourself?
like
I think there's actually very big temptation here to continue letting MVL make moves because I really don't like the moves he's making
Exactly.
so far. And I think with white as well, it's not just because I'm sitting in front of a screen which increased from 0.30 to 1.1.
Yeah.
I think over the board as well, I really would have felt like the combination of Bishop C5, sorry, Knight C5,
Knight
Bishop
C5.
C6, Rook F8. I have no idea what this is, kind of how this ties together.
Exactly.
And I would very much like to continue giving MVL chances to further unimprove his position.
Exactly. And I think with this move, Rook D1, E1, just saying, please, Maxime, your plans have been brilliant. Continue. And this is not, it's getting very serious now. I can see that when white does get around to playing A3, B4, you're not going to be, black's not going to be able to meet what's happening. Also, Bishop G5. Bishop G5 is starting to get my attention as well. A lot of things looking good here about Vincent's position. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Well, there are some changes happening in Jordan's game.
All right.
It's Prague. I think Prague is pressing as much as he can.
When we left it, I see that we didn't get the
yeah, we didn't see
H3
no
or
H3,
the G3.
He's not committing to either of those moves.
Yeah, Prague's last decision is a bit questionable, though.
I see.
I liked Knight D6, but I don't much like F6, F5 because it restricts your bishop on D7 without really achieving anything material.
Well, I'm sure Prague's intention is to put the pawn on F4 and then to put the bishop back on F5.
Yeah, but there's, I think, there's a specific
issue?
reason. It's a bit unfair because white has just played Knight E2, C3.
Yep.
And the reason F5 is not great is Knight C3, E2.
What?
What? Kind of re-establishing control over the F4 square and preparing probably to occupy it after, let's say, Knight E3 and Knight F4.
So he just played the move Knight on E2 to C3 to protect the E4 square. The moment black plays F5, we go, now is the time to unprotect.
Yeah. Knight E4 check, we go King F1, and then we want, I guess, Knight E3, Knight F4, and we have actually a decent grip on things.
Wow. If your student did this, I mean, you
Look,
would
it's
say,
still fine,
I can help improve your understanding.
And this has not been played. Instead,
No?
understandably, Jorden has gone h2, h3.
After f5.
Mm-hmm. But I still feel like, and if we go back to, just go one back one ply, instead of f5, what the engine starts suggesting in this type of position is the rook has done its job on g4, play rook g8 back, open up f5, g4 squares for the bishop, and kind of pass the move over to white and ask white to choose what goes where. And if maybe white puts pieces on such squares that f5, f4 becomes unstoppable, then of course we are very much in favor of getting it from f6 to f4. What we don't like is it being stopped on f5 specifically, because it then restricts our own pieces.
Yeah, like you said, the rook has done its job on g8, and maybe it's a little bit of a tactical target to potential knight e3 hits or even h3 hits. And so go back. Let's see what has actually taken place. After the move f5 by Prague, Jorden played h3.
Prague played queen rook g8 quite quickly, and here once again knight e2 might still be the best option, although it's really very small margins. King g1 is not that bad, rook d3 is not that bad. I think it's...
He played knight e2.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is to pop a knight as quickly as possible on the f4. You know, with the pawn, again, on f5, even the idea of what you were suggesting, putting the knight on f3 quite some time ago, the knight on f3, ready to go to e5, well, that suddenly starts to be very attractive for white.
Yeah. And then you can look at the c6 pawn again and say, oh, you're the target.
I'm getting nervous about the passivity of the bishop on.
What I noticed today, 0 time troubles.
So
Nobody.
far, yeah.
Nobody's in time trouble.
We live for the clock. As commentators.
Bogdan is down to 13 minutes, but he's played a lot more moves than usual.
Exactly.
to get there.
He's halfway to 40 moves.
So
we might have one.
Yesterday he was on 12 minutes after 12 moves, so yeah, this is an improvement.
Yeah,
Big
an improvement.
today.
Yeah. As chess commentators, we're ready to seize on the clock. We understand the
because
clock.
That's when mistakes happen. We like to see that.
Yeah, we're so aware. By the way, Wesley had enough. He said, look, my rooks are in the center. Let me blast open the center. And he's played e3, e4, again, compromising his pawn structure, hoping that his pieces will be the ones taking advantage of the open squares. Captures on e4, bishop captures e4, and I can see the chess thermometer there says nothing.
Nothing for white.
What white does not achieve whatever goal he hoped to set for himself.
Does black have to play accurately here to keep equality?
Somewhat accurately, yeah. It's not completely straightforward. Knight takes c5 is maybe the cleanest, but I don't know how comfortable you are leaving white with that bishop. Knight takes c5, bishop takes f5, knight ce6, bishop e4. And in this position, you can, I think it's very easy to imagine white getting some kind of favorable d4, d5 and having a bit of a pull. But the engine goes queen e7, c7, and says this is not really very much. And if you play d5, of course, a lot of material comes off the board. And if you don't play d5 for a while, black has ideas of rook h e8, perhaps knight f4, knight d5, and the other one comes to e6. So it really isn't much at all. If you take on e4, though, now after knight takes e4, perhaps you need to be quite careful, because these types of positions, let's say if you make some kind of a waiting move here, which I understand a6 is strange, but just to illustrate the point, d5, cd5, knight c3, knight e6, knight takes d5. And once again, this is not much, but it's always quite pleasant for white. You have more active pieces, you have better occupancy on the open files in the center, more active knights. Objectively, probably still draw long term, but you absolutely are going to enjoy this as Wesley. So a bit of an important turning point here, waiting to see what Bogdan chooses out of those two options.
I'm all about knight takes c5. I don't mind trading that knight. And like you say, you can get your bishop on e4, and you can certainly play for d4, d5. But somehow I'm not fearful that this is is going to produce.
Honestly, even rook d6, rook hd8 here, right? Yes.
Right. Just let's bring the rook to an effective square.
Yeah, how bad can this be? Famous last words.
As you start your campfire, right?
What could go wrong? But let's pause our analysis and check in with Cristian in Bucharest.
Well, the one problem about all those lines that you guys are showing and the fact that Bogdan in most of those lines is perfectly fine is the fact that there's so many lines, right? And this is exactly what we're seeing from Bogdan right now. He's spending way too much time. He's easing back into his usual self where he gets in time trouble situation. He plays a very good game, but then in the last few moments before the first time control, then he just collapses or makes a mistake that puts him on the back foot, if not completely losing. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. At some point, he was up 55 minutes over 45 for Wesley. Right now, he's down to his last 9 minutes against 26 minutes for Wesley. And there's so many moves still to make, 20 moves still to make for Bogdan. So the problem is that he has so many ways in which he can play this position. He can exchange on c5, he can take on e4 and then expect d5. And how are you going to counter that move d5? There's too many things to consider in the position. There's no direct path, and that's going to be the problem going into the next 20 moves. And finally, we see a move, knight takes c5, bishop takes f5. Good start for Bogdan. Definitely leave that bishop on f5 and get that extra knight, because the knight jumping around your king, as Peter has showcased so many times, especially that knight coming to d5, that would have been a problem in the position. So Bogdan right now struggling, obviously, with his time management, but he is on the right track and he is, so far, making the right moves. I'll keep an eye out on it and I'll give you the updates moving forward. Back to you for a moment.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you, Cristian.
Yes, but he did took on time pressure, but
he did take on c5. There was this trade, bishop takes f5, knight e6, and Cristian is right. Same moves faster was
I was going to say
better.
for Bogdan, he has definitely improved on the clock today.
Well, the last, especially the previous round.
Yes.
Was really
yesterday was
something is
too much.
Too much.
We have to go to Vincent and MVL
because
breaking news. MVL just made a really bad move, and Vincent has a big advantage.
Peter, yeah, I was going to say exactly what you just said. You spotted it at the same time as I did. A4 is not great here, even though his position was already very questionable, I think. But he got tired of waiting and he pulled the trigger on this. Even b takes a4 here is very strong, but b4, knight b3, and queen g3. I'm assuming he wants c5, e4, because otherwise I really don't understand what he's doing. But then after f takes e4, rook takes e4, loses to a bunch of things. The simplest, I suppose, is just to play queen d1, and the bishop rejoins the game with a decisive effect. And if you take with the pawn, your position is just a bust in practical terms, because this knight on b3 is very misplaced. The queen on h7 cuts a very sorry figure. The pawn on e4 is weak. The pawn on b6 is weak. It's just very, very bad.
Peter, did we have this exact position earlier, or is it slightly different?
It was very similar, but not this exact one. No, I think we were not playing rook d1, e1. We were always analyzing the immediate a3. So it's a version of what we've seen earlier. But yeah, it's just very, very bad. And I mean, to make matters worse, even this, ba, let's say, bishop d8, rook b1, with the intention of playing rook b1, and then rook b5, and then eventually, I guess, a4, a5. Even this is very unenjoyable, but before appears to be basically winning.
Wow.
ba4. Yeah, Ulf Anderson had this marvelous way of describing this position. He would say, it's miserable.
Miserable.
Miserable. like, what are we living for? It's miserable. He didn't like it. B takes a4.
No,
at first, when you suggested it, Victor, I said, Peter, I was like, what? You're ruining your structure. But you look at it, and you go, well, it's an extra pawn, but rook b1.
You're opening up b file and
you're not attacking on the king side at all. Your attack on the king side is is stillborn. It's going nowhere. And he did play b4. And we do have knight b4 on the board. So we're going for the version of queen d3, I suspect.
Queen e2 is pretty strong as well.
Queen e2 even.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not great for black.
Queen e2.
Queen d3 is more direct and stronger, but queen e2 is also pretty good.
I'm looking at this, and Peter, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's an issue here. What are we doing? If you have to play rook b8, which nobody wants to play.
goes bishop d8, but it's also extremely miserable.
You can never say that word normally anymore. I also want to draw your attention that they're on
Yes.
28. There's 12 moves to go. This is a critical position. Maxime in trouble, and he has 15 minutes. So, Peter, earlier you were saying you were hoping we were going to see some dramatic time trouble, and I think we're going to see that for Maxime, maybe not for both of them.
Yeah, I think so far this is a very nicely played game by and he does go queen e2
immediately without even trying to provoke e. But you know that provocation at the e5, e4, boy, that really looked like it was working in White's favor as well. I mean, the bishops were just opening up after the move e5, e4. But queen e2 on the board, asking Maxime, what are you going to do about your b pawn?
One thing we need to show is why knight d4 is bad. Knight d4 is bad because we do take on d4 and then we take on e8 twice. And in that position, after king f7, I guess rook fe1 is the simplest, or rook b8. The engine just does it very directly. The engine goes rook b8 and starts collecting everything on the queen side. It says there is no attack. You have queen h6, trying to activate the queen.
Makes sense.
Now one final precise move, f3, f4.
Oh.
Locking everybody out.
We don't take on f5. We resist the temptation.
Yeah.
And
with the queen completely out of the game, we just collect b6 and start queening all of our multiple passers on the queen side.
Boy, there are a lot of targets to collect as well. Yeah. b6, d6, f5. Yeah, this looks like a complete disaster for Maxime.
Yeah, I wonder if queen e2 will feature in Ben's segment on blunders, because I can see it getting a question mark on our screen, because queen d3 is winning faster. The engine is just so heartless in these matters.
For an inaccuracy, it looks really strong. You know, I mean, my inaccuracy.
It's a good move.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's a
move.
very good move. Oh my goodness. You know, it was interesting listening to Ben about the prizes that Maxime has won. The biggest earner on the Grand Chess Tour has been Maxime, because you were describing his results on the tour.
Extremely consistent.
Consistent.
Always in
I would
top
say
three.
I would say he's the biggest prize winner, and now that there's a bonus for winning, I think Maxime will look to even enhance his already record, and Fabi also at 1.4
Yeah, they're
million.
pretty close now.
Yeah, queen e2 on the board. Maxime's knight on b3 looks good, does little. Peter, sometimes as a Sicilian player, you know when it's desperation time. It's desperation time.
But what is exactly sort of what would be your desperate, like knight f4 maybe is what you look at here.
Right.
Knight f4 with the intention, like knight you can't take with the knight, you have to take with the bishop, and that at least gives black a chance to play knight d4.
Exactly.
But after queen d3, e takes f4, bishop takes a4. Your position is just bad.
Queen d3. Say it again, please.
E takes f4, bishop takes a4.
Bishop takes a4.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We're down a pawn. We're losing the fight for the e-file. f4 is hanging. This is just not great.
Yeah,
you might end up precisely for the reasons you outlined. You know your position is bad, and you're looking for ways to change it. You might still do it.
Right.
But it's not good.
Exactly.
Maybe practically that's the best choice. He has to do it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Because his other options are bishop d8 and rook b8, and this is not why you played all your previous moves for.
Exactly.
It really isn't.
Yeah, bishop d8, rook b8, these... And they're not easy moves to play when you're down on time as well. This is looking very good for Vincent. How is our Jorden Van Foreest
really
in Prague?
Changing on the other boards.
Not
no
much
updates.
is gone.
Because no one's in time trouble, they're making moves very slowly.
But Jordan's last move, I mean, is very purposeful. I mean, he has a dream, and his dream is to control these dark squares. So if you allow Jorden to play knight d3 and occupy e5 and f4,
or perhaps even knight f3 and remind you that you
or
created
knight
that
f3
weakness on h4. Knight g3 appears to be equalizing here, as are a number of other moves. Objectively, the equilibrium has not been broken at all, but it's actually, I think, deceptively sharp. I think you can absolutely misplay it, frankly, with either color, but I think more with black now. No, this I think I like for black. Bishop c8, maybe.
Oh, I keep thinking in my mind's eye that you're going to play f4. I was going to go knight d3, and I was aspiring to get a good knight versus bad bishop. But your bishop a, I think this is like the third time.
We've counted it out, right? It's just not participating. It's very easy to forget it's still on the board.
Yeah,
exactly. It's been on d7
exactly.
for like 20 moves.
Exactly. So knight g3, I guess he's going
Knight
to...
c1 is what the machine suggests. I guess because after knight e2 check, we're not obliged to take. I think if you go to c3 or 4, as you were saying, knight e2 check would force the knight trade on black's conditions.
Right.
And here, if you give this check here, I will play king f2, I suspect, right?
Happily, yes. And in the meanwhile, knight f3 is still on the agenda, hitting h4, but also hitting the e5 square.
At the moment, looking at this exact position, having
Yeah.
every piece on the first rank, how is white not worse at all?
I know.
Not
Isn't
even
that-
a little bit.
They'll come out.
Because they jump out. And most especially the knight is jumping to f3, attacking the pawn on h4. Yeah, but you're right. White is playing completely on the first rank. Black has the open file for his rook. Knight nicely is ensconced on g3. Good classical principles.
Yeah, yes.
You could resign with great honor.
if black had a dark squared bishop instead of white,
Oof.
be a different story, right? Bishop on
Altogether.
f4, e3.
Let me refresh the board because I just saw a move was played, and it was knight to g5.
Also fine, yeah. Also fine.
Why is that also fine? I mean, king f1. Just what's the why did we put our knight on g5? Just to stop knight f3.
Guess the move. Yes.
Bishop a6. you only have one suggestion, and that's the whole game, Peter. It's a very good suggestion, I want to say.
Guess the move.
He's a one-trick pony.
Very much
Peter
so, yeah.
Svidler, man. Knight
Very
g5.
You keep setting him up. Also.
If I have to play knight c1, that would be hilarious.
No, I think,
And
and
then
it's
back.
not even entirely illogical. I think king f2, knight e4 check is not honestly out of the question here, because if you go knight f4, after rook e4, your pieces get shaken off those squares a little bit.
Right.
You do have knight 1 to d3.
Okay.
But then after king f6, the d4 pawn is hanging yet again. You
Yeah.
have another perpetual here. You can go knight h5 check, king g6, and knight f4 check back. So, but we enter into territory where there are actually logical threefolds.
Gotcha.
This being one of them, and just an immediate king f2, knight e4 check in the current position being the other.
Right, being the other. Peter, this, if you don't mind me asking this, rook and knight versus rook and knight, who's better coordinated in this one? Because there is a...
King e7, I guess, yeah.
King e7. Oh dear.
With the king on g1, you know, I'm tempted to pick black, weirdly, because the king is just so far away.
But whoa, so many weak... Oh,
King d6?
d4 is weak.
Yeah,
I
d4.
was going to play rook f1.
Yeah, but that drops the
The
I mean, you
d4
trade
pawn.
d4 for f5, but I think I'm
No.
taking that trade very happily with black.
Yeah,
right?
that's my problem. Oh.
I'm sure it's still a draw, but I think if I had to pick, I'm probably picking black here.
Yeah. Okay, rook c1.
Rook d4, knight c6, rook d2.
Exactly.
I think we've lost positions like this, all of us in our careers, right?
Oh, for sure. Especially because the passive king.
Yeah, 4 f3 and something bad happens on the king side somehow. Yeah, like
yeah,
How
before.
is this not actually lost? I've lost every time I get something like this. I lose.
Consistency is the hallmark of brilliance.
Yep.
Keep telling yourself what's going on here. Let me refresh the board because it's very...
Yeah, they are repeating. We should probably stick here because I think this one is being... and getting
Jorden and
wrapped
Prag?
up,
Yeah, it does look like we have a repetition at the moment. And we'll see if... well, wait a minute. Jorden is looking at the chess clock as well and saying 23 minutes to 10 minutes.
Yes, but what move are they on? Yeah, they're 7 moves away from
Uh-huh.
the time control.
So king f2 invites a repetition. King f1 invites bishop c8. And knight c1, we don't get to play knight f3. We do have king f2. It looks like 2 of our co-leaders are about to make a draw. Unless I've
And then
misread
Vincent's
them.
sitting pretty.
And Vincent is sitting very pretty indeed. As again, Jorden and Vincent are joining the Grand Chess Tour for the first time as full tour participants. You might call it their rookie year, but the rookies are doing good.
Doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, many games might actually end.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Sindarov Giri also.
Yeah, because
come to an
Giri
end.
actually made a decision. I was wondering if he was going to do that. He had a bunch of options there, which made a draw.
Well,
sorry
here
to
someone
interrupt you,
already
Peter.
Okay,
claimed
yeah,
the
let's
draw.
wait for this handshake and then we'll talk about the Giri game.
Yeah, Jorden is about to say, I am claiming a draw with the move King G1, and I believe it's our 3rd time. Do you know who our chief arbiter is, by the way?
I do not. I know it's not Chris Bird. I would have recognized him. Oh, it's our colleague Cristian's dad.
Wait a minute, nepotism. What's going on here? I mean, I'm writing my congressman. I'm calling for an investigation. I didn't recognize the family similarity, did you?
No, but I did know that Cristian's dad was an arbiter. I just didn't know he was working here at this event.
It was, genuinely,
That's very nice.
that was a surprise for me. I mean, I really, I genuinely like to recognize the arbiters. I think that they are underrated. They do a good job, a thankless job, and I just didn't know who it was.
And let's go over to Javokhir and Anish.
All right,
This
let's
game
jump
is
to
also
that one.
about to be over.
Again, Anish.
Look at their body postures right now. They're so done with this game.
Like, they've done it. What have we got?
It's just gonna be rook and knight.
Yeah, and on move on move 46, Anish chose to simplify into this, even though he could have continued playing without giving up the bishop, but he correctly assessed this as being a very clear draw. Gave up the bishop on h4, and he will collect every single white pawn in short order. King g5, after rook h4, rook h1, and you can actually take either one if you want.
I would take...
Even b6, b5 here is a draw, which feels like you're taunting white a little bit.
Yeah.
Instead of taking, I mean,
yeah,
leaving the pawn on the 5 alive and going b6, b5, even that is a draw.
Oh my goodness, that.
Yeah, I mean that is something
I don't want to
happen.
tempt fate.
Yeah, that will not happen. Yeah, rook
No,
takes a4 chosen by Anish, and the point is if you play knight g3, black has king g4,
which has been played, by the way. Rook takes a4, knight g3. And Peter, sorry to interrupt you. You were about to say king.
Yeah, king g4, and
King
we
G4.
have so much pressure against the white setup. The knight on g3 does not have an anchor, and all the checks are coming. You have to just give up the pawn on the 5 straight away.
Well, that's nice. The worst black would face in that case would be a rook and knight.
And I'm not really expecting Javokhir to play it out for too long, although who knows.
They have made their time control, unlike a number of the other players. Let's jump back to the game of Vincent.
Vincent is completely winning now.
Is it? Is it?
He has 3 options which are buff +4.
Wow.
3? Well, that's
not just.
That's a bouquet of
better.
flowers.
This is game over. Wow.
Yeah. So Vincent waited for, if we can switch to my board for a second, after queen e2. He waited
Bishop
for queen d8 and played queen d3 after all. And the way to continue fighting here was just to allow Vincent to take on b3 twice and play a very cheerless position, a pawn down. Instead, MVL went e4, fe4, rook takes e4. And now c5 is winning on the spot, queen e2 is winning on the spot, queen d1 is winning on the spot. Basically, any move you can make here that creates a threat pretty much ends the game straight away. Very pleasant choices for Vincent. I think attacking the rook on e4 with like just dropping the queen back to some square feels very, very logical.
Queen on d1.
Yeah, like queen d1, I guess he maybe wants to go rook 8 takes e4, but then after bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, bishop g5, the position will just collapse. Not only are you an exchange down, also you have a queen on h7 and like this collection of absolutely misfit pieces which are all over the shop. And yeah, this is. Yeah, this is not something you can hold.
I'm thinking of the image of misfiring on all cylinders.
Yeah.
I mean, what is working? You know?
No, this is.
But let's go over to Bucharest. Cristian is with Prague.
Prague, welcome back to the show. It felt like an easy game out of the opening, but then some things happened, especially after this queen to e7, d4. It felt like you were not very comfortable with the position.
Yeah, no, the problem is there are like so many interesting options that it was just very hard to choose, especially early on in the game when you're not really like, you know, like warmed up.
Mm-hmm.
Like you haven't like, I mean, this is like the first thing and there are like so many options and so many interesting ways to play. I wasn't sure. I'm certain I didn't choose the right one. Yeah, he was just pointing out that bishop a6 is the best move. I still don't understand what happens if you just take. But this knight
just play for compensation like that.
Yeah, like all these lines, they look. I mean, they were like so many.
But you never know if you have enough compensation.
Yeah, it was
right?
not clear, and I mean, you're playing someone who's just blitzing out his moves. It's sometimes annoying. So I decided to play something solid.
For a good reason, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I should just take a knight d4. I was a little worried here. c5, knight f3. I wasn't sure how to continue.
This one is just about to end right now. The game between Sindarov and
Is there a knight on
Anish.
e2?
There is indeed a knight on e2, but there's no more pawns. So there's a knight on e2, a pawn on f5. I guess he's just about to play f4.
Okay.
Looking perhaps for some check, rook takes f4, rook takes e2. Let's see if they're going
Maybe he's going to try.
that. You think he's going to try?
I mean, why not?
Yes. But I don't even think you take the pawn that easily.
Yeah, to me, rook here is just it doesn't make any sense.
King g4. Let's go back and perhaps we can keep an eye on this one. I don't think we're going to see the end of it as quickly. Now, let's return to your game, Prague. You were worried about this knight takes d4.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought knight f3 is the best here. I mean, knight e2 is also apparently good.
Yes.
But yeah, this one felt a little unpleasant, but I thought I should still hold this. Yeah, ED4 was, I was quite happy to see that.
And in fact, I do think that after that you played a very good game, and in fact it felt like you're getting the initiative in this position.
Yeah, I was also, I mean, I also had the feeling, but somehow I don't know, I think it should just be fine, yeah. This f5 was certainly not a great move. I should just keep it like that, like f5, rook g8, all these moves are logical, and I mean, the position is just stable, yeah. But I think this f5 kind of creates additional weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I get my knight to e4, I create a lot more weaknesses.
Maybe he can get his knight to e5.
Yeah, that's what sort of happened later. I wasn't sure like who's playing for what. Knight g3, I was not sure about knight c1. The point is, if knight e2, king f2, now the knight is protected. I mean, all these positions should be fine, but I mean, it can also like go wrong for black if he gets knight f3. I mean, same for white. So yeah, I think this is sort of like a logical way to end.
How are you feeling about the first 4 games +1? You were in the co-lead position before this one. Probably you will maintain that, even though it's not very clear about the other results. How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, I think in like first game didn't go well, but I managed to save it. So rest of the games were sort of okay. Like my play was good. Maybe today, like first few moves you can sort of say, but okay. I think I mean I didn't make any huge mistakes, so I think so far it's been good except the first game. So hopefully I can continue playing good chess.
Still many games to go. Pragg, thank you for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and well done, Pragg. He's doing very well in the event so far.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the standings with that one result we have today. Currently, Jorden van Foreest and Pragg are sharing first, while other co-leaders Anish, Giri, MBL, and Vincent are still playing, and we'll see if they will catch up, and we're thinking Vincent will even surpass them.
We were expecting Anish to make a draw.
I think we should jump there. We'll see if Javokhir wants to keep playing this
Looks
or
like he
make a
does,
quick
yeah.
draw.
It
Depends.
seems
he might play
does
rook
with the rook
c3.
c8.
I don't know. The pawn's
Oh,
gone, and okay, he's not going rook c3.
No.
You'll actually play this for 50
Looks like
moves?
it, yeah. I mean, why
But
not?
there's no time trouble, nothing. All right, we'll see.
Yeah, that looks like they will be playing for some time. I didn't expect the move f3. I thought he was going to play king g4. That is to say...
Keep the pawn for a while?
Yeah, it's not that easy to collect the pawn. It's not an automatic. But in any case, that game will likely be a draw. Vincent
found a move we did not mention, which is also +4. A very quiet move, bishop e3, g1, which also is completely crushing.
Is that right? I mean,
Black pieces are just
you were telling me queen e2, queen d1, big threats.
I didn't immediately realize what the point of c5 was, but c5 has played with the idea of if you take on c5 here, let's show this to the viewers.
Yeah.
You take b takes c5, and white just goes queen a6. And now really everything collapses.
Okay, a4 is hanging, c8 is hanging, e4 is hanging.
Yeah.
If I take on c8, the bishop will be hanging.
Yeah, c5 was very, very brutal, but bishop g1 is, I think, a perfect illustration of just how busted the black position is. You can't really move anything. If you go rook 8 takes c4, white goes... rook e takes c4, you probably just get mated. Like rook e8, rook g8 probably wins, right?
Oh.
Very many things will win.
Oh dear.
You can't open the
I
e
can't
file
do
like
that.
No,
I
you
can't.
take with the other rook.
Yes.
But then takes queen b5.
Take on e4, take on e4. Now, not necessarily your favorite queen a6, but your queen b5.
Queen d7 here, yeah.
By the way, that knight on b3 that kind of looks out of play. Bishop
Kind of.
takes e4,
The knight's
queen
been
e8 is
out of
mate.
play for so long. The black
Bishop
pieces
takes
are just... It's as if you randomly dropped pieces on the board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it really does
and-
feel like it.
Yeah.
You know, like you took them out of the box and then you
Yeah.
just released them from
Exactly.
your palm at some point, and they.
No harmony whatsoever.
By the way, the bishop on g1 and the knight on h3, I'm a bug house player, so a safe king is appreciated.
Those
That's
are
a
very good
safe,
bug house pieces for sure.
Yeah, that's a very safe king. Just don't give my opponent a knight. Looking very good for Vincent, and once again, just to boldly state the obvious, these two players are tied for first coming into the round. A victory by either player propels them into a clear first. And what a start it would be for Vincent, should he manage to beat the most, do I say it right? The most rewarded player in Grand Chess Tour history, $1.5 million in prize money.
The moneyiest.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But bishop e3, g1, visually, Peter, that makes a great impression. I
Yeah,
mean,
and Maxime has taken on c4, so.
with the rook, because otherwise rook e8 check, and rook takes d8, and we were looking at rook takes e4, I think, was the move he wanted to play. And he has, the rooks have been traded, and we're expecting the move queen b5.
Or queen c3, or queen a6, frankly, like any queen move here pretty much
Queen
ends
b.
the game.
The queen b5 has
Yeah, he chose
this
queen b5,
very direct idea. Bishop takes e4, followed by queen e8 mate.
Yeah, black has a tempo to play knight d4 here, but after queen d7, everything absolutely collapses.
Knight d4, queen d7. That's not a lot of fun, I must say.
No.
Well,
and,
white queen
and
is
a family
having fun.
fork on g5 in the end there, yeah.
By the way, there's even bishop takes d4.
Oh yeah, I honestly did not see that, but queen d7 I think is good enough, right?
Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute, the bishop on g1 has played defensive duty for...
I was not trying to show off. I legitimately did not see that move existed.
Queen b5. This looks like a handshake.
It really does, yeah.
This is
Down to 3 minutes.
terrible.
Is MBL.
I mean, it's a terrible position. The material that it's about to be lost is huge. Rook e5, queen d7. Bishop f5 is on tap. Queen d8 is on tap. Everything. Everything. Good grief.
It's a position that you don't even want the game to end too quickly. You're enjoying it so much with white.
By the way, queen g6 was Maxime's move. He's defending the e8 square. He's inviting bishop takes e4, which I doubt Wesley will
Would you go
be
queen
loved.
d7 or take the material first on e4?
Boy, you're asking me.
Hey, I'm giving you two amazing options.
Exactly. Queen d7, queen e8, queen f5 looks
Also
so
pretty good,
good. Yeah, I think I might start with queen d7 because
I'm
that
with you,
just looks so very, very tempting.
Also, psychologically torturing your opponent a little bit more. Also, just an update that we'll stay with this game for now, but Wesley is slightly better maybe in his game and his opponent in heavy time trouble.
Yeah. Nice. Again, Wesley under pressure to keep pace with his colleagues and defeat Daniel, who has, in previous Bucharest events, by the way, Daniel has performed very admirably.
Absolutely. I think I remember one where he made 7 or 8 draws.
And maybe even won a game against MVL or something. Vincent said, enough of this. I'll just take the material. Thank you for asking. Bishop takes e4. He's just played. Now, b6 is hanging, but how do you not play queen d7? I mean,
He's going to play it now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think queen d7 now is good, yeah.
By the way, 15 minutes for Vincent.
Or 5 more moves. They're on move 35.
Only three minutes for Maxime. Queen d7, bishop f6.
Yeah, we really liked his position out of the opening. Engine was disagreeing with us, and then, as always, Engine proved itself right. I mean, of course, we didn't like MVL's plan with rook c8, knight c5. That's, I think, where it started to go wrong for him, instead of going for g5 and the whole play on the king side.
Yeah. And let me just get
Last year, Bogdan-Daniel finished on -1. He beat Levon and lost 2 games. In 2024, he finished on -2, 7 draws, 2 losses to Fabian Gukesh. In 23, he was actually, hang on a second,
We do have moves coming in.
Yeah.
So Vincent never played queen d7, but went bishop e3.
Well, he kind of dominated the knight on b3. He just said, I don't want to see knight d2 or knight f3 landing. So bishop e3, bishop f6 was played, and that was a pawn on a4 and knight d4. And I think did we catch up?
Yes, this is the current position, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Peter, so you're saying that in the last few years, he's had
some better years and some not as good. I saw some -3s there as well, but generally he is like...
He's tickling these guys.
Is rook f6 winning on the spot here?
Which one, sorry?
In the position we have on the screen, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's done it, rook
there
f6.
It lands, and
we
I
might
think
see a
here
handshake.
MVL
There he
resigns,
goes. Wow, incredible result by Vincent Keymer, defeating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and going into next round probably as a sole leader.
It feels
Certainly,
that way,
because
yeah.
the only one to catch him is Giri, and Giri is defending rook and knight against rook.
Yeah,
so
I realized
probably.
the other game wasn't over yet before I finished my sentence, so I kind of paused, but it's still accurate.
Yeah, very accurate.
By the way, I mean, Not for nothing. That's a game that goes into your best chess games book.
Absolutely.
That was a very, very impressive game by Vincent. Well done. Rook takes f6, a fine finish. We didn't get a chance to explain the finish, but the rook takes f6, you eliminate the bishop that's defending the knight, and if you recapture the rook with the queen to defend the knight, oops.
Yes, sir, we don't have the board for the
I'm
audience. We're
sorry.
just watching them leave the stage. There we go. Now we can show it.
Queen takes f6, queen e8, check, picks up the knight on h5. MVL saw enough and resigned. So we have a clear tournament leader.
And we're calling it a little bit early. What if Sindarov wins his game? But he's playing rook and knight versus rook, so we expect that to be a
Sindarov is
draw.
on -1 though.
Yeah, but
Giri needs to win.
If Giri wins his game. Sindarov will need to blunder his rook and his knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. If that happens, okay. I'll say I was wrong. Should we check how Wesley's doing?
Let's do it. Let's jump to the game of Wesley.
Yeah, they're still playing this end game for.
And I see 36 seconds.
Wesley needs to find a very interesting resource here, and then I'm not sure how easy it is anymore. Rook c8, knight e6, rook e6. The best move in this position is b2, b4.
What?
Trying to shift the rook away from 6 as early as possible and pick up both b pawns, not just one, but two.
That makes actual sense. You want to play the move rook takes b7, check.
But that gives black time.
But but if you could play b4, b6, b4, b5, force the rook to leave, then you take 1 and 2. b7 and b6 both. Okay, that makes sense. b2, b4, Peter?
Black might have to find b6, b5 here.
And Bogdan has 36 seconds for next 7 moves.
Yeah, b6, b5 is best. Might still be holding objectively, but this is not easy anymore.
Not at
Knight
all.
takes b5, and white is definitely in a very nice situation.
But is it knight after a, b? Oops,
While
let's
they're
pause
still
for a
playing,
moment.
let's go over to Cristian with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. Vincent, you are our current leader. How are you feeling right now after this very important victory against a player that was in quite good shape, MVL?
Yeah, of course I'm very happy. Also, it's like my very first night of game ever to play against MVL, who is of course a big specialist in night of was. I have to admit it was a very tough decision because, you know, I knew that it is an option, but still it took some convincing to, you know, get myself to do it. But of course now I'm happy that I did, and also it worked out perfectly. Like, I didn't repeat that exact line before today too much, so I spent some time thinking, but the whole concept of how I played and what worked so well is something I did prepare, so that worked out very nicely.
It definitely felt like it stemmed from your opening preparation. Now we know you're here with Peter Lego. How many hours did he sleep last night to get ready for this one?
I don't know, but I mean, this one we didn't check here, so that's a different kind of work, but I'm sure he also had a quite rough night.
Of course. Now, tell us a little bit, give us some insights into this opening preparation.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is, I think, all kind of known till here, and he also played quickly, so yeah, a4 is the main move, but I had this move rook d1 prepared. And yeah, this is the kind of idea that I had here. I was not sure about the move further because I think I knew that I remember like knight h5, then rook e1. But here, yeah, it might be that this was actually a stupid move further because, again, now after bishop d8, I am in this pin. Let's say queen moves and bishop f5 is always going to be a threat. So I might have mixed up the move order here.
But you knew sort of the plans, right?
Yes, I knew the plans. Basically, I knew that I would have to make rook e1, knight c1, b3 work generally, but it might be that because use the tempo to castle, I can actually go knight a1 here. So, of course, it's not like the same plan works everywhere. So after rook e1, I was, you know, I kind of had the feeling that this might be a wrong move, but of course I was very happy to see knight h5 because then I was sure that I'm kind of back on track.
Getting back in.
So, yeah, again, here also bishop d3 first or not, it's a question, but yeah, I decided to go that way. Yeah, and of course, basically, what you're worried about is, you know, some things like this.
The king side
starting.
Exploding, yeah.
So like g3, f4, and these kind of things. And yeah, I mean, maybe that's something you should have gone for. I did feel like things should work out decently for me, but still. And this is kind of the most tricky moment, right? Because once I get bishop d3, knight d2, I am quite stable. So basically, that's what I need to get. But getting there is a bit tricky. Because also whenever I go bishop d3, like here there's this idea of going e4 and f4. So that's also
Get the knight on
always
e5,
there.
f3 perhaps.
And for that, of course, the b6 move was not ideal. So I thought maybe he would try to go rook e8 and e4. And that might have been quite interesting. So after rook a8, I was actually not sure whether I should go. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I should go with the knight. But now my issue is I cannot really get knight to h3 as in the game as easily because my bishop is still trapped after f4. So this then is weird. I mean, you even see like engine suggesting something. Yeah, it's a very tricky position. But I feel like here he should have spent a little more time realizing how dangerous it gets once I get my setup. And I think that's something he kind of underestimated. And then, yeah, he went here. I just tried to consolidate, bringing that knight over. And yeah, it's basically once knight on h3, I think there's
now you feel quite safe,
zero active play for black. And of course, also he loves dynamics, and that's why he's playing the knight off. So that kind of kills his whole idea. And then, yeah, also
you could sense it with his time management as well. He was really struggling to find ideas of how to create something.
a4 was too much.
Too much. Wait.
I mean, queen e2 was not such a great. I realized I can just go queen d3 immediately. I somehow talked myself into that queen e2 is being more solid, and it is being more solid, but it's not necessary. Nevertheless, I think it's fine.
To be honest, I think queen e2 is fine as well.
Yeah. Here, I mean, of course, e4 is. I mean, okay. Once you open up that guy on c2, the position is just collapsing in so many ways. But I mean, I was considering whether queen c4 might get me some brilliancy prize, but I realized it's not the time for that. So I just tried to. Actually, I just want to check it. Does it win or not? I think.
You're still better, but
no reason to do it. I mean, just what I did in the game, I think, was quite clean, and then nice finish too.
Obviously, the tournament is working quite well up to this point for you. Did you do any sort of like special camp before the event, special preparation for the Grand Chess Tour for your debut?
My big preparation was taking a break. Finally,
taking a break. Yes.
That is, I think, really underestimated part of preparation because I myself and also many other players are playing so much that to come to a tournament fresh and with a lot of energy is very, very important. And I think you can see it in that for many people, once they play too much, they kind of lose the spark and they don't play as strong as before. So I think that is important. And of course, also you need a little, things going your way. Of course, the game against Deac, if he doesn't make that mistake on move 40, who knows what's going to happen.
Well, I think that's great insight. Thank you very much, Vincent, for joining us. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and huge congratulations to Vincent.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been watching the game of Wesley So, and I don't know if Wesley blew it because I thought he was just winning an exchange. How is it going?
He's
Peter,
doing really well, and h4 I think is a very good practical move because knight c8 check was probably winning.
Right.
But after h4, there's only one move which doesn't lose on the spot. And against somebody on 20 seconds is, I think it's very difficult. Like, if you don't play rook g7 here, you are basically completely gone. And he hasn't, he's played rook c5, and now after rook d7, white just collects everything.
So we should no longer try to win the exchange?
No, rook d7 is more. Like, we are winning h7, b7, and b6, basically with checks. And this cannot be stopped, so...
That sounded like a lot.
Yeah.
You're collecting
So I think
everybody.
in practical terms, h4 was a very smart choice because rook g7 is just such a difficult move to make. And it also probably doesn't save the game either. So Wesley, once he was given a chance, I think, played a very, very nice game. Yeah,
and
rook g7.
Bogdan has 45 seconds and he's walking around. He's not at his sit, which, again, not unusual for him.
Yeah,
rook d7 quickly played by Wesley.
Sadly for Bogdan's fans, this is actually really bad.
Yeah, this is going very much sideways.
Yeah, he's losing everything.
3 moves, still time control, but I think right now Bogdan's bigger problem is the position than the clock.
Precisely.
He's played knight to
d5. Yeah, we can even include rook takes h7 here. Black is so completely helpless that...
So the idea is that we can't munch.
Right, but after rook h7, can I go knight c3 and try to take a4?
Yeah, and what will you be doing on a4, though?
I mean, I'm going to come back to c3 and take on b5 if you let me.
King b2, king b3 probably, right? And the knight gets trapped.
Knight c3 back?
Maybe knight takes b7.
And I'm not getting out?
Maybe maybe knight
Maybe
takes
not.
b7.
Yeah, I'm just winning this knight on c3.
Yep. Maybe you're winning more than that.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't. Just when I win something big.
And if Wesley converts this endgame, he will go on +1 score. Right now he's at 50%, and Deac will fall behind at -3.
Yeah, for those joining us late, there was a postponement in the game between Alireza and Fabi for medical reasons, and that game is going to be replayed. Knight d5, current position.
Yeah, and one maybe important calculation to show our viewers is in the current position after knight d5. If we take on h7 and black goes rook c7.
Oh, forgot about that. Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
we take on c7, go knight c8, knight e7 takes g6.
Ah.
And that is a very, very easily winning knight ending once the h1
Why
starts
did we
running.
play h3, h4?
Yeah,
well,
preserving that pawn on h3.
We wanted a passer.
That's why you played h4.
Very
Correct.
important, yeah. Yeah, this is a very easily winning technical endgame.
So if the pawn was on h3 in that position, is it not winning?
Probably still winning, but
Still.
much harder, yeah.
Yeah. Wesley still has over 7 minutes.
We're looking at rook takes h7.
It's the best move.
Kind of the harvest there.
But it still requires precision for Wesley. It's starting with rook h7.
After rook h7, you can still ask some questions, but the way the machine holds it, like rook c5, c3 on my screen currently is best move. Nobody does that. I don't think it's possible to make that move.
I think I would be making the move king a8. Oh, no, that's still knight, rook h8 check and knight c8.
Yeah.
You're like, excuse me, that's not good. Yuck. Sorry. So your suggestion was
somehow
rook
rook
c3.
c3 is best. And after rook h8, knight e7. And if rook b7, king e8.
Rook h8?
Knight e7 somehow.
Okay. And if
And,
rook e8?
Rook d3, I suppose, is the idea, right?
Exactly. There's something even nicer here for white.
Nicer than
Rook e8.
rook h7, king b2.
Machine goes f2, f4. I have no idea what the reason is.
I was looking at king b2, rook a, but f2,
Yeah.
f4 was not
Not
on
on the
my
list, yeah.
on my horizon. No, I'm grabbing the material. I'm taking on h7.
To
Sure.
begin with, rook c3 is just completely unplayable.
Yeah.
Okay, Wesley has gone king b2, and this is now a much more difficult technical task because black has rook
c7.
Yeah, black has rook c7 now.
But
we're still better after rook d8, but maybe this is actually defensible with absolutely best play.
So rook d8, we've got the threat
Knight
of
e7.
Knight e7.
Yeah. Also, importantly, rook c7, knight e7 are very, very natural, and Deac will make it to move 40. Knight e7 is move 40, which is a huge improvement in fortunes, obviously.
But in a certain way, even though Wesley's a pawn down, I mean, black's pieces are so...
Oh, we're still pressing.
Terribly passive. Don't we have threats of knight c4 and a5?
You have all kinds of threats like this, yeah. But after king b3, the suggestion is we can actually start activating. The engine goes rook c1, rook d7, knight d5. It's actually quite eager to give up on b7 because once the b7 pawn is gone, we're no longer getting mated. We actually have more air for our king. It's quite remarkable how badly it wants to give up that pawn in pretty much every single variation.
That's hilarious. But it's true. The pawn on b7 does restrain the black king. Oh my gosh. Time control has been made, Nasi. And somehow Deac defended.
He found all the best moves, yes.
And stayed in the game. But Wesley will rue not having played rook takes h7 earlier. That looked like a very clean win indeed. Sindarov, is he still?
He's still doing the thing, yeah.
What move are they on? Let's
He's like
see.
maybe 25 moves into doing the thing.
Only half. So he's even taking time.
Yeah.
He's not rushing.
No.
He has 1 hour and 22 on the clock
They
now.
began on move 57. It is now move 76. So only 19 moves in, actually.
That is actually impressive.
Yeah.
So they have to get to move 107.
Yeah. I don't know if he actually is intending to get all the way there, because like Anish is clearly unflustered by this, and is
Well, but the point is, if you're standing at -1, this is maybe the best position you have in the tournament. You know? You've got to enjoy the moment.
Sort of, but
sort of, yes, a little bit frustrating, of course, for our challenger.
Has there been a top-level game where weaker side lost this one game?
Unfortunately, yes.
if you begin on the H file, let's say, or on the 8th, there were some famous games, like Judith, I think, lost to Gary once.
Gary.
But she began from a position where she had to make only moves, basically, straight away.
Yeah.
If you begin in the center, I think very few people have lost this. Yeah.
Although Erwin Lamy in Tata Steel lost it to Magnus.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was completely unnecessary. I think, and I'm not even sure that time trouble, Erwin just kind of fell asleep.
And actually, my screen was stuck there, move 94 now, so we are closer to 107, much closer than I stated previously. We are 13 moves away.
And let me just double check. Hold on, I just want to make sure that I'm keeping the game of Wesley So live on my screen.
There are move 94. Yeah, on your screen we still have Wesley's game.
I'm going to change it to Sindarov.
Yeah, and I think Javokhir is playing quickly enough that we are probably reaching 107 in reasonable time.
Somehow Anish's king is far away from the checkmating pieces.
Yeah, White is trying to gain space on the king side. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there.
So, in order to lose this, you get your king on the last rank, and
you have to
in the corner,
force
not just last rank, but corner.
The defending side to the border. Okay, whatever. A5, right? And then you set up a situation where the white king can't be checked away by the rook. The knight plays this defensive role, and there's a checkmate threat.
The rook needs to be really misplaced. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. There are some, nice positions where you think it's a draw, but actually, no. The defending king is so badly placed. It is a forced checkmate. But they're rare.
Yeah. I wonder if Anish is frustrated at all, or if he doesn't mind.
I think he's feeling great because, he got the gift yesterday. He got the gift yesterday, and he knows that, he's going to go into tomorrow's game at +1, and he's playing.
And by this point, I think you feel extremely safe, because even if you badly misplay the next 5 moves, you're probably not losing in time as well.
Exactly.
With 12 moves to go, I think it becomes almost impossible to lose.
Yeah. And this move, especially rook G8, with just a few moves to go when you put your opponent in a pin.
Okay, 4 check, knight f4, at least White is making some sort of quote-unquote progress. But
exactly.
Yeah, here not so much.
And rook back to A8,
yeah.
In order to maybe check from the side.
And they're on move 97. Okay, 10 moves left.
10 moves away, yeah.
You said
Anish suddenly pausing. I don't know what worried him.
It's so rare for me to see one player having an hour in 23 minutes. And I don't know what Vishy's record was. when he was playing these games that would last 80 moves, sometimes he was playing them with within 15 minutes. So his opponent literally had spent 3 hours and he had spent 15 minutes. And you'd look at the chess clock, his clock, and
That's demoralizing.
Yeah, you stop to calculate how far ahead on time he was, you know. It's somehow tragic that you can't take the time with you for the next game.
It doesn't roll over, right?
Exactly.
Hey, you know, if we ever want to make the tournaments more, like, put an extra spin on it, we can do that.
Right?
Roll over times.
Yeah. Well, in Holland, it was very popular to play 10 games in 10 minutes. So you have 10 minutes, but if you lose the first game on time, you actually lost all the games on time because you had no time. So you would resign quickly to preserve your time for the next game. Yeah, 10 minutes for the whole game.
The accuracy I'm looking at is 98.8 for white, 98.9 for black. This game is a very fair draw. Neither of them made any mistakes. And most of it was all prep, right? All the way until the move 22 or something?
The prep of both players was absolutely
Feels like they both knew up to
amazing.
move 22-ish or thereabouts, yeah.
And I think even beyond that, because Sindarov was thinking a lot about knight h5, so he was aware that there were other approaches that he could have taken as well.
Okay. In the meantime, in the game between Wesley and Deac,
Yes. Wesley
still
played
a
f4.
very intricate position, and I'm trying to figure out why one of the decisions is wrong and one is correct, and kind of failing, frankly. Let's switch to that for a second. They reached move 40, and on move 41, Wesley played a very tricky move f2, f4.
Okay.
Black is basically completely stalemated, and the only two moves you are choosing from, really, are h6 and h5. And it feels like my screen, at least, is trying to tell me that maybe h5 draws and h6 maybe loses. And it's, I think, very difficult to understand why that would be. But Deac did play h6, and now after king b3, rook c1, rook e8, I think, is the way the engine plays this. Only move is to play rook d1. And now I think the reason it doesn't like it is that there is knight f7, knight d5, and rook d8. And I think you would very much like to play knight e3 here. And you would play knight e3 here with the pawn on h5. But with the pawn on h6, this costs you the h6 pawn. And maybe it doesn't like this knight ending, although frankly it looks drawn to me. But I did see that the machine was disagreeing with h6 and saying that h5 was cleaner. I think in human terms, I think you play h6, right? You want to preserve maybe some option of playing g6, g5 somewhere to get some stuff off the board.
Only the reason I would play h6 and not h5, Peter, is I would scold myself if it was the reverse. Like, why would you play h5, Yasser?
Yeah, you have that option.
Yeah, exactly.
You can
could
preserve
always
that option for forever.
And maybe for whatever reasons you need to play g6, g5 and the move h.
Although, well, now that we've progressed a bit further and the engine had time to recalibrate, maybe both draw, actually. Maybe rook c1 still holds here.
Because it's...
Rook e8, rook d1 is strictly the only move, but it feels like it probably is still okay.
And you're saying this knight ending is okay?
I think it's okay, yeah, because after you take on h6, I have knight e3, and I don't think there's a way to preserve the f4 pawn. And I think if I take the f4 pawn off the board, I shouldn't lose.
This king looks so...
Although, it is now back to being a problem, like knight f7, knight g2, king c4, knight takes f4, somehow specifically knight g5, and if it's a draw, it's a study. I think the variation on my screen seems to suggest that if this is a draw, it's a very study-like draw, with the king aiming at the g6 pawn. Although might still hold.
Wow.
Yeah, this is all very kind of preliminary assessments because the evaluations fluctuate on my screen, and you need to kind of dig down and continue
And yet that was a very consequent play that we made. The flow seemed correct.
Mm-hmm. You don't have very many other options with white as well, because it's kind of a strangely position of slight mutual zugzwang, because black currently has no moves with the pieces, only the pawn moves, but the moment the king moves somewhere, it frees up the rook to go to either c3 or c1, which is very important because black badly needs squares.
Peter, just to warn you, our producer Tom, he loves zugzwang, and we finally taught him the concept of zugzwang. If you say mutual zugzwang, Tom is going to be very upset. I mean, that's higher consciousness. Don't go there, Peter.
Okay. I mean,
zugzwang,
if you understand what zugzwang is, mutual zugzwang is not that hard to.
I don't know.
But also
I don't know. You can't have both.
We leave to make Tom happy, so you know.
We can't have both players, you know, in such a predicament as me.
This is such a study-like endgame, yeah. Now set up.
You see, we're getting to a position where Anish.
I'm watching Sindarov and Anish. They're only 3 moves away from
the
50-move repetition.
Poor Sindarov is as close as he's ever been to getting some checkmating threats.
For 3 moves.
Yeah, 3 moves.
Yeah. Like you can actually lose this in exactly the time left, right? You can.
Right.
Yeah.
Good move by.
Not anymore.
By Anish. Now.
King e3 now. Rook takes f5, rook c1 mate is just in time. That's 106. but rook takes f5 probably doesn't get played.
Javokhir is almost up to his start time, 1:30. Almost 5-minute difference. Okay, Anish looks a bit frustrated, I think. I would be too, but.
Dude, don't you know that the restaurant closes in 20 minutes?
Yeah, he's hungry for dinner.
And now he's about to play check.
Yeah, he should reach for rook takes f5 and then take it back, without touching the knight.
What if he accidentally touches it?
No,
Just
you don't want to
kidding.
take that risk. Check, and now he can claim on the next move.
Important not to touch or you go towards the knight and then in the very last moment you say je double.
Je double.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And not even claiming the draw, but just getting dodging mate and 1. All right, let's have
okay, now they shook hands.
Again, fabulous preparation by both players. Anish,
Kind of a perfect game, no mistakes, no inaccuracies even. From either of them.
How are we supposed to do commentary when everything's perfect? I mean, well, what do you say?
That's why we have more than one game, yes.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Not everyone can be perfect.
Wonderful. I'm going to go back to the Wesley Daniel Deac game. As we
he has played king b3. If you play h5 here, white has that plan that Yasser was pointing out. White can go knight c4, creating this idea of a4, a5. Only move not to lose is rook c5. And now white has a fantastic idea of going knight e3. Full dominance. Just completely dominating every single piece black has.
Wow. And if we go backwards?
Rook c7, we go rook d6.
Rook d6?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and we're coming back to
And we're coming back, yeah. No, this is very difficult, maybe impossible to hold, actually.
That's
shockingly.
amazing.
Despite being a pawn up, black is in desperate straits here. And he has played, he played rook c5. This loses to rook e8, rook d5, knight f7, apparently.
Okay, I'm just going to, sorry, forgive me, I'm going to refresh my boardy. Say that again, Peter?
Rook e8.
Rook e8.
Rook d5, knight f7. And the difference is, now you don't have knight d5. This is why rook c1 was stronger than rook c5.
Your rook is actually sitting on the square
and this forces you to go rook d7.
Yep.
And then after knight e5, rook c7, rook d8, we get a version of the same, where once again nobody goes anywhere. And
some crazy dominations.
Guess the evolution. Oh, I mean, it's on your screen, so you can guess it quite easily. It's almost +2.
The thermometer is way up near the black king.
Let's see if Wesley realizes how good these types of plans are.
I had a book as a teenager that gave me a lot of pleasure. Was the studies book a domination in the ending by Kasparian. And you would have a position where, you know, to be a rook and a bishop on an open board, and you think that the bishop had 8 squares it could go to.
Mm-hmm.
And for one reason after another, the bishop would be dominated. And it was just it was amazing, these dominating
Yeah, that's good visual,
studies.
and it stays with you, right? It stays in
And-
your pattern.
Exactly, and I'm seeing shades of echoes of that book in this ending, as Peter is saying, dominate the pieces. It's just amazing.
Wesley so has a chance to win this game and go on +1. He's
Which
currently
would
on
bring
the
him
standings.
tied for second.
And that would
He's at
continue
50%.
the nightmare for Bogdan, who is really not having a nice event at all.
I'm going to have to ask Ben about that, as we are in our 11th year on the Grand Chess Tour. We know who first and second in terms of the money makers are, but how much has been awarded
Total?
over the years, and obviously it's in the Middlelands.
But yes, sir, let's take a short break. We'll keep
Sure.
an eye on these games, and don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We're on day 4 of this event. Let's take a look at the current standings. As most of the games have ended, we only have one game still going on.
Absolutely.
You can see Vincent Keymer currently leading the event by himself, 3 out of 4. Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and Pragg share in second with 2.5 out of 4. Fabi and Alireza are the 2 players who've only played 3 games.
And Wesley and Bogdan-Daniel Deac are still at work. And we've been thinking Wesley was going to win this game. And now I'm not so sure, Peter.
Yeah, it seems like he's actually now not going to win it because he did not find that really beautiful study-like domination idea that we were mentioning just a moment before going on break. He did play rook d7 instead of rook e8. And Bogdan is now favored, I think, to hold this. I don't even see how you're supposed to create too many serious problems for Bogdan here. After rook d7, knight d5, if you take on b7 with the rook, as we mentioned, black generally just welcomes the absence of the pawn on b7 because the king is now much, much harder to put pressure on. Importantly, if you take on b7 with the knight, black has rook c3, check, king b2, and rook c7. And whichever pair of pieces you choose to trade off here, you will not win the resulting ending. The way to try maybe is to play something like rook b7, king h8, and rook h7, but then after rook c3, rook f3, black will just hold. It seems like there's no real way even to pose too many problems. You can begin with rook h7, I guess trying to preserve the option of picking up both b7 and b6 if black takes on f4, which is maybe not losing, but definitely unnecessary. But black will play, let's say, rook c3, king b2, rook f3.
As usual.
And it's just very, very difficult now to imagine how you're going to make any kind of a significant progress as white. So a bit of a miraculous save there by Daniel Deac. And you have to say, Wesley actually played a kind of a model game from a very, very small advantage. He managed to create enough problems for Bogdan and his time trouble to get to a position he really probably should have won, and now probably will not win.
Wow. I'm so used to Wesley when he does get his grip to achieve a victory and to let his quarry slip.
He usually does not let his opponents slip away once they make a mistake. You can see how many inaccuracies have happened in this game. For Wesley, two question mark moves. For Deac, just 1, but 1 2 question and 3 questionable moves. That's a lot of mistakes, but I think most of them all happen in this end game, right?
Yeah, I think they actually played the opening to middle game phase really, really nicely, and most of those mistakes happened, I think, past move 35.
Time trouble, yeah.
So Peter, after rook takes b7 check, I'm imagining king a rook going after the g pawn. And if you take, that's...
If you take, knight c4 is very threatening.
That's the one you cannot allow.
But you can play rook c3 check, and after king b2, both rook f3 and rook h3 appear to be very safe.
Rook h3 or rook f3.
And
in any case,
once again, it's just such a relief not to have the pawn on b7 because we're really not getting mated anymore.
Exactly. There would be, otherwise, with the pawn on b7, there would be all of these ideas of a check, king a7, another check, and so forth.
And some discovered checks as threats there, yeah. But yeah, I think now that Wesley has taken on b7 straight away, I think Bogdan's play is just so intuitive and so clean that, yeah, I don't see how Wesley asks a pertinent question here.
Wow. Big save.
Of course, if Wesley doesn't win this, he will be severely disappointed.
Sure.
As we were talking about earlier, this is the game where he has to play for a win. And everything was going the same way as we saw Bogdan lose the 2 games, right?
Right.
Exactly the same way. He plays very well until time trouble. He makes 1 mistake, and that's when he loses. And Wesley got exactly that.
Yeah, Wesley was following the script that the other players had already wrote.
Games are just too tricky.
Wow.
Too tough.
Okay, so we are in this situation where the rook is on b7, and Wesley's just considering everything you said, Peter. I'm just thinking Wesley must be considering h4, h5 as a way. You start thinking to yourself, how can I trick my opponent?
Just
h5 takes, rook h6,
rook c3, f3.
And that is just too
extremely
easy.
similar to what we just discussed, and
yeah, I was hoping that somehow I would. Yeah, but this is just too simple now. Yeah, no, like you say, it's hard to even pose questions.
Yeah.
At some point, the white should just make the perpetual, right?
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to. Yeah, go.
You don't want to push your luck
too far. Yes.
15 minutes for Wesley, and they're on move 44, so just 4 moves ago they got the extra 30 minutes. I think Wesley realizes now that it's not winning, but do we think he knows where he missed the win?
No.
Probably not, right?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe he just did not realize how good his position was. He was making all the right moves because he's a very strong player. He realizes where his chances lay, but yeah, that position after rook e8, knight f7, it is very study-like. And maybe he just did not, maybe he expected rook c1, and he did not leave himself enough time to realize what the difference was between rook c1 and rook c5. Denying the knight on e7, that d5 square makes such a big difference, but it's not really all that obvious from
Not at all.
From afar.
And without engines.
Yeah, without.
Yeah.
Well, today so far we had one decisive game, and it looks like yesterday was the same, right? One decisive game?
Yesterday we ended up having two, right? Because Alireza did not hold that.
Right.
Yes.
So if it ends like we expect it to end, we'll have 6 decisive games.
In 4
which
rounds.
Overall?
Yeah.
Overall, 6 decisive games.
Here is the standings. Vincent Keymer, a huge win. Now he's a sole leader of the event. Half point behind him are 3 players, 2 Dutchmen, Anish, Giri and Jorden van Foreest, and last year's champion, Praggnanandhaa. Maxime falls behind after that loss against Vincent. And Fabi still has to play his 4th game, but Wesley absolutely needed a win today to at least go on +1.
Exactly, and we'll have more news about the Fabi versus Alireza game and when it will be rescheduled for tomorrow's show.
And Vincent getting very close to potentially overtaking Javokhir as number 6 in the world with these wins. Yeah, I checked briefly there, now within a point of each other.
Wow. To remind, Vincent came into this competition as the 7th highest rated player in the world and doing very, very well, +2 in the first half thus far.
Yeah, I can see Wesley's body language. He's kind of frustrated that this is not winning.
He's just played the move rook back to d7. And
we expect rook c3 and rook f3, right?
Yeah, once again, knight f4, knight c4 loses, but if you give a check and move the rook to any kind of a sensible square, f3 is stronger than h3 here, though. Because here, let's put this on the board, rook c3 check.
That's the best move. Knight takes f4, knight c4 is what you want to avoid.
That loses, yeah.
Rook c3
and here, the difference between rook h3 and rook f3 is that after rook f3, if you go knight c4, rook takes f4, attacks the knight, which is very useful.
Very useful,
yeah.
Yes.
And that, of course, holds. If it was on h3, you would be in some trouble after knight c4, even though you probably still hold, but there's no reason to allow it.
Well, this suddenly starts to be a little bit scary, right?
Yeah, but after rook f3, there's just nothing.
Rook f3 is the panacea.
So the same knight c4 doesn't work.
Rook f4.
Yeah. He's played rook c3 check.
Indeed, he has.
Bogdan is actually a pretty clean calculator in general, and I think these are straightforward enough not to cause him too many problems.
Right. You know, it's one of those things that whenever I see this domination of the 7th rank, and I have a knight, well, let's put the knight on c6. You know,
Would love to see that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Just slide
So
it over a little bit.
we had this, 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 this.
Oh, he did manage to get it, but
Night before.
night before. So close, yes, sir. One step.
Ruin my fun, why don't you? Why
One step away.
rook d4 check?
Actually, night before loses. But we have rook takes a. Yeah, after king b3, we're in trouble somehow. Everything is
doesn't
once
stay
again
on
very
b4?
poorly coordinated.
Got knight c4.
Oh, I see.
Oh, this is actually a good try then. You should
knight
do
c4
that
looks
because the
good.
only thing that makes a clean draw in that position instead of knight b4 is the move knight e3.
Knight e3.
With the intention of going knight 6, rook takes a4. It's very lucky for us that we have rook takes a4 still.
Oh, you can defend that way.
Oh dear.
That's not easy to find.
No.
That's-
This makes it into a very good practical try, I think.
That's a funny way of
But
defending.
is it still equal or is white risking now? Anything?
No, it's still zeros.
Because you always have checks.
Knight e3 we go, I mean king b3 exists, and even after knight 6 you're not worse. You can chase the rook around, king b3, king b3, king b2.
That's the simplest, yeah. Oop. When I was chasing the rook around, I didn't mean to capture it. I apologize.
The rook has just enough squares to
stay,
to stay
to
alive.
prevent to be the much desired rook a7 checkmate.
Yeah, this probably is the best chance if rook f3 gets played. Rook c7 is also a draw. Rook c5 is also a draw, but I think you would like to play rook f3 if it doesn't lose.
I think Daniel is considering rook c7.
Mm-hmm. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, as an alternative.
Rook c7, the knight ending is very safe. The only chance is to give a check and then play perhaps something like... Oh, but this is also just a draw, frankly. Knight c8, king b7, rook takes d5, rook takes c8. We're just not losing this position, are we?
For sure, absolutely not. Again,
recollect everything along the fourth rank.
We're so happy that the b7 pawn is absent that we're now threatening to play knight takes f4 and not worried about knight c8 checks anymore. So I think that's what, because I'm asking myself why you wouldn't play rook f3, and maybe he's thinking, well, there are times when knight c4 could be severe. You know, like I wouldn't want to do that. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he's considering rook c7 as his key alternative. What would you do, Nasi? Would you play rook c7 here, or would you go rook f3?
Depends how worried I am about having white's rook on d7, right? If I've accepted that, okay, I'm not getting mated there, then I wouldn't play rook c7. I would go for rook f3.
Gotcha.
But if I'm still worried, then rook c7 looks safer.
Yeah. I think so too. I think I would be playing rook c7 myself.
I mean, you have to calculate that line with check and knight e8 that you're not losing a piece, but yeah.
Right.
And of course now Bogdan is ahead on the clock.
Whoa.
21 minutes against 14.
Still some nervous moments here for the hometown crowd because
they're all rooting for Bogdan.
Yeah. They definitely want to see him doing well.
And of course, to win tournaments, every half point matters. If Wesley doesn't convert this, well, anymore, he's not even winning. This half point, losing a half point here can matter so much.
Absolutely.
This last year,
Yeah.
he didn't make it into top 4 because of that half point.
A half point. Actually, it almost felt
even though
less.
he won the Singfold Cup.
Yeah, it almost felt less than it was like a fraction of a GCT point or something of that nature. And boy, how many U.S. championships have been missed by half a point?
How many Grandmaster norms I didn't make because of half a point.
Okay, this is going to be a long show. Go ahead. Give me the whole list.
Yeah.
Okay, bring the tissues, Peter. This is going to break your heart. Yeah. You know, it's like there are so many of those quote, you know, last move of the time control, move 40. There are so many of those grandmaster norms, like missing by the half a point. By the way, a big shout out to Oro, the Argentine chess prodigy, the Messi.
He officially became a grandmaster.
Chess officially became a grandmaster, and boy, the prodigies
He's the
are
second
just
youngest now.
right behind Mishra.
Right behind Mishra, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're just pop, 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 pop. So
How long
many.
till we have a 10-year-old grandmaster?
I know. What remarkable, Peter. That
Yeah,
just the crop of players.
And yeah, it just keeps on somehow. At some point, it feels like it should be sort of humanly impossible to beat those records, but no, it is. It's still very much is possible to become better and better at younger and younger age. And yeah, I mean, me being who I am, I do feel that maybe I sort of understand why the record matters, because obviously it brings attention and brings sponsorship deals and support and all that. But
right.
In case of Faustino specifically, I think he was already. I mean, I'm not sure he needed to care about it as much as they seemed to care about it, because he was. I feel pretty certain that he will become a very good chess player.
Yeah,
and
he's destined to be.
His future career is not really very dependent on that entry in the Wikipedia article.
Right.
But I understand. It's just that I don't know how much pressure is coming from the outside and how much is him actually wanting to be.
I mean, for the country, Argentina, right? This is huge news, and he's going to get a lot of support.
As he should. As he should.
To become one of the best in the world as soon as possible, yeah.
Yeah, this part I very much understand. It's just that I always feel that for a kid this young, the best way for him to grow is just to enjoy the game, to continue kind of working on the game.
Exactly.
And just, he doesn't need sort of extraneous, slightly outside pressure to achieve arbitrary things, which are, I mean, they're nice milestones, but they're not required exactly.
He has no longer that pressure because he became a grandmaster.
But it's done, yeah, and now we no longer have to discuss.
Now he can just focus on improving his game and enjoying playing chess. Yeah.
Done deal. By the way, we have a done deal with the Wesley So Bogdan game. He did play the move Rook F3. The alternative of Rook C7 was also quite sound, but Rook F3, we don't have a. We tried one trick of Knight C4 and Knight E5, and a legitimate try.
Maybe Wesley has to try that. I mean, of course, Bogdan has plenty of time to spot Rook A4 idea, so it will still be a draw. But if you don't try that, what else could Wesley play?
Knight F7 is maybe a bit of an attempt here.
Okay, I have to move the knight to C3?
Yeah, Knight C3 holds very comfortably. Yeah. If you take on F4 with the knight, you do potentially lose to Knight E5. This is the trick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Switching back to the same idea of Knight E5, C6, but luring your knight away from good squares and going Knight E5, Rook F2 check, King B3 or King A3, and this is very threatening. But Knight takes F4 is a mistake. Knight C3 makes a draw. Checks make a draw.
Knight C3 looks so comfortable too because you're taking this pawn with a check. Very nice. Lead played. Yeah, Knight F7.
Yeah, those two I think are the two potential things to attempt for Wesley, because nothing else really makes any sense whatsoever.
Okay, he was just suggesting a piece. I was like, is he making a
Yeah,
king
exactly.
move?
King, what? I saw the same thing. It was just a shadoob. Yeah, it was also kind of funny in my particular case. It was like I was trying to make a grandmaster norm and final grandmaster norm, so to speak. And the moment I did it, the moment I got my GM, it was like 6 in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Like grandmaster
I had the
norm.
same for the IM norms.
Yeah, you fought so hard to get the IM.
Yeah, I was half point behind all the time, and then
Right.
at age 13, I got 7 of them in a row.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I was
impressive.
like, can I bundle that and put it as one GM norm?
Exactly.
Yeah, it was sort of the same for me. I don't really remember the IM chase, but the GM chase was in '93. I was constantly half a point short. And in '94, every tournament I played.
Right, just consistently making it. Yeah.
But for context, I was 18.
Right.
Not
yes.
12.
Exactly. Exactly.
And it was considered to be okay. Like I wasn't a prodigy necessarily, but I wasn't really lagging behind or anything.
Do you remember
it was
what
fine.
was the record back then? What, 17?
No, I think it was already. I think Judith probably was already
broken.
and she did it like 15 or 14 or something. No, I was far away from a record, but neither was I kind of laughed at. You know,
Yeah,
it was
course.
completely fine.
Yeah.
And these days, I that wouldn't have been that great. I think.
So, for me, I mean, I do think it's kind of funny, but for me, there was this moment in chess history when Bobby Fischer made Grandmaster title at 15 years old. I mean, this was so laughable. It was like his record would never be broken. I mean, it's just impossible. Now, it's sort of like a long line of kids who are running around the block have broken his record. But I mean, it was just such an achievement to make the Grandmaster title at 15.
I mean, it still is. It still is. Even though some kids have broken that record, it's still small numbers, right?
Right. And we keep in mind, he did it by becoming a candidate.
Oh, so,
He
but did
got-
he already have the rating?
Well, I don't even think the rating existed at the time. So it was like if you become a candidate for the World Championship, you get the
You get
title.
awarded the
And
title.
so that was how he achieved his Grandmaster title, was by becoming a candidate. Knight F7, so not the Knight C4, Knight E5, but something similar.
Yeah,
He's trying to trick him.
Yeah, only two clean ways to make a draw: Rook F2 check and Knight C3.
And
But those are the two moves you will make. I think you're very unlikely to play anything else, frankly.
Right. So Knight F7 on the board.
Yeah. And the idea of Rook F2 check, if we can switch to mine for a second, is we're trying to provoke the king to go to specifically B3. And now, after knight takes F4, knight E5, importantly, we have knight E6. If we make those moves in a different order, the king goes to A3, and there is no knight C5 check. But here we're just in time to land the knight on C5, and that disturbs the white setup, and no mate, and we save the game quite comfortably. But I still feel that knight C3 is more intuitive and simpler.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think you probably choose this over that, because here you kind of very much know what you're doing. One thing to maybe check is the move king b3 with the intention of meeting knight takes b5 with king c4 or king b4, let's say king c4.
Walking into a discovery check on purpose.
Yeah, but even knight a7 is fine, even knight a7, which looks kind of passive, but you will eventually. And this, by the way, this is quite a beautiful picture, right? We've given up all of our pawns, but we've created a serious threat of rook d8 check. And the only thing that doesn't lose is king b8, but it's not a difficult move to find.
No.
And white obviously has all these perpetuals, like you can move the rook to any other square, and king g8 will still be the only move, but king b8, sorry, but yeah. You find those because they are very strictly only moves in the position. Yeah. Let's see what Bogdan settles on.
Yeah, knight c3 seems so natural and strong for me that I would not have settled for anything else.
I'm trying to peek ahead and see what pairings we have tomorrow if some of the leaders are facing each other.
Well, now that we have a sole leader, we can't say that anymore.
Oh, right. In my head, there's still a five-way tie.
Right. But on that note, who
That note,
does...
Vincent is playing Firouzja tomorrow.
All right, that will be a very nice match.
Or is he?
Or is he?
Or is he?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
By the way, that's the other problem for Daniel, the wild card player, is that with the target on him, he's the one who's playing 5-hour games each and every day. While some players may have early days and early rounds, meaning short draws, you know, you're getting tired because you're playing 5-6 hour games. And let's peek ahead. We're going to join you, Nasi, in your peek of the pairings.
Here we have all the pairings for tomorrow.
Big matchup, Anish, Giri,
Oh, I skipped a
Vincent.
day, never mind. On my paper, I was looking at round 6. So tomorrow it's Anish Giri against Vincent Keymer. That's a big matchup.
Absolutely.
MVL against Jorden van Foreest.
Maxime just lost a game, so he's kind of smarting.
Praggnanandhaa against Wesley. We don't know if
How
Wesley we
Wesley
expect to have 2 points, maybe 2.5.
Right?
Bogdan will be playing Fabiano, and Alireza against Sindarov.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, that Giri-Vincent Keymer matchup can really
Wow.
shake up the standings.
Well, I mean, since they're both doing so incredibly well, a victory there would be huge.
It's almost an empty playing hall. We only have 2 players sitting and so focused.
It's a lonely feeling on the stage.
I mean, when you're that into the game, you really don't understand your surroundings or are aware of it. Yes, sir. In your experience back in the day when you had live audience, were they quiet and following the rules, or were they distracting?
I loved it because I played a number of events in Yugoslavia, a country that no longer exists, by the way. And
Let's call it many different names now.
Exactly. Yugoslavia was great. It was a paradise for chess players. And you would go all over the nation, and wherever there was a chess tournament, there was a packed crowd. Just end of story. But this packed crowd, they were boisterous. They didn't hold back. I mean, you sacrificed your rook and won brilliantly. The moment you sacrificed the rook, I mean, people were bursting into applause. Arbiters were carrying around signs like, shut up, you know what I mean? And whistles. And in those days...
I wish we had that now.
What was really funny, in those days, we didn't have the electronic boards. So everything was done manually. And you would have literally board boys, we called them, the chessboard boys. They would move the pieces, and the ladders, and you know, like hooking and putting the, and sometimes they got it wrong. They just made the wrong move.
It would take a while.
And then you'd hear all of these whistles throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I remember.
Come on,
when I
idiot.
When I played in the Chigorin club in my hometown, the very first tournaments I played there, like the round robins or like the city championship final, there were some strong tournaments. I would try to fight the board boys for the stick, you know, so that I could make my own move on the huge board. It was like, it was such a joy. I've never done that job properly. Like I was never hired to be a board boy, but I would very often, like if you get up quickly enough after making a move, you can maybe beat them to the board, and grab the thing and like move the piece.
You guys make it sound like it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
Contrarily, there were other tournaments where it seemed like the chess audience was unknowing, not knowledgeable enough. So they all sat there very, very, very quietly. What just happened? What's going on? Nobody really was sure. But boy, I sure remember the Yugoslav audiences, and also visiting the Soviet Union. I remember this. This was so much fun. There was an interzonal played in Riga, in Latvia, and Mikhail Tal had literally one of the greatest tournaments ever. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like 21 players. He goes plus 14 undefeated, and in front of his hometown. And every single game, the audience is packed. Like it's just packed. And every game he wins, the audience goes into a mad applause while 10 other players are suffering. And it was the big match, Michael Tal versus Bent Larsen. And literally, I couldn't get into the playing hall. It was just a fight to get into the playing hall, and I was pressed deeply against the wall. And I was the second for Jim Tarjan, and standing right next to me, and we're just like shoulder to shoulder, was Alex Vojkovic, who was the second for Michael Tal, and he looks at me with this great excited face, and he says, "It's more crowded than a bus in Kiev." Like, I've never been in Kiev. I immediately understood. More crowded than a bus. Knight. See, that's a professional's move by Daniel, knight c3, and I think that is clinching a draw. That
it should,
is a very, very good move.
If rook d4, we just go knight e4 and we start collecting. And also, once the rook departs from the 7th, where is the threat going to come from?
Exactly. But Peter, you've won Russian championships. You know that they're very, very appreciative audiences in Russia.
For me, I think I told this story on stream definitely more than once even, but the biggest story like this was I played a round robin in '96 prior to the Olympiad in '96 in Yerevan. There was a round robin there, and I was playing some Battle Putin in the last round, and he was in a fight for first. I wasn't. I was somewhere on +1 as usual, but nowhere near the proper places. And he was fighting for the top places, and we were playing some very sharp position. And at some point, I left the pawn on d3 unprised with white. If he takes it, the knight gets corralled and captured, and he gets this feast of pawns in the center for it, like a bunch of very strong-looking central pawns. But it's like 3 moves away. And the moment he took on d3, like the entire audience erupts in applause, because they all know what this means. Like they actually have calculated that this is a positional piece sacrifice trying to play for a win in a very sharp position. And there's like, they had to be calmed down, but the arbiter started waving. And like, I've never had anything like this before or after.
Right.
Yeah, or
calming down the audience. It was just so enthusiastic.
The knight was still alive. Well, the impressive thing was they clearly they were waiting for this decision. They were hoping for this decision. Right. And they knew what this decision signified, which implies a very high level of understanding. Because,
exactly. Yeah.
I was yet to catch it yet. It was still there.
Nice.
But there's never any instances where someone yelled out a winning move in there?
Yes, that really happened at a Yugoslav championship. It was a big game with Gligoric, and still the issue is whether or not Gliga saw the move. But it was actually yelled out. It was like audibly heard, you know, like make the winning move kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a legendary story of a team tournament in Soviet Union way back, I don't know, 70s probably, where
Spartakiad.
Some kind of a team tournament,
yeah.
And on one of the boards there's a winning piece sacrifice, and because people are incredibly sexist, obviously I don't know if it's even true, but the story is it's a women's board.
Mm-hmm.
And she's thinking, and she doesn't see the sacrifice yet, and the clock is ticking down, and the captain of her team went outside, gave some boy a ruble. And it's summer, so all the windows are open. So
Go around
he found
shouting.
the boy, gave him one ruble, and told him to run past the window shouting knight of 5.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
I hope this is a true story. That's so funny.
Yeah, I don't. It's way before my time, but this is how it was told to me.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, hey, it's technically not against the rules.
Yeah,
that's
you
why
take
now
it
we have so many strict rules.
Take it very seriously. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Rook d4.
Rook d4. Yeah. Knight e4 is fine. Even knight e2 is fine. But knight e4, I think you want it centralized, right?
Yes.
You kind of want it on a good square.
We definitely.
While we were having fun telling stories, they went down to, like Wesley's down to 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Against Daniel's
10 minutes, yeah.
It's rare
So
to be
last time
talking about
he had
Daniel having
20
more
minutes.
time than his opponent, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. What is Wesley trying to achieve? Well, what Wesley really wants is to magically transfer his knight to c6, which, well, he's got a pathway to that. Once he gets his knight to c6, he wants to redirect his rook to d7 so he can checkmate on a7, and that's it. That's his sole winning idea. Now, in the meantime, Bogdan can reroute his knight to block that idea by putting his knight on c5 and making sure that there is going to be no checkmate on the a7 square.
Yeah. There are some ways to still create some problems for yourself. Let's say knight e4 here.
Okay.
Rook d8 check.
Okay.
King b7. Rook
Okay.
G8. And if you take on F4 here,
I will.
After knight D8 check, it becomes a bit awkward. You're still not losing, but we are achieving something because we force you to go King A7, and then we've gotten somewhere along the way. But obviously, Rook takes F4 is nowhere near forced. You can play Knight C5, for instance.
Exactly.
F4 is not running away, and Rook G8, Knight C5 is just a very, very comfortable draw.
Yeah, I just don't fall for the tricks.
Yeah. Cover some more squares, attack A4.
Exactly.
Black is just not worse.
Yeah. And at a certain moment, I'm with Nasi on this one. At a certain moment, you just don't want to overdo it. You know, like you.
I mean, we saw it happen
like
yesterday.
you're so enthusiastic about playing.
He's gone
for a
Knight
win.
E2, which is still fine, but it wouldn't have been my choice. I would have preferred, I guess, to.
Okay, Knight E2. Whoa. I mean, it gets.
But I guess.
Starts to look a little scary.
If you look at it from the other direction, though, this is more forcing because we are absolutely forcing White to make a move with the rook. If he goes to D7, we just go Knight C3 back without thinking. And if he goes to D8, he is forcing us to improve our king. So why not, really?
So is there anything here, Nasi? Can we not wrong foot our opponent somehow? I don't see it though. Rook
You're asking
D7
really tough
check.
questions, yeah.
No, I don't see it though. Nope. I would go back to D7 and acquiesce to the draw after Knight C3. Rook to D7. Again, with my sole intention, Knight E5 to C6. Hold on, wait a minute. Can I be a pawn grabber? Let me go back to my roots.
Rook takes F4.
I guess you can just
take on
this
A4,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Just start collecting all of them, yeah.
They're only on move 48. It really feels like a 70 move game.
It's one of those where it's plus 85 feels like plus 100 or something.
Yeah.
Wind chill.
Nice. And let me just refresh the board as we do have a move or two. And the players are both under 10 minutes on their clock now. Knight E2. No, that's my move, I believe. Sorry. Has Wesley made a move? Is it Rook D6? Sure looks like Rook D6 from this angle.
Yeah.
He did play Rook D6.
Yeah, I think he's also not really in the mood to shuffle.
I was being a pawn grubber, and I thought
time to start chopping stuff down.
Exactly, hacking away.
Time to start chopping stuff down.
Yeah, less than 5 minutes now for Wesley.
Yeah, and he's.
He's what?
I wanted to say, doesn't look like a man who believes in a win anymore.
No. It even looks like he's thinking back, like where he missed his chances, or maybe if you overestimated how good his position was.
Yeah, I'm good at doing that. I like recriminating myself at the board, you know, just before I accept the draw. You know, how terrible it is, the great injustice of it all. By the way, talking about board warriors, Jeroen Vandenberg, our dear friend from the Tata Steel, he is the tournament organizer these days, but he started at the bottom. He started as he founded the International Board Boys Association. He and Tommy Bodema were in the Tata Steel in Paikidze, and they would literally go from the media center, from the playing hall to the media center and back, and bring the moves to the journalists as well as putting the moves on the board for the audience. Mm-hmm. It was great. It was a very prestigious job.
Yeah, and I remember at some point I started asking my Dutch friends as to whether this was true or not, because Weekendze, way before it was Tata Steel, the Weekendze tournaments used to begin, rounds would begin at 1:30 p.m.
That's right.
Which was the only place in the world where it began at 1:30 p.m.
That's right.
And legend, as told to me when I began playing in them, was that it was so that the results and even the text of the games would be available on teletext.
That's correct.
Which was a very kind of a specific Dutch thing. On your TV, there was a button which would bring up these kind of
right. It was
pages with news. And in Holland, chess was big enough to merit its own page, and Vachier-Lagrave definitely was big enough to merit pretty much live coverage on teletext.
Yeah.
But that it had a cutoff time in the evening because I think social
considerations.
Yeah, this being a socialist democracy, people don't work until very late in the evening, so the games had to be done by a certain time.
Right.
I'm not sure if it was confirmed to me or not, but it's a nice.
No, I believe it's true. And Richard, oh boy, his last name is escaping me at the moment. He was there seriously 30, 40 years doing the teletext, and it was a special coding so that when you went home on your television, it was like a shadow thing. You could turn on the teletext and you get all of these news of the day pages. And there was a chess page.
Twitter.
Now it's
I think they're repeating, by the way.
Are they repeating, by the way?
Yeah, he's gone rook d6, knight c3, which is also perfectly sensible, and they've already repeated a couple of times.
Okay.
Teletext still exists, by the way, as a web page.
Yes.
Peter Dohers at some point showed me the current version of it.
I think with the move rook d4, Wesley can claim a draw. And I do believe that's kind of inevitable at the moment. Yeah. But I remember also using teletext as well to get the results for many of the events, including Linares and other events that predated the internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is he going to repeat? Nope. Rook g6.
No.
No repetition.
Rook
we got excited
g6.
for half a second there.
Yeah, but we take on a4 with check, king c2, and
we'd start grabbing.
Actually, it's
grabbing more stuff. Check, king c2.
This is why we like rook takes f4, honestly, because now, like rook f4, rook h6, the h-pawn survives. It's an outside passer on a pretty good vertical file. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously still a draw. You can throw in rook f2 check in this position.
I'm liking rook f2 check because I'd kind of like to provoke the king to d3.
Yeah,
and
of course it's still fine.
I'm taking a pawn and I'm getting another check as well.
Yeah, interestingly, after king d3, the engine goes knight b2 check and not rook takes f4. If you take on f4, you're
knight b2 because I have a check on d1. Okay, sorry. King e3, knight d1 check. Oops. Well, that makes a draw very comfortably in that case. Yeah.
I mean, objectively, even rook takes f4 is a draw. The engine also, if you want to trade f4h, you can maybe throw in h6, h5.
Yes.
To make it slightly more comfortable for white to pick it up.
Yeah.
You shouldn't lose this, but I think rook takes f4 was making the draw faster because I think it was removing the entire king side.
Let me just refresh the current position.
King's on c2.
By the way, since you started chess both of you started chess very young, were either you ever a bored boy or a bored girl? Did you ever get a chance to?
It was still a thing when I started?
No?
I mean, maybe when I started, but I wasn't playing on stage yet, you know?
Right.
So no, answer is no.
I was, my kind of involvement from that side was weirdly, as a very, very young child, I think I was maybe 11 or 12 at the time, I was hired to do something to do with the bulletin of the Soviet, I think the very last Soviet chess championship, 1918.
So you get all the games of the...
I was sitting in the press center playing Commander Keen on a PC, but that was my major involvement. Yeah, I still miss those days. Like, can we please make a remake of Commander Keen? I will play that. But yeah, I was somehow involved in the press center. I got to hang around the tournament and see the players. They were not talking to me. I was a kind of unclear small child. Nobody was talking to me, but
Unsupervised child, just
well, somewhat supervised. Yeah,
Put you to
not
work.
very supervised. Yeah.
Put you to work. I like that, Peter. I like that. By the way, Bogdan has not answered immediately after rook or did he? Sorry. Yes, we do have knight takes a4, king c2 on the board. Apologies. Yeah. So what happened to the game? It just died?
Which
Commander,
one?
king?
It's a platformer which you complete and then it wasn't even Windows, and I think it was still MS-DOS.
Look, I remember Pong.
Yeah,
I thought Pong was fascinating as well.
It needs to be ported to modern systems, but I'm sure I'm actually kind of sure it exists. I just am too lazy to search for it.
By the way, Bogdan did toss in that move h5 as you prescribed, Peter. I thought that was pretty fun. Again, I like this rook check on f2, just trying to ask the king. If you go to d1, I've got knight c3 check. If you go to d3, I've got knight b2 check. And
yeah, this is pretty clean actually. Yeah, now that he's given this check, and king b3, knight c5 is pretty obviously a draw, and king d3, knight b2. If he sees knight b2 in particular, there's just no way forward for white without losing both f4 and h4.
Exactly.
And then you really shouldn't lose. Although the king gets to like somewhere like c6, we can try running. Like, can we try doing this for a second?
Sure.
Like, let's say king d3, knight b2. We go.
He's
king
done
d4.
it, by the way. King d4, yeah. And
rook f4, king d5.
And we kind of like
rook h4, king c6.
Now,
but there is no threat. We are still 2 moves away from creating a. He hasn't played knight b2 check then.
Oh.
This preserves the game going a little bit, even though of course black is still completely fine.
So Bogdan did not play knight b2 check. He took the pawn.
Yeah, he'll go knight c5 check now, I guess. King goes to.
I guess e3.
E3, f3, yeah. Knight e6, I suppose. After rook e4 check, I guess, right? You probably put it on a better square. And knight e6. Yeah, you shouldn't lose this. Even though the h-pawn survives, which means that white can legitimately continue for a bit.
They're getting new score sheets because they just read. Well, they haven't reached move 60, but they're close.
Yeah, they'll get there soon.
Just a second. How did Wesley finish? Oh, Wesley
King
is
on E3 right now.
Yeah, he doesn't finagle a pawn because after rook takes f5,
we have rook
takes
h4.
h4.
We have rook h4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're progressing towards that very, very quickly. Yeah.
We've got some wonderful graphics there. What are they all telling us?
They're telling us that Wesley is at 50%, and Deac is at -2. Move 57. And that's about it.
It's not a thrill that we're being told 50%.
No, it's good to get those updates.
I mean, good point.
For sure.
Yeah. But it's like Formula One, we're 3 seconds out of first place. No, that's not what we're being told. Let me do a refresh on my board. I think I've kind of corrupted it with some analysis.
The current position, king is on f3.
Mm-hmm. And we're looking at knight
Could that
e6.
h-pawn ever make it to h8?
Well, we start with check.
I will make a bold suggestion and say if it does, white wins.
Deep thought.
But I don't think it does. I will be very surprised.
Knight b3, 94, or 96, 94, right?
I like 96 as the most forcing because I'm looking as black to make a knight d4 check and rip off this pawn as well. Then I can happily sacrifice the knight for the remaining pawn.
Yes, and now, again, Bogdan is lower on the clock than Wesley.
Yeah, back in familiar territory for both him
Probably
and us.
feels more comfortable, right?
Yes.
going to
Yeah, knight e6 seems
e6,
very
right?
logical.
Most logical, yeah.
You can play something like rook h8 check and then put it on h7 and try to drive the king back to the back rank and then play h5. This is more of a game that it feels like white deserve, honestly. The king side should have been completely liquidated.
Vacuumed off, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook h8
Even though, of course, it's still a draw.
And rook h7.
Yeah. Put the king on b8, play h5.
And play h5.
What is their head-to-head, Wesley and Bogdan? They've played each other on Grand Chess Tour.
In this particular event over the years, yeah,
Over
at
the
least. And
years.
maybe in some Grand Swisses.
Yeah. I'm just talking about classical, of course.
Right.
If we count online games, these players all have played 500 times.
I know, and
Yeah.
just think about how many qualifiers there are these days too, all kinds of events. And there you well spotted, Peter, rook h8 check on board by Wesley. And I'm expecting, okay, if you play rook h7, let's be serious here for a second. Sorry, king a7, let's say, rook h7. Can I try to turn the tables a little bit with knight check? I'm assuming the king will go.
He's gone h5 straight away, but it's very similar, yeah. You want rook e7 as a pin, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not. Do we like this knight ending?
I don't know, because I'm thinking.
Maybe we do.
Asking if I've got the
So
time.
we're getting to f7 really quickly, yeah?
Precisely. If I can go knight b5 and knight f7.
Probably, yeah. Maybe you're right, yeah. He played h5 straight away, move 60 instead.
Okay.
And now you can switch to, creating counterplay. Black can play knight d4 check.
He went h5 instead, sorry. Yes, you wanted to say, pardon me?
Yeah, knight d4 check, and
King
we
F2?
can... King f2. Machine goes rook
F4?
f4 check, interestingly.
King e3, king d3? I'm heading that
And then
way.
just takes on b5 and puts the rook on the h file.
Takes on
and says,
b5?
yeah.
No.
Yeah, h6, rook h4, and says this is completely fine.
Wow.
This is scary, honestly, because h6, h7, knight g5, rook g8, this happens quickly.
Right?
Says completely fine somehow.
No, that's... Because the knight doesn't even make it back there to sacrifice it.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me check why that is. Knight c3, knight e4. So we are in time to challenge the knight on g5, and g5 really is the only square we care about.
So we go. So the prescription is knight d4 check. Yes.
King f2.
King f2.
We drive the king to the d file with checks.
Oh, to
the d file. Yeah, it
King
likes
d3?
it likes getting it over to d3 first.
Okay.
Then it takes on b5 and goes h6, rook h4.
Then it goes
H6?
h6, rook h4. Strange way of play. Oops, sorry, that was not.
Apparently even that is fine, but...
Yeah, we can throw in rook d4 check as well, but...
rook d4 check as well. Oops, sorry. No, knight takes b5, h6, rook d4 check as
Yeah,
well.
let's say you go king e3, I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
Rook h4, h7, knight c3.
This is how we get our knight
Yeah.
to c3.
And we get the knight to good squares and we don't lose. But yeah, I don't know how intuitive that is.
Well, actually, it's nice from the perspective that when white plays knight g5, you can disturb the setup that white has by playing knight e4 and just capturing
Or
the
actually
knight.
even knight d5, f6 and give it up on h7. And play one more rook and knight against rook for another 50 moves.
Lucky us. How did we do that? Knight d5 check.
It's magic how it had made it back there right on time.
Knight f6.
It-
This game
But
had some
let's-
study-like qualities.
It does, but while they're thinking, let's go over to Bucharest and check in with Cristian.
Well, I honestly don't think this is intuitive at all. This is all a matter of calculation. If you manage to understand the fact that you can get your knight back and attack that pawn on h7, then you're going to be fine. But if you don't, and if perhaps you get afraid of even looking for those type of variations, then you're in big trouble because that pawn will be marching down the board. And once again, it's the same story. Bogdan is right now down to his last 2 minutes, Wesley 6 minutes. There's a tension in the playing hall. The players feel it, the spectators feel it as well, and they're still here, by the way. It's already very, very close to 9 p.m. here in Romania, and a lot of spectators are still here entrenched into what's happening on the board. So very, very tense moments right now. You can see Bogdan is getting off the board. This is his usual self, but do you have enough time to calculate all of these crazy variations? But right now it seems like he didn't go for this knight to d4, taking the pawn on b5. And if he doesn't do that, you can see the bar already starting to go up on your screen right now. Still plenty of game to go. And Wesley will be setting up some traps in this one. He will try to combine the fact that Bogdan has such a low amount of time on his clock and the nature of the position, which is extremely complex. If that pawn manages to survive, then white is going to be winning. So what black is trying to do right now is sacrifice the knight for the pawn on h5, and in the process manage to get that pawn on b5 as well. If he can do that, then obviously he's going to save it. No easy task. Both of these players know it, and Wesley is trying to find a way to create more problems for Bogdan to solve in his last 2 minutes on the clock. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. So Cristian seems pretty optimistic about White's position here.
Yeah, like, and I wasn't at all, I wanted to say, but when
he's
you're
right. When you're down on 2 minutes and you've been playing for, I don't know, 5-6 hours now.
Exactly.
This is exactly where mistakes happen.
For sure.
Unless it's a very easy draw, but it's not that intuitive. In some lines, like the way knight made it back to f6.
Exactly. King e3 on the board. I'm assuming we're going to continue with the checks and trying to wrong foot the king.
What about rook h4 and just pushing the f pawn? You have a pawn, I have a pawn too.
Rook h4, pushing the f pawn.
h6 and f4.
h6 and f4. Okay.
Holds, but...
Is it harder?
I don't know. I mean, machines holds all of this, of course. I think you have to assess it not from a viewpoint of sort of objective evaluation, but from a viewpoint of
what is the
easiest where are your moves more
I just thought that if you have to stay in front of the pawn, then I have checks over here and
King f2, you might have to play king b7.
Like
how easy is that?
King b7?
Why do I have to play king b7?
That wasn't her intention.
I just give a check and go back.
Rook h2, king g1, rook h... where? Rook h...
Let's say rook h4. What is it losing to?
h7.
Wow.
h7 you lost, yeah.
And I'm just
I have no
lost.
idea to what, but you
Yeah,
lost to something.
Like, what's the threat? Because your rook doesn't move.
I think you're in Zugzwang again.
Really?
Somehow.
Well, you might be in a mating net. Well, I put my knight on c6 and I go back to b8 with
Like if you play rook h5 here, you lose to knight e5, knight c6, yeah.
Huh.
Right?
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, completely chilling is impossible. You need to, if you want to chill, I think this is why you play king b7. White does not win without the mating net, but you have to make sure you don't get stuck in a potential mating net in the corner, which is why it goes king f2, king b7, and says this is zeros now. It kind of runs towards decent squares, and if the king can no longer be corralled, you're fine.
But it's easy to think that, geez, you just
h7, king c7 also only move, and you're fine.
h7, king a7?
King c7.
King c7 only, yeah, of course.
No, but Bogdan is doing it the right way, because he realizes that he should give as many checks as possible to begin with, drive the king away from good squares, and only then make a decision. So he's given a bunch of checks, also maybe gained some time on the clock, and now Wesley has to decide, because if the king goes towards the queen side, you can actually go f4, f3, f2, very importantly. If you play king d2 in the current position, for instance, f4, h6, f3, h7, rook e2 check, and rook h2 saves the game, because the f-pawn is now powerful enough to merit a lot of attention from white as well. And if it goes to the h-file, we have counterplay against the king. If the king runs away towards the h2, for instance, we have knight g5 there in the end. Check. I mean, we have rook h4 check as well, but like king g3 or king g1, rook g4, king h2. First of all, we can continue checking, and also we can play knight g5.
Knight g5.
I think knight g5 holds here, yeah.
Whoa, knight g5. Wow. So I get my knight to c6, Peter, but you're not discomforted.
Somehow, no. Rook e4, I think. No, this is a.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, but
you
rook
have
e4,
to be
rook e4 still holds,
accurate.
Yeah. But I think it's easier to just continue giving checks, frankly.
Right. Does that feel a little bit nervous about?
Right.
You know, right? I mean, I don't know. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to.
Actually, king g3, king h3 is a serious problem.
What's that?
King h2 is not a problem, but if you play king h3 in that position, let's get all the way to g3.
So
rook g4 check.
Check. Check.
Check and king h3.
Check, inviting knight f4 check.
Yeah, I think the only clean solution is rook g7. Once again,
wow.
Apologies for maybe not giving the most accurate information because it still says depth 22 here.
Rook g7.
Rook g7, knight e5, knight f4 check, and this somehow holds. King h2, king b7. This is quite scary. The pawn is once again getting to h7.
That's not
it's almost there already.
I would be frightened that I'm losing.
Yeah.
How is this not losing? Check, I suppose.
G2 and then rook g5?
Yeah, I'm guessing. To get behind. Whew. Certain principles.
But still not sure at all why this is a draw.
I know, but certain principles we cling fast to. Rooks belong behind.
So honestly, if we didn't have any Valpar, we'd be saying white is winning.
I'd say that I'd be worried as
White
lack.
has a good chance, yeah.
That yeah. And we do have some moves. Let me just refresh my board, everybody. Yeah. King d3, no rook d4 check, by the way.
It's fine, yeah.
Immediate.
But now, like f4 is required?
Yeah, h6, f4 is the only thing that holds now.
F4 is the only.
Yeah, I have no idea how this ends now. This is we're in the territory of having to make only moves.
That's scary if you're saying to me that black has to play only moves with just 2 minutes on his clock in a position where it looks like he has wide choice, actually, including knight c5 check, including rook h3 check, and of course including f4. Whoa. Suddenly Wesley got chances.
Yeah, big time.
Big time.
No, I mean, I don't even understand how this is holding still after f4, like.
Wow.
f4, what would you like to try with white?
f4, what would we like
Either
to
h7 or king e2, one of those moves.
h7, king b7 once again. We've taken away the g5 square from the knight, right? So there's no support for the pawn on h7.
Like king
See, this is just the Zugzwang, right? That's why.
Not at Zugzwang necessarily. Like, we need to stop knight e5, knight c6,
right.
Which is why we're bringing the king to safety as quickly as possible. And we're stopping you from playing knight g5 so that you cannot free the rook from h7.
So, okay, after f4, I go king e2.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the trickiest.
King
and now knight
e2.
d4 check works. Knight d4 check on f3, and we actually generate enough counter play. He's gone. Okay,
rook
h3 check.
h3. This is not one of that was not f4.
Only winning move king d2.
Wesley misses it. He plays king c4. It's a draw again.
Plays
now
king
after
c4
f4.
instantly. King d2 was probably winning.
King d2 was winning.
And now
okay,
once again, f4 needs to be played, but it holds.
King d2 f4 would not have held.
No, king d2 f4. I think the point is now after h7, we are not in time with either knight e5 c6 happens.
And now f4 played.
Yeah.
And now, just when he absolutely needed to play f4, he did it.
Of course,
this is now back to being okay.
King d2 doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a very difficult move.
Not even, no, d2 just doesn't make any sense to me. So Yeah, you can't fault Wesley here for not finding it.
Not at all. No, and especially after a 5.5 hour long game, players are exhausted. King D2. King D2 wins, King C4 draws, and King C4 is the most natural move in the position.
I think,
remarkable.
Yeah, exactly what happened in the game happens pretty much every single time. You don't even waste time on it. You can activate the king, put it on a good square, you know.
Applaud yourself, be proud.
Run towards C6 and mating nets and everything. Like, it just makes so much sense. I guess the point is King D5 F3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise
Precisely.
black loses, or close to loses. King D5 F3 holds.
Remarkable. Remarkable. Which almost makes me think that white should be playing knight E5, F3, knight D3, holding onto F2, and...
But then you have no progress. Then you just go King B7 and you have no progress on the other side.
King D5, knight G5. Yeah.
Even knight G5 or knight C7 takes B5.
Yeah.
You just don't have threats.
Oh, good point. I was trying to get rook H7 involved, but yeah. Oh boy. So just a second, hold on. I can go knight to D here. F3. Rook check.
King B8.
B8.
Yep.
Can white king get to C6? Or
That's
F,
what
I mean, F pawn runs fast.
I'm dreaming. That's my absolute dream.
Let's just look at King D5.
Okay.
We might lose now, but
F2? No, you don't lose. You always have a...
I always have checks, yeah. So King C6 is not a mate threat.
Well, I've got a mate threat. Hold on.
Rook C3 checked. Oh, no.
No, F1 queen, where's the mate?
Isn't knight D7 mating?
Oh, you want
King C8 now.
King C8 and King D8.
Knight B6.
I have E7.
Yeah.
I have E7. I'm running away.
I'm crying.
I am running away.
I am crying. You're right.
Okay,
No
both
mates.
of them down to below 2 minutes.
Oh boy. All right, I'm
I think
just
what we're watching
refreshing.
here is a very good illustration of how hard our beloved game is. It's an endgame with 3 pieces against 3.
Exactly.
And there is such scope for mistakes from the best players in the world.
Including King D2.
And now they're down to 1 minute, so are we going to expect more mistakes? Or
I'm not
I
calling
think we're going to
this.
see some
Maybe a few more.
gyrations
Yeah.
still. I mean, I understand that the F-pawn is now very, very fast.
They're going to widen?
44 seconds. Here we go. Rook E8.
Rook E8, yeah. Knight C5 only move, but also the only move I think you can think of. Although, interestingly, Knight C7 loses, but yeah, okay, Knight C5, you can't really play
Knight
anything else.
C7 loses.
To a move you will probably not name. Loses specifically to Rook C8.
King B7, Knight D6. Got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay, but Knight C5 was
C5 is
played
fine.
very, very quickly.
Knight C5 is fine, yeah.
Bogdan had prepped his answer to that one.
Yeah, and you can get the rook to E7, but your knight is on such a square that you can't then get H6, H7 in.
Is Wesley trying to put his rook on F5?
29 seconds. So easy to blunder here.
Here we
but
go.
I do think he's going to play Rook E5 as well, and maybe Rook F5.
Yes, he's done
Oh,
that.
nice call.
Rooks belong
Okay,
behind.
only... No, hang on.
Another only... If you tell me there's
no, bunch of moves draw
Thank
here.
goodness.
I was briefly misclicked something.
Wow, if you said F3 and only
No,
F3.
any king move or F3. And maybe even more things, but definitely like start getting the king over to C7.
Okay, so from Wesley's perspective, please do nothing. Let me play King D5. Let me play King C6.
So if we go Rook H1 here, if we go Rook H1 here, we lose to Rook F5, King D5. But I mean, Rook H1
Yes.
is just not a move.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Nobody's playing Rook H1, but there is a legit idea of king to
Even
d6.
rook h4 probably loses, just to illustrate.
Really?
To similar things, rook f5, king d5. No, you need to start doing active things, yeah.
Rook f5 and king d. Wow, and look at that. Just one single bad move and all your hard work.
How do you even recover from that if that happens?
Oh.
Let's not think about that.
I know. So rook
e5.
Rook e5 on
20 seconds.
Oh boy, Daniel down to 20 seconds.
And as I'm watching how computer draws this position, it often actually gives up the f-pawn to activate the king, and I don't know if that's easy.
We do have f3, by the way, rook f3, pardon me, rook f5, quickly played by Wesley.
Yeah,
as
king
he's
b8,
prepping.
king b7, 94 makes a draw, which is maybe useful to Bogdan. But you don't get to play f3, f2, so I don't know if he'll be very attracted to that idea.
94 he played. This is still fine?
Yeah, it's still okay, but after king d5, you have to play... I don't know how fine this is.
King is heading to c6.
That's a
Very scary.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because the mating nets play
And the
themselves.
rook is never coming to c3 to give checks
Yeah,
anymore.
94 was not great.
It's
It's still a draw, but it's a kind of a draw I think you pro might not make on increment.
And that draw is, Peter?
Well, honestly, any move, even 92 is probably a draw, but the top line currently on my screen is check, king 6, 92. Rook
Check, king c6, knight
92,
e2.
rook d5, knight c3. But this is unbelievably difficult because you're allowing rook d7 check as well. Feels like you should be getting mated, but apparently you're not, and the f-pawn is running.
Wow.
And knight c3 there is the only move that doesn't lose.
That's not easy with no time on your clock, that's for sure. 94 is kind of, he's wrong-footed himself.
Yeah, he should.
He needs.
King safety is such an important concept, even in endgames. Yeah.
Wow.
He just needs this king on c7 so that he doesn't have to think about those problems anymore.
So king d5 on the
king
board.
d5 played by Wesley.
And 20 seconds.
Honestly, looking at my screen, I
I
think
know.
Wesley is favored now, despite it being 0.2.
And also 10 seconds. 9, ticking down. Has Bogdan never flagged on Grand
He's
Chess?
gone knight f2, which is one of the decent. He actually he wants knight g4.
All right, he
There
found
is
the
a
best
point in
move.
what he is doing.
He's going knight g4, and then he can't even defend the pawn.
But
can you still
But
set
are
up
we not
some
getting
checkmate?
mated, though?
Yeah.
Is my
But
question.
that's the big question, is king c6.
Are we not getting mated?
And king c7?
No,
King
king
c6, knight g4.
King c7. King c6.
King c7, knight e3, strictly only move.
Knight g4, king c7?
Knight e3 or resign.
Because I want to play rook f4.
Yeah, but knight e3 creates enough forks for you not to allow to play.
Strictly only move.
Yeah, everything else you resign, yeah.
Wow.
And as for white, you probably should play knight d6, knight c8, knight b6.
Crazy. And he didn't go knight g4, he went knight d3, and now Wesley's winning after king c7.
King c7 plus 3.5.
Unbelievable. On move 71, making a blunder.
Blunder alert.
We
Knight
said it, in
d3,
time
king
trouble, we're going to see
c7.
more blunders.
Yeah, king c7 and the unstoppable threat of knight d6, knight c8, knight b6, knight c8, b6, b7. You can't.
Mating with the pawn?
That's
incredible.
But
I think Wesley sees it. Look at his body language. He only has 30 seconds to find it, but
King
I'm sure
c7
he'll find it.
is a dream.
You play
playing.
king c7.
You're playing for literally what Dvoretsky, would say, blocking and dominating, actually. Knight d6, knight c8. King c7 has played. Wesley's found it, and now he needs to play knight d6, and that will be it. That will be a win.
This is just a study. This belongs in the book. Let's switch to my board for a second.
Yes, please.
So after king c7, I'm pretty sure Bogdan will play f2.
Of course.
And now the only thing that wins properly is knight d6, rook h6, knight c8, king a8, knight b6, king a7, knight c8, king a8. And the only thing that wins here is knight e7. Stopping the check from h7, and the threats are unstoppable. We have rook f8, knight c6, we have b6, b7, we have all kinds of things. This is a study.
Not knight d7.
He played knight d8. Oh, no, he played king c7, f2, knight d8. Yeah, that is.
Okay, now rook f2.
No, knight d8 is also good. Yeah, I kind of lied a little bit.
Oh, sorry. He did something different.
Checkmate, but just rook f2, right? Right now.
Yeah, knight d8, knight b4, and rook f2 is the only winning move, but it is very winning.
Knight d8, knight b4. What's the only?
Rook takes f2. And if rook takes h6.
It's still
Okay. I mean, guys, come on. This is.
It's not easy at all, is it?
Only one move wins after rook f2, rook h6.
And it's not an obvious one, of course.
Well, we can play knight c6 and recapture with the pawn.
That doesn't win.
That doesn't win, but there's a rook a2 check sighting? No?
No. It's a quiet move.
Quiet
He's
move?
taken
It's
on
a quiet
f2.
We're now playing for a mate?
You need to take away some squares from pieces.
No.
Something like rook to d2?
Yes.
Yes.
40 seconds for Wesley to find rook d2.
Rook d2. But the king and knight are dominated.
Yeah, you just remove all the moves from the black pieces, and then eventually after rook d7...
Including rook h7, there might be a rook d7 sighting.
Eventually you go rook d7, knight 6 check, b takes c6, and that ending will become
Will
winning.
be winning.
Eventually, but you need to prepare
He found
it.
it.
Can't...
He found it.
Rook
Incredible.
d2 on the board.
It's
Rook
amazing.
takes h6.
That's
it's
so
amazing
impressive.
how well he has done here.
And this, as you just said, and I think you said it well, belongs in an ending book of domination. The knight on b4 can't move because of knight c6.
We're also potentially threatening rook d4 simply.
Exactly, and there is this checkmate on the rank, so that rook d4 aspires. Is rook d1 a threat of checkmate too?
And
Should
once
be.
again, let's say if we go rook h4 here.
Rook h4?
To stop rook d4, rook d7, rook g4.
What are these moves? Why rook d7?
Well, I mean, rook d7 you can guess. Like, it
Why not-
doesn't spoil anything, and then we are kind of improving a little bit, right?
And you might want to play king.
And
But
now
it's
let's
just
say
one
rook
check.
g4.
I go king a8. It's just
Rook
one
g4, if you play knight 6 check, after knight takes c6, you absolutely must include king c8 check before taking on c6, otherwise you don't win.
Nice.
What is happening?
Yeah,
But we win a tempo.
I
we
don't
win.
know, guys. I don't
This
know.
is great.
Well, Bogdan included rook h7 check.
Yeah, and now he can play rook h5 and force this.
So now Wesley doesn't have to find king c8 in between move. It's already on the board. So it's a bit easier for him.
Just a second. What did
But
he
even
include?
here, if you go... No, here BC also wins. You can actually just go... If he goes rook h5, which he will, yeah, he has played rook h5 now.
Just immediately knight c6.
You can go knight 6 and bc6 and this wins, yeah.
We don't need to include rook d7
Not
check?
anymore, no.
If you
What's
said
the difference?
No idea.
So
Don't
knight.
ask
So
me.
we're winning by knight c6 check.
And b takes c, yeah.
And just recapture, and thanks to our king supporting our passer, it's that simple.
Yeah, b5, c7, and it's enough. The king is too far away, and you're not going to be able to save it.
Well, actually, we even have a check and king to b8.
Yeah, that as well.
Ooh, oh, oh my goodness.
Wait, check and king b8, and that's
Yeah, we sure
b pawn
this
is
is
an easy
winning?
draw? Is he win, I mean?
I think so, but
Is it?
yeah, I think so.
Rook is on a2, not on a1.
Right, a little bit further
That's
away.
relevant,
Okay.
yeah, that's...
Oh, no, wait, king should be able to,
So
Go on
we
the other
are
side.
here. We are rook h, and Wesley has knight c6. He didn't play it. He has played rook
That's
Still
still
winning,
fine.
still
d7
winning.
check.
As long
But
as he
after king
plays...
a8, you will have to play knight c6.
And he went knight e6.
But yeah, that also is pretty good. Yeah.
Wait. What
He's
is the only move here?
threatening-
Because it looks like a checkmate.
He wants to give mate, yeah.
He's threatening knight c7.
Why did the eval drop?
Because the other one was quicker.
Quicker than this mate?
The other one was quicker.
What is going on?
Yeah,
here?
and
yes, he's winning.
best play for Bogdan. At first I thought it was some kind of a joke, but it might be a legitimate attempt to make a draw. Knight a6, ba rook h6, and try to get that pawn on a6. It
What?
loses, But it loses to some kind of a study again, I think. As far as I can tell, it loses to one more study.
No way is
He did
Bogdan.
not play knight a6.
Nobody's playing knight a6.
Yeah, knight a6 is not a
But
move.
now if you go king c7, I think it's a draw.
He needs to go back to d8. King
With the
c7,
knight.
king c7, rook h6 is a draw.
Because of that knight a6
Because
idea?
of that knight a6 idea eventually, yeah.
He's playing king c7, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No?
No.
He's going knight d8.
He's going, oh my gosh, he found the only move to win.
Well, did he see knight a6 idea?
I have
Because why else would you change your mind?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Wow.
And by the way, you remember you were asking us about some rook and knights which were lost?
Yeah.
You can play knight c2 right now. King
Is one of
c7,
them?
knight a3, king takes b6, and knight takes b5 does not save the game.
You do get mated on
because
a8.
you establish that kind of a
I
setup
see.
where
So this is one of those situations where the rook and knight does defeat the rook because
specifically
the king,
because of knight c6 first. If you take on b5, it's a draw. But knight c6 wins here.
you don't need any stinking knight.
All right, rook h5 was played by Bogdan, and now knight c6 has to be played, otherwise Wesley
Yeah.
can't
Knight
win.
c6, he has to realize this endgame is
And he's
winning.
done it.
He has. Oh, then he has no choice. You can't give up on the b5 pawn.
So rook h5 on the board, knight c6 on the board, and the threatening maiden one on a7.
Yeah.
So that has to be respected.
You can throw in the check, but it all leads to similar positions. If you throw in the check, then after king c7 takes bc6, king a7. But there's a bunch of moves that win. It's not one solution.
Anymore. Check, king here, knight takes c6, b takes c6, king a7, and you were saying there's a bunch of winning moves?
Rook d1, for instance.
So king d6 is not one of them, because
King d6 probably isn't one of them,
king
but
b8
pretty
and
much any rook
immediately
move,
draw,
yeah.
All right, knights came off.
Let me refresh my board, sorry everyone. Boy, what a dramatic finish this one is turning out to be. I mean, we were an hour ago thinking, okay, everything was coming off the board, and look at what we have instead.
So the lesson here
10
is study
seconds.
endgames.
Yeah, and b5 on the board. Well, I think it's time
Just
to
c7, right?
time to play c7.
Can
Absolutely.
we switch to my board for a second?
Sure.
Because we cut it off at exactly the wrong moment there in that position with the knights against knight. Just give me 1 second. I need to show this to the viewers. This position after knight d8, c6.
Yes.
If rook g8, you still have to do a little dance, because if you take on b5,
It's stalemate.
Rook g7, draw.
Stalemate.
Yeah. So the way to win, either you can drop it back to d1, but the cleanest one is to go rook h7, and now there is no good squares. Like if you go rook f8, I take on b5, rook f7, I have rook h8 check and knight d8 check.
Oh,
This is
so
still
pretty.
a small study in itself.
Yes.
It's quite remarkable. Anyway,
Nice.
sorry for
No, thank
distracting.
you for
you.
showing us that.
No, that's lovely.
Very nice. And now after king a7, a lot of moves should be winning here, right?
c7.
Pretty
king
much
a7.
any rook move, yeah.
Just let the king out.
Rook
d8 was played.
Rook d8.
Yeah, so if b pawn was on b4, would it still be winning, I wonder? Is it
Let's
black
check.
just one tempo behind?
So
Let's check.
if we go king
Yep.
b6,
We're
One
one tempo behind.
wow.
king b8,
This is heartbreaking.
It is.
rook c5, and you're saying if the pawn was
After
on
rook
b4,
h7,
That would be a draw.
oh no, still very many moves. Yeah, rook h7, and you have to move the rook down.
sorry, let me just.
You played rook e8. It's no longer winning.
Draw,
What?
What are we saying?
draw,
Rook
king
e8.
b6, king c5, yeah, and we
And
run.
now black doesn't need that extra tempo.
Yeah, we just give up the rook and draw.
Rook e8. What did he have
Chess
to play?
is very
Just
difficult.
rook anywhere on the d file was winning, but rook e8 apparently is a draw now.
Oh,
This is incredible. I mean, king b6 only move, right?
of course.
12
But
seconds
it's-
for Bogdan.
But I mean, in
Yeah, he's
view
played it.
in view of king d8, with the threat of c8, you have to play king b6 so we can threaten Munch. I'm sure Wesley intends rook e6 check, king
He's done it.
c5, king b8.
So the difference is we will now have this position. He will take on c7, play b4. White has rook b6. If in this position white goes rook b8, that wins.
But because the
But
king
with
is
the rook on b6, it's
in the way
way
for the king.
It's
yeah,
in the way.
we need to be able to play. So
Okay, that is
king c4.
depressing.
We need to play king b6, a5 here.
Yes. And that would be winning.
Unbelievable.
Nice. Nice.
What?
Guys,
It's been a long time since I've seen an endgame like this.
Yeah.
Played by the top players.
I'm calling in late tomorrow. I just want to give you guys a heads up.
And then you're calling in late on the rest day.
yeah.
Which is not going to be a rest day potentially.
Yes. King d8, rook takes c7, instantly played, by the way. The only drawing move.
But this is no longer very difficult because like your choices will be extremely streamlined for.
So rook on b7 or b8 win. Rook b6 is a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just cruel.
Heartbreak.
Yeah. I mean, not for Bogdan. I think he deserves to save this. He fought so hard in this game.
Wow.
I don't know what's a fair result here. They both fought very hard.
Can I wrong foot you somehow by doing something weird?
Too slow now. King c3. King already has to be on a4, right?
Ah, you're right.
One tempo.
You're absolutely right.
It's the same tempo, only in the other direction now.
And it's enough.
Honestly,
Wow.
I know it's completely irrelevant, but I'm kind of rooting for no press conference. Let's not traumatize our players here.
No interviews.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Bogdan will be happy, but Wesley, I'm sure, will be devastated.
I mean, maybe you ask Bogdan what he thought, but even for Bogdan, like defending this for 6 hours, and then having to
They
face
still
the
have
reality.
to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wow, this was. Do you guys recall an endgame like this where we saw so many mistakes that are not obvious at all?
I remember a
recent games,
Aronian Magnus Carlsen game where Magnus was winning in a rook ending, but then it was the Ventura study that Levon spotted and he saved the game. And I remember
Nothing immediately comes to mind, but I have a feeling there must have been even enough.
Magnus versus Hikaru Nakamura, rook and pawn ending in the Sinkfield Cup, where Magnus ground Hikaru down in a must-win situation. Magnus has been, involved in all of these must-win.
He's
Come from
master of that.
behind.
Yeah.
Come from behind
You can see Wesley just devastated. He just realized that rook b6 doesn't win. It's absolutely heartbreaking.
Wow.
Is this, we have all read Dvoretsky's endgame manuals. Is this ever pointed out that rook, if it's on b6, it's not winning? I don't remember a
Not sure.
specific example.
Honestly, it's already a study. If we go back to the position where he played rook e8, if we could just take a moment. Because I said, at the time, I said any move with the rook down, but that actually is not true.
Really?
It is specifically, if we could switch to my board for a sec, it is specifically 2 moves here in that position.
You got to go back.
After rook h7, rook d5 wins and rook d4 wins. Nothing else wins. If you play rook d1, before makes a draw. So it's specifically rook d5 with the intention of luring the king to b6, going rook d6 check. And now if king c5, this is how you get the rook to b8, rook d7, let's say rook h8, king b7. No, sorry, not king
rook
b7,
d8,
of course.
right?
Rook d8, rook h7, king c7. Sorry, not king b8, yeah?
King b8.
King b8 takes.
And now
we got
your
our
rook is on
position.
b8.
We got the position that we wanted, and this is what we were describing. The king coming out via the a5, a5, a4
Not
side.
easy at all.
Yeah, and if the king, after rook d6, if the king goes back, I think it's specifically rook c6, which you have to see.
Wow.
And then you run d8, d7, d6, d5, and so on, and you win the rook this way, while keeping the king caged.
Nice.
But I mean, this is a study.
Yes.
This
absolutely.
is not. This is not.
It's not a theoretical endgame.
No.
And in the current position now, it seems pretty easy.
Yeah, this is now
Black
very,
doesn't
very
make a mistake
straightforward.
here. Both king c3 and king a3.
You can even waste the tempo. King a4 draws.
Really?
Yeah, you are now completely
Because white
safe.
king is cut off. Yeah.
It's just too far away.
Honestly, I learned way too many lessons in this endgame. I'll have to write them down to remember.
I'm kind of happy I don't have to internalize any of this anymore.
You're right.
Because I don't play chess nearly enough.
But wow. Okay, I think this move is a...
I think, yeah, this is an indication
that we're about to see rook
Probably
takes
take,
b3,
yeah.
king c2.
Yeah, I think Wesley is done with this.
Wow.
And it's officially a draw. Well, I mean, bravo to both players playing such a long, tough game.
And for Wesley, I mean, that really kind of puts a kibosh on much of his ambitions because he
He's still at
needed to win.
50%, yeah.
Yeah, but he needed to win to get back into that pack of leaders because there are 5 people ahead of him, including one who's a full point ahead of him at the moment.
He's had a decent event in Poland, but of course he would very much like to score some points here. It's
exactly
important for the tour standings.
My goodness, as we...
And it's not just that he made a draw, it's how the game went, right? Because they could have made the draw in 20 moves, would have been fine. This is devastating for Wesley.
Yeah, and he had... It felt like he won the game 3 times. And he gave
More
up
than
the
that,
win
yeah.
3 times
Yeah.
as well. Because it was
and the game
his.
he was winning after the first time control was a kind of a small positional masterpiece, frankly.
Yeah.
Would have been if he finds this rook e8 knight f7, it goes into books.
Yeah, his domination.
Just how dominant his pieces are there in a position where he is just seemingly a healthy pawn down.
By the way, those types of domination themes were also a hallmark of Anatoly Karpov's. He would be the one miscuing you all the time. His knight would dominate your knight, his bishop's dominating your bishop. And here's how it all finished.
Let's have a look at how today went. All 4 games are now over. Vincent Keymer is leading with 3 points out of 4. 3 players are chasing him half point behind: Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and Praggnanandhaa. Then at 50%, it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So. Potentially also Fabi, but he still has to play that game with Alireza.
And we will catch you up on that game tomorrow morning. We'll give you news when that game has been rescheduled. Woo! My goodness, Peter, again, and to what you were saying, that there were so many moments in this game that we just thought, okay, it's a draw, we're done, let's go.
This is a great example of like audience just watches and sees the evaluation. It's just a dead draw.
Right.
But some of the best players in the world, how many mistakes they just made in this
And they
game.
were so easy.
And they were not easy at all.
No.
It was so easy to make those smart.
Yeah, there were so many turning points you can name, but
Yeah.
Wesley continuing to fight, continuing to look for chances, and so many chances he created seemingly out of nowhere to only kind of stumble at the very final hurdle.
And several times.
This one's going to sting.
Yeah, but rook e8, and because the rook goes to b6, you don't win. On any other square, b8.
That's going to haunt him
b7.
probably.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking there.
That's something you see in your nightmares.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we can go over to Bucharest and hear from Cristian and his guest.
Thank you, Nazi. Yes, I'm here indeed with Bogdan-Daniel Deac, the local hero, after a very tense battle and a very difficult save. But congratulations, Bogdan, for this one, because it never was easy.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about the emotions throughout the game. Specifically, I want to ask you about this endgame, because from afar, it looked easy, right? But it was nothing but easy.
But over the board, it's very hard.
Very difficult.
Because, you know, you can't agree to a draw with black, and you need to continue to play.
Exactly. And it was all about the weakness of the king,
yes,
right?
Yes.
This was the thing that was giving you most trouble in this
and
one.
he always can come with the king.
Yes. So let's keep going. I think there were some very crucial moments somewhere around here. h5. You guys repeated, and then he decided to go to d3. tell me about this position. What were you calculating in the heat of the battle with only 2 minutes on the clock? What lines were going through your mind?
In the main part only rook h3, because if I will play f4, king e4.
Mm-hmm.
F3. I forgot about f3. Okay. And this, and maybe knight c7. But it's not so easy.
Definitely not easy.
Okay, f3, this, knight b5. And also, I don't know, rook g2.
Maybe
but
even
it's
knight d6, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, knight d6 should finish this one. So you gave this check, and then king to d2 apparently was winning, but he went king c4, which is, you know, quite a natural move.
King c4, yes, it's natural.
And this was another critical moment right here.
I don't know. I think about king b8, but I don't like king d4.
Yes.
This and here, maybe something like this.
And then you just have to
move.
run, yes, with a king.
But over the board, it's hard to evaluate.
Just to give the pawn like that
Yes.
for nothing? Yes, just to activate the king, not easy, not an easy choice. So you played f4 and king to d5. And knight to f2, very good move. And knight to d3. Did you spot this move, knight to g4?
Yes.
What detracted you from this one?
It's the same idea because this and
Now the only move is knight e3.
which look hard for me.
Very hard, yes. Yes.
I played knight d3
Mm-hmm.
because of this, and it's the same idea. Rook f3, knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow I missed king c7, this, and knight d8. And apparently this endgame was winning for white.
Rook d2, by the way, seems to be the only move,
Yes.
which is not an easy one. And you guys...
I think about king c7 here.
No, I think knight c6, the way he played it was good. It's still winning.
No, not here. I think here.
This was not good, actually, surprisingly.
Rook h6.
Yes.
But I don't know.
Okay, let's move forward, because we do still have a couple of moments here. This was the crucial mistake, and after which you played perfectly. The only two moves that were winning are rook to d5 and rook to d4, with the idea that I'm trying to get your king here, and now I give you a check.
King c5.
And now rook to d7.
Check.
Yes, and now rook to d8.
This, rook h7.
Yes, and the difference is that with the rook on the 8th rank,
rook
now
b8.
the king goes to b6. It's study-like, and it's the only way to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
During the game, I know this endgame, that it's draw for black.
Of course. And after this one, I think you held it with pristine moves. Now, congratulations. Obviously, this was a big game for you to be able to right the ship after some painful defeats, I might add. Now, time management was a little bit dangerous for you. You got into some
Yes.
dangerous situations. In this one, in this game, it felt like you were trying to stay ahead on the clock as well, especially in the first half of the game. Was
Yes.
that your strategy coming into this one?
Yes, I just want to improve my time management at all.
And I think you did, and I want to congratulate you for this result, and
Thank
we
you.
will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Forward. Thank you, Cristian, and what a hard-fought draw that was, Daniel. Really tough. In the heat of the battle, I mean, oh my gosh, Peter, we were on the edge of our seats. We didn't know what the result was going to be.
Even with the help of engines, trying to figure out what's going on and why the evaluation is what it is extremely difficult. And for them to play it in half a minute is
almost
very
impossible.
hard,
But
Should we look at the standings one
yes,
more time?
let's do it. Standings after 4 rounds of play.
Going into tomorrow, Vincent Keymer is happy. He's the sole leader of the event, 3 out of 4. 3 players chasing him, sharing second place.
We have a makeup game to be played between Fabiano and Alireza. What's happening tomorrow? What are our pairings?
Let's have a look. We have Anish Giri playing against Vincent Keymer.
That's
marquee
our
matchup.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Then MVL against Jorden van Foreest. Pragg will be facing Wesley. Bogdan against Fabi. And Alireza against Sindarov.
Fantastic.
Let's go back to Romania to hear from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Anastasiya, that was a nail-biting finish between these two players, and there were still a lot of people in the playing hall.
You're absolutely right,
living
Cristian.
with the tension and everything that was building up between the two players. How are you living this final few moments?
Actually, it's so impressive. I was trying to calculate how many people are still at the playing hall, and I counted like more than 60 people were waiting for Bogdan-Daniel Deac to finish his game against Wesley. So definitely he was defending a really difficult position. And, you know, it's 9:40 p.m. in Bucharest, and still the playing hall is like half full of people. And they were waiting for him, of course, to sign some autographs and take some photos. It's really impressive, in my opinion, especially for Sunday evening. So I think it's time for a good dinner, Cristian. What do you think about it?
It's getting late
in
Bucharest. It's Sunday. Some restaurants are still open, so we're definitely going to try to find those. For the moment, guys, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasiya. Yeah, it's late in Bucharest.
We'll let you say good night.
Time to say good night. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Join us again tomorrow for round 5.
Good night from St. Louis.
Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.